Good morning, and welcome to the 5th edition of AIWAC, Annual International Women in the Arts Conference. This year's topic is Spectacle and Spectatorship, Interrogating the Female Gaze. Many of you participated last night to the celebratory event to toast with us to this important achievement and milestone, the 5 years of this conference. Adelina Modesti and myself are really grateful for your presence. And yesterday, but especially to be here today and tomorrow to share in your knowledge, your expertise, and to get some inspiring moments and ideas together. Well, last night was again very important moment, not only because of the celebration, but because we had the chance to gather together the 5 years, to sum up what we have done, and also to communicate the important achievements and goals we have gotten in these past 5 years. Mainly our partnership with Repulse, the publishing house, and as you know, he's been publishing the proceedings of the conference as well as volumes in the series Women and Gender in the Arts. And the very new, brandly new partnership with the publisher Her Story, a publishing house founded by challenging brave woman, Silvia Palandri from Rome. And we are currently publishing the celebratory volume thanks to her generous help and assistance. And last but not least, we were honored to communicate the gift we are receiving as University of Arkansas Rome program, the library, Maurizio Marini's library, which deals with over almost 20,000 volumes that will be donated soon to by Alessandra Masu Marini and her husband, David Schwarzkopf, the name always strikes me. And so now we are really ready to open the sessions, and everyone has been provided to have taken the programs. So you have seen that it is really an intense conference. We have received kind of 70, 60, 55 proposals, and really each proposal worth being here. But as it happens, we had to do a selection. And so here we are. So we have this session, the gaze of patrons, collectors, and dealers, which is a session opening the conference just in a few minutes. The second morning sessions today will be early modern heroines. And in the afternoon, we have Penned Legacies, the gaze into memory, language, and gender. And we will continue later today with the second afternoon sessions, which is kind of weird, we understand, but we had the reschedule some presentations due either time issues or other professional achievements. So we have these two presentations later today in the afternoon, and after it we will be going together. For those who have registered, we go to have a dinner together to one of the most fascinating yet it's not old, it's not correct, but antique restaurants of Rome. It's located in the Jewish ghetto. That's Gigetto. It's very typical Roman cuisine. And then tomorrow morning, again, we have the session, The Gaze of Aristocrats and the Bourgeoisie, and continuing with the really interesting keynote paper delivered by Dr. Laura Leucci from Rome, but based now in UK since long time, and she will be delivering an interesting topic about the body, from the body to the feminist gaze and back, and then in the afternoon the gaze on the body again, and that will be concluding this conference. No, grazie Adelina. And then, yes, we have the second afternoon session, the photographic, cinematic, and performative gaze, with the 1, 2, 3, 4 more speakers and last minute news. 2 of them will be delivering remotely their speeches. And then we will be concluding with the closing remarks delivered by the director of the program here in Rome, Francesco Bedeschi, who is now in Milan, so was not able to open the session yesterday and to be with us for the celebration, but he will be coming tomorrow late in the afternoon for the closing remarks and for a final greetings. Okay, this said, I would start with the first with the first paper. So the session, this first morning session today, is The Gaze of Patrons, Collectors, and Dealers. And the first to speak is Professor Gretchen Meyers. I invited her to come. And she is professor of classics at Franklin and Marshall College in the United States. She will be sharing, but it will be up to you to tell us better, with the Professor Kimberly Dennis, Professor of Art History and Director of the Office of External Fellowships and Scholarships at the Rollins College in Winter Park in Florida. So Kimberly and Gretchen, he's again Professor of Classics and of Strategic Initiatives at Franklin Marshall College in Pennsylvania. She is a classicist specializing in archaeology of ancient Italy, with publications on Etruscan gender, ceremonial textile production, and ancient Etruscan Roman monumental architecture. Her teaching includes courses in Roman archaeology, Latin language, and gender and sexuality studies. She is currently completing a volume on the Etruscan side of Poggio Colla for the University of Texas Press, and co-authoring a work on the iconography of Pietro da Cortona's frescoed ceiling in Palazzo Pamphilj in Rome with the Dr. Kimberly Dennis. So their talk is Domus omnipotentis Olympi, rethinking Pietro da Cortona's gallery ceiling fresco in Palazzo Pamphilj through the gaze of its patron, Olimpia Maidalchini Pamphilj. Welcome, Meyers and Dr. Meyers, correct? And the stage is yours.
Okay. Everyone can hear me? Yeah. Okay, so this collaboration is between myself and Dr. Kimberly Dennis, who could not be here today. Kim is an art historian, and as you just heard, I'm a classicist and archaeologist. Together, we are studying the Aeneid fresco cycle of Pietro da Cortona in the Galleria of the Palazzo Pamphilj. And that's what I'll be speaking on. Oh, wait. Does this advance it? No. How do I move it? I should use the one on the keyboard. Okay. On April 24th, 1654, Olimpia Maidalchini Pamphilj, sister-in-law of Pope Innocent X, made a payment of 3,000 scudi to Pietro da Cortona, quote, for the paintings and other decorations done by him in the Galleria of the Palazzo Pamphilj in Rome. Cortona's magnificent frescoed ceiling depicts scenes from Virgil's Aeneid, selected to celebrate the Romanitas of the Pamphilj family and the reign of the Pamphilj pontiff. Donna Olympia's payment, recorded in her personal account book, served as the culmination of her considerable contributions to the development of Palazzo Pamphilj. The Galleria rendered the palace suitable for a great papal family and represents a unique kind of patronage for a woman. In this paper, we focus on 3 scenes from the Aeneid cycle that feature female figures. From left to right, the goddess Astraea in the ceiling central panel, Venus in a western oval, and Lavinia in the Lavinia, daughter of King Latinus and the future wife of Aeneas, who looks on as Aeneas kills Turnus in the final scene of the cycle. We argue that these particular figures reveal how Pietro da Cortona appealed to his patron, and that interpreting the ceiling through the lens of Donna Olimpia yields a more nuanced understanding of its iconography. Pietro da Cortona's magnificent ceiling fresco in the Galleria of Palazzo Pamphilj extends across the northern edge, abutting the church of San Agnese. It depicts scenes from the Aeneid in an episodic rather than a linear narrative. The fresco divides the barrel vault of the great room designed by Borromini into 3 large sections. On the east side, Cortona focused on Aeneas's journey and arrival in Italy. Cortona depicted the storm that Aeneas encounters in Aeneid Book 1 due to the spiteful intervention of Juno, who is portrayed persuading King Aeolus to release his winds. Nearby, we see Aeneas's eventual disembarkation on Italian soil, while the personified Tiber River reclines nearby. The western end of the ceiling focuses on the war Aeneas must fight with the Latins once he arrives in Italy. On one side, Pietro illustrates Aeneas's meeting with King Evander in Rome, who sends his own son Pallas to serve in Aeneas's army. An oval in the center at the west end depicts Aeneas's mother, Venus, persuading Vulcan to make a shield for Aeneas to use in battle. And the final scene on this side of the Galleria represents the conclusion of the Aeneid, where Aeneas kills his enemy, Turnus, thus ensuring the foundation of Rome. The iconographic program culminates at the center of the ceiling, appearing to give way to an open sky and revealing a council of the gods. Among the accompanying Olympian gods, Jupiter presides over a reconciliation between Venus and Juno, while a divine female figure descends from the heavens with a balance in her hand. Because Palazzo Pamphilj has been used as the Brazilian embassy since 1920, access has been limited, and the frescoes have garnered less scholarly attention than other similar cycles in Rome. In 1976, Rudolf Primusberger traced the evolution of Francesco Borromini's design for the Galleria, arguing that Pietro da Cortona's iconography was intended to demonstrate the Romanitas and Antiquitas of the Pamphilj, as articulated in a pseudo-historical genealogy compiled by Niccolo Angelo Cafferi. Additionally, he argued for a Neoplatonic reading of the iconography via Cristoforo Landino's Disputatione Canudolenses. Using Landino's text, Primusberger interprets Cortona's scenes from the Aeneid as depicting a prefiguration of the Roman Church and the Pamphilj papacy orchestrated by divine providence. As the forefather of the Roman Empire, Aeneas, a refugee from the Trojan War, paves the way for the church and the papacy, having traveled from the east to fulfill the destiny of the church in the west. In 1997, John Belden Scott proposed a revised reading of the ceiling, arguing for the avoidance of an overly literary approach or one too reliant on the theme of divine providence. Scott focuses on the central council of the gods panel, identifying the female figure at the center of the ceiling and the iconographical program as Justice. He proposes that the arrival of Aeneas at Rome should be understood to signify the establishment of a just reign in antiquity via Aeneas as the forefather to the Pamphilj namesake, Numa Pompilius, the legendary second king in Rome. This in turn set the stage for the Pamphilj ancestors and the predestined papacy of Innocent X. Scott traces iconography associated with justice throughout Cortona's ceiling in other works commissioned by the Pamphilj and in a manuscript housed in the Archivio Doria Pamphilj that describes the ceiling. While Primusberger and Scott, both art historians, focused on the iconography of the painted imagery to understand the meaning of the ceiling's program, classicists have approached the task from the point of view of the poetry. Michael Putnam, a specialist in Virgil, focuses, like Scott, on the central panel. He interprets this as a gathering of the gods to affirm Aeneas's divine status and his role as a civilizer who brings peace. In this way, just as Aeneas parallels the Roman Emperor Augustus in the ancient poem, Putnam suggests a similar evocation of a reign of justice brought by Innocent X. While Putnam agrees with Scott's association of the central figure with justice, he identifies her more specifically as Astraea, an ancient goddess of justice. Importantly for Putnam, Astraea is the Virgo, the maiden, of Virgil's fourth eclogue, whose return to earth signaled the coming of a new golden age. And here from the fourth eclogue, Iam redit et virgo redeunt Saturniae regna, iam nova progenies caelo dimititur alto. And now the maiden returns, the rule of Saturn returns, and a new generation is sent from the heavens. The association of the central figure with Virgo of Virgil's fourth eclogue has been tentatively proposed also by classicist Luke Houghton, who comes to the discussion in terms of the significant legacy of Virgil's fourth eclogue on papal panegyric. Houghton argues that from the 15th through the 17th centuries, papal panegyrists repeatedly drew on the specific language from Virgil's fourth eclogue to frame a new pope's reign as a renewal of the Golden Age. As a result, Houghton notes that the central figure of Cortona's ceiling, descending from the heavens, may be an allusion to Astraea as a pervasive trope in the literary praise of Innocent X, aligning him with the restorer of a divinely sanctioned peace. While these earlier interpretations emphasize the importance of the ceiling's iconography to male priorities of the papacy and power, none of them considers the perspective of the Galleria's patron. In light of Dona Olympia's patronage, we support the identification of the central figure as Astraea, the starry goddess of the constellation Virgo, whose return to earth was prophesied by Virgil, as you heard, in the fourth eclogue, to herald the beginning of the Golden Age. Her name itself alludes to her celestial nature, astra meaning stars, and since antiquity, she was identified with the constellation Virgo. In the 3rd century BCE didactic poem Phenomena, the astronomer Aratus describes the maiden, Virgo, who dwelt on earth during the golden and silver ages of humankind, and during that time was referred to by mortals as Justice. When humanity degenerated in the Bronze Age, she abandoned the earth and took her place among the stars as the constellation Virgo. Later Roman poets elaborated on the myth, Virgil, and after him Ovid, the first to call her Astraea, prophesizing that her return to earth would inaugurate a new golden age. In this tradition, Astraea becomes a richly layered emblem, more nuanced than justice alone, who unites the ideas of divine justice, the heavens, the virgin constellation, while also signifying the cosmic renewal of the Golden Age. As a polysemous figure with multiple layers of meaning, we suggest that Cortona's Astraea references both his patron and her brother-in-law, the Pope. First, Astraea reminds viewers of Innocent X's efforts to promote justice during his reign, celebrating the Pamphilj papacy as a new golden age. Secondly, for the Pamphilj, Astrea's associations with Virgo would have resonated in astrological terms, since Virgo was the zodiac sign under which Innocent X was elected on September 15, 1644. The use of astrology to predict the most auspicious time for an event to occur had been employed since the Babylonian era. In early modern Rome, it was used to select important dates, such as the beginning of the construction of New St. Peter's, and in ceiling frescoes to celebrate the auspicious birth dates of cardinals and the elections of popes. And finally, from the perspective of Donna Olimpia herself, the positive female virtues embodied in the Astrea figure would have provided a counterpoint to the plethora of negative rumors about her that circulated in Rome in response to the influence she exercised throughout the Pamphilj papacy. While Astrea, as celestial Virgo, served simultaneously as a sign of divine justice and an emblem of the Pamphilji's papal destiny, her central placement also refers to Donna Olimpia's natal family crest of the Maidalchini, which prominently features stars, inviting a further play between celestial and familial imagery. Furthermore, due to the context of the figure's placement at the center of the Council of the Gods scene depicted in the beginning of Virgil's Aeneid, Book 10, this interplay between stars, poetry, and patronage becomes even more suggestive. The opening lines of Book 10, Ponditur inter rea domus omnipotentis Olympi, conciliumque vocat divum pater atque hominum rex sideream in sedem. Meanwhile, the house of Almighty Olympus is opened. The Father and King of gods and men summons the council to its starry seat. Allow for a witty verbal echo between Domus Olympi and Olympia's own name, linking the sidereum sedem, the starry dwelling of the gods, to the space of the Pamphilj matriarch. Astrea is not the only female figure in the fresco cycle who can be understood through the lens of Donna Olimpia's patronage. The figure of Venus in the central oval at the western end of the ceiling appears as the patron herself, here receiving a shield and armor for her son Aeneas, which she had requested from her divine husband, the craftsman Vulcan. In the upper register of the scene, Venus and Cupid grasp the shield and helmet, looking down upon Vulcan as he gazes up at Venus, anxiously awaiting her approval of his work. This depiction noticeably diverges from the famous scene between Venus and Vulcan in Aeneid Book 8, where Venus seduces Vulcan in order to persuade him to forge Aeneas's divine armor. Virgil's Venus is characterized as an anxious mother who relies on her sexuality as persuasion to secure protection for her son. He describes her thus: Venus as a mother worried about the threats of the Latins and concerned about harsh war, addressed Vulcan in the golden marriage chamber. Cortona not only tones down the sensuality of Venus, but shifts the focus of the scene from the act of the patron's request to the presentation of the artist's finished product, a clever nod to the tangible results of patronage. In this transformation, Cortona's Venus flatters his patron as a more serious figure whose power and maternal devotion, rather than allure, ensures her success. Moreover, the depiction of Venus in the Pamphilj Galleria is striking in contrast with Venus figures that Pietro da Cortona depicted on major ceiling frescoes before this commission. In the 1630s, as is very well known, Cortona's fresco for the Barberini Salone depicts the central figure of divine providence seated on clouds and accompanied by three theological virtues, faith, hope, and charity, who carry a wreath encircling the bees of the Barberini family crest. This scene of papal authority is supported throughout the ceiling fresco by scenes of Christian allegorical figures paired with mythological figures to represent triumphs of virtue over vice. In this context, a partially covered Venus is represented as the lasciviousness of earthly love, shielding her gaze from the light of piety and chastity, as putti reveal her cowering in a darkened bower. In the 1640s, Cortona painted a strikingly similar Venus on the ceiling of the Sala di Venere in Palazzo Pitti in Florence. This fresco, the third in an enfilade of 9 rooms, celebrates the marriage of Vittoria della Rovere and Fernando II de' Medici and foreshadows the birth of their future heir. In the Sala di Venere, the young Medici prince is rescued by Minerva from the peril of Venus's bed. Here, Cortona has portrayed Venus almost identically to his Barberini version. Her breasts are bared, her lower body is draped in a white garment covered by a red cloth that visually connects it to the drapery borne by Amorini who fly above her. In both the Barberini and Medici commissions, Venus's sensuality is cast as a temptation that must be overcome by virtue or reason. The Pamphilj Venus, however, marks a striking transformation. Here, depicted in a higher position above Vulcan rather than the lower register of the composition, she is a figure whose power derives not from her sensuality alone, but from her authority as a patron and as a mother. One final female figure featured in the Pamphilj Galleria fresco can also be read through the lens of Donna Olympia's patronage. On the western end of the Galleria, Cortona depicts the climactic moment of the Aeneid, when Aeneas defeats his rival Turnus, leader of the Latins, and secures the future foundation of Rome. The scene is crowded with soldiers, but at the center of the composition, behind the 2 combatants, stand Latinus and his daughter Lavinia, formerly betrothed to Turnus and now promised to Aeneas. With Turnus's death, Lavinia will become Aeneas's wife and the matrilineal ancestor of Rome's eventual kings. She observes the violence before her with a calm, almost serene expression, her composure contrasting sharply with the surrounding chaos. Lavinia's presence in this scene is also striking not only visually, but also textually. In the Aeneid, she is absent from this moment of the climactic duel, having withdrawn to the palace before Aeneas and Turnus meet in single combat. In fact, in the epic's final book, Lavinia's role is passive and symbolic. She blushes, she weeps, she tears her hair, and serves as the object of male desire and political exchange. She never speaks and is characterized by sadness, fear, and grief. By contrast, Cortona's Lavinia is prominent and pleased, perhaps still a prize to be won, but portrayed as a more active participant bearing witness to her future with pleasure. Her serenity and composure serve to legitimize the bloody outcome of the contest that will ensure her wedding and Rome's dynasty. We read Pietro da Cortona's remaking of Lavinia as a blushing bride as indicative that the Pamphilj fresco operates somewhat as an epithalamium, a song or a poem in celebration of a wedding. Epithalmia were common in early modern Italian painting to celebrate noble weddings, such as the Carracci ceiling in Palazzo Farnese and Pietro da Cortona's and Giovanni di San Giovanni's frescoes in Palazzo Pitti in Florence. We suggest that in the Pamphilj ceiling, the wedding celebrated is that of the patron's granddaughter and namesake, Olimpiuccia Giustiniani, to Maffeo Barberini, the Barberini heir and namesake of Pope Urban VIII. This marriage, orchestrated by Donna Olimpia, marked a reconciliation between the Pamphilj and the Barberini after 7 years of discord and was a triumph for the patron of the ceiling. Throughout the 2 decades of Urban VIII's papacy, the Barberini were close friends, mentors, and role models for both future Innocent X and Donna Olimpia. However, the First War of Castro and the political turmoil that followed the death of Urban VIII caused a deep rift between the 2 families. After the war, public outrage was directed at the Barberini for their abuses of power during the conflict. Once Urban VIII died and Innocent X was elected to the papacy, he moved to publicly distance himself from the Barberini family. In 1645, after members of the Barberini family fled Italy for France, the Pamphilj Pope confiscated their properties and disposed of their offices. Nevertheless, the fates of the 2 families were inextricably intertwined. The Pamphilj were indebted to the Barberini for their rise to power, and the Barberini still needed strong ties to the new papal family for protection from the anger of the Roman people and to retain their power. Into this space, Donna Olimpia emerged as the broker for the 2 families' eventual reconciliation. In 1653, a reunion was negotiated by Donna Olimpia who orchestrated the marriage of her granddaughter, Olimpia Giustiniani, to Maffeo Barberini, also providing her with 70% of an enormous dowry of 100,000 scudi. The Pope himself married the couple on June 15th, 1653, in the Sistine Chapel. Thus, we suggest the unusual depiction of Lavinia on the ceiling may allude to the marriage of Olimpiuccia to Maffeo Barberini and simultaneously honor Donna Olimpia's role in brokering the Pamphilj-Barberini reconciliation, transforming the Aeneid's silent bride into a symbol of dynastic renewal. Together, the three female figures in Pietro da Cortona's magnificent Aeneid cycle invite a deeper reading of the ceiling's iconography than previously thought, particularly through the lens of its female patron. While Aeneas's triumph as founder of the Roman line undoubtedly alludes to Pope Innocent X and celebrates the Pamphilj papacy as a new golden age, the inclusion and reinterpretation of scenes centered on Astraea, Venus, and Lavinia articulate a parallel message about Donna Olimpia, one that highlights her contributions to the family's legacy and subtly works to rehabilitate her public image from the slander and suspicion that had shadowed her during the papacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your being myself and Baroque art historians have been highlighted and fascinated by your brilliant presentation, but we will keep the questions for the end of this session. Well, next to speak is our friend, Johnatan Saso. He is the second time, correct? Johnatan, you're coming here. So in Johnatan, he got his master's degree in modern history from University of Pisa and art history from Scuola Normale Superiore di Pisa with a thesis on Eleonora di Toledo. We mentioned it yesterday because we presented part of the book written by Bruce Edelstein. And now he's working in the private sector. Johnatan, however, continues to pursue his research with keen interest as an independent scholar. His recent publication in recent years, both completed and forthcoming, particularly focuses on the self-fashioning of royal women between the late Middle Ages and the early modern period, such as Valentina Visconti, Duchess of Orleans, Eleonora di Toledo, Duchess of Florence, and Vittoria della Rovera. Adelina Modesti has written an enlightened book on her. And he's currently studying how these women staged their own condition, values, and ideas, and how they affirmed their own vision of female royalty. Johnatan, therefore, he is presenting a paper, The Evil Queen Dances, Spectacle, Female Agency, and the Politics of Queenship, under Sophie Amalie of Denmark. Welcome, Johnatan.
Thank you. Amalienborg is a complex of 4 palaces located in Copenhagen, and today it serves as the main residence of the Danish royal family. Yet few people know who gave this building its name, Sophie Amalie of Brunswick-Lüneburg, Queen of Denmark from 1648 to 1670, as the wife of King Frederick III. For most people who have only vaguely heard her name, she evokes a very specific archetype, that of the evil queen. But how did such an unflattering image come to dominate her legacy? Several factors contributed to her poor reputation, and yet Sophie Amalie deserves to be remembered quite differently. She was probably the Danish queen consort who, more than any other, managed to exert real political influence, even if through informal means. In the century of absolutism and of Louis XIV, when queens in France were becoming increasingly marginalized, Sophie Amalie succeeded in embodying the Danish monarchy itself, displaying its splendor in person. She imposed her own female gaze on power, not only as patron and spectator, but also as a performer, shining on stage in the court ballet in which she often took part. Let us begin then with her critical misfortune. Sophie Amalie the Onde Droning, Sophie Amalie the Evil Queen, was the title of a small catalogue published for an exhibition held at the Rosenborg Castle in Copenhagen in 1986. The curators posed a provocative question right in the title. Did Sophie Amalie really deserve the reputation that tradition had given her? To this day, no one has provided a definitive answer, and no full monograph has ever been written about her. The main source of her black legend lies in the long and bitter conflict that opposed her to her sister-in-law, Leonore Christine, the morganatic daughter of Christian I, and therefore half-sister to Frederick III. Leonore Christine was accused of complicity with her husband, Corfitz Ulfert, who had plotted to overthrow the king and offer the Danish crown to a foreign power. By order of her brother, she was imprisoned in 1663 in the Blue Tower of Copenhagen Castle, where she remained for 22 years, until May 1685. She was released only a few months after Sophie Amalie's own death. We know about Leonore Christine's sufferings and the miserable conditions she endured because of her own voice. An educated and intelligent woman, she composed several works during a long captivity, including a Danish text, Hjemmes Mine, Memoirs of Who, written for her children's private reading. This work of rare emotional intensity combines wit, suffering, irony, and a deeply Baroque realism. It is still considered a masterpiece of Danish literature. The manuscript was rediscovered only in 1868 and published the following year. And that timing was not without consequence. Its publication came just a few years after Denmark's defeat in the Second Schleswig War of 1864, when the country was forced to cede Schleswig-Holstein and Lauenburg to Prussia and Austria. In that wounded nation context, Leonore Christine, the true Dane, persecuted by a queen, German in spirit, became a symbol of national identity and resilience. Her voice resonated powerfully in Denmark, searching for consolation and pride in its own roots. Just 1 year before the publication of Hjemmes Mine, in 1868, Hans Christian Andersen had presented quite the opposite image of Sophie Amalie in his Godfather's picture book, that of a brave queen standing beside her husbands on the ramparts of Copenhagen during the Swedish siege of 1659. And yet, the dominant interpretation would soon become the one proposed by historian Julius Albert Friederiche, author of a monumental 6-volume history of the Kingdom of Denmark, published between 1896 and 1907. Friederiche described Sophie Amalie as a woman fond of pleasures, ambitious, self-willed, vengeful, with a passionate urge to shine and rule, full of hatred and thirsting for revenge, while Leonore Christine was portrayed as one who endured her suffering with the most unmarable strength of soul. This view found a powerful echo in history painting as well, particularly in 2 works by Christian Zatman from 1882. On one side, Leonore Christine, gentle, maternal, almost transfigured into a saintly figure. On the other, Sophie Amalie on her deathbed, worldly and vain, elegantly dressed but devoid of grace, her mouth grotesquely open and paralyzed, unable to utter her final command to her son, that he should never release her eternal rival. A very different image indeed from that of Ludwig Holberg, the father of Danish literature, who wrote of her only 50 years after her death. She possessed the mind of a statesman and the heart of a soldier, and all the qualities that adorn a great princess. The distorted image of Sophie Amalie cannot be understood without considering the context in which her political personality was shaped. The hardships, isolation, and rivalries that marked her early years in Denmark became the ground upon which the determined, ambitious queen was forged. The first years of Sophie Amalie's life in Denmark were anything but easy. She arrived at a poor court with limited resources and a position far inferior to that of her wealthy sister-in-law. Perhaps one reason why she felt compelled to stage herself to make her vision of queenship visible to everyone. Born in 1628, the daughter of Duke George of Brunswick-Lüneburg, founder of the Hanover line that would later ascend the British throne, Sophie Amalie received a refined cosmopolitan education shaped by the taste for magnificence that characterized the princely courts of northern Germany. In 1643, at 15 years old, she married Frederick of Denmark, then 34, the youngest son of Christian IV. But soon after their wedding, war broke out against Sweden, a conflict that deprived the young couple of any income and forced them to live in modest conditions for years, relying only on financial support from the king and from their influential brother-in-law, Corfitz Ulfels, husband of Leonore Christina. When Frederick finally ascended the throne in 1648, the new queen found herself in a hostile environment, marked by court intrigues and power struggles. Her coronation, which should have marked her personal triumph, turned instead into a bitter disappointment. On the eve of the ceremony, the festive decoration prepared for the king were ordered to be removed by Ulfels, and the crown made for Sophie Amalie was deliberately dropped and damaged, perhaps, according to famous gossip, by Leonore Christina herself. This apparently small incident symbolically marks the beginning of Sophie Amalie's path, that of a sovereign determined to reclaim her dignity through the public construction of her image, a queen capable of imposing elegance, authority, and grandeur, even in a court that lacked both money and confidence, and where no queen had resided since 1612. Sophie Amalie understood perfectly the power of spectacle, the importance of making herself visible as the embodiment of royal authority. Her name remains forever linked to the French turn in Danish court taste and to the flourishing of theatrical spectacles, particularly the Grand Ballet de Cour. Ballet was the art of perfect control of the body, a wordless form of communication that had emerged in the Italian Renaissance courts and spread to France in the end of the 16th century, and from there throughout Europe. By the 17th century, dance became an essential part of noble education. But the ballet de cour was also a political instrument. The precision of choreography and the discipline in body moving in harmony with music mirrored the cosmic order and obedience owed to the sovereign. A perfect symbol of this idea is the image of the young Louis XIV in the Ballet Royal de la Nuit of 1653, where the 14-year-old Sun King appeared for the first time as Apollo, driving away the darkness of the Fronde. In France, this glorification of monarchy through the arts took a strong masculine tone. Everything revolved around the king, while the queen was merely the first subject to bask in his light. In Denmark, however, it was different. Frederick III, who as a young man had organized and danced in the very first and only ballet de cour at his father's court in 1634, ceded the stage to his talented young wife, Sophie Amalie, who made the Danish court shine with her own grace. The Spanish ambassador Bernardino de Rebolledo wrote in 1655, "The king, who every day loves his wife more, often asks for my opinion about her pantomime performances. I once told him, fortunate is the kingdom which owns such a king, and happy is the king who owns such a queen." A masterpiece of diplomacy, certainly, but we'll return later to other testimonies from Rebolledo, who was in fact a sincere admirer of the Queen of Denmark. Frederick and Sophie Amalie has inherited a monarchy in financial trouble. They could not compete with the splendor of the French court, not even with Sweden's. And yet the Queen quickly gave the Danish court a distinctive cultural and aesthetic identity, accelerating its Francization. In 1653, the French treasurer Philippe Boudon de la Salle stopped in Copenhagen on his way to Queen Christina of Sweden's court. He described Sophie Amalie as tall, fair, with a beautiful complexion, gracious, and most courteous to foreigners, and deeply fond of France and all things French. She spoke excellent French and was surrounded by ladies-in-waiting from Paris, who kept her informed of the latest fashions. A few years later, the French ambassador Hugues de Terlon wrote that Frederick III, Sophia Amalie, and their children all speak French as if they had been born at the Louvre. Their correspondence confirmed it. The children wrote to the king in Danish, but always to their mother in French. Sophia Amalie herself never fully mastered Danish, and the court's theatrical performances were held in French, German, or Italian. Her reign marked a turning point in the image of Danish queenship. Lutheran piety and domestic virtue were no longer the essential virtues of a queen. Brilliance, grace, and cultural sophistication were. In 1648, soon after her husband's accession to the throne, the court hired a French dancing master, Daniel Pillois. The following year, on the 13th of August 1649, what was probably the first ballet de cour of the new reign was performed on the occasion of the baptism of Princess Friederike Amalie. It was titled Des weiblichen Geschlechts Preis und Ruhm, the prize and glory of the female sex, adapted from a French text and centered on the story of the Sabine woman and the Roman heroine Clelia. Nothing in the record says so explicitly, but how can we not see the Queen's hand in the choice of such a subject? Court performances were in fact staged primarily for Sophia Amalie's own pleasure. We know this from the complaints of members of the Royal Council who urged the king to cut back on the Queen's entertainments, assuring him that we are certain that your Majesty takes no pleasure in them. And yet, despite economic hardship, court life entered a period of almost uninterrupted festivity. In 1655, numerous spectacles and dances were performed in honor of the prince-elect, the future Christian V. They culminated in a grand ballet de cour titled Unterschiedliche Oracula, various oracles, featuring no fewer than 35 allegorical entrées, self-contained scenes in which a group of dancer characters entered, performed, and withdrew. The performance included Daniel Pillois, the French soprano Anne de la Barre, hired by the Queen as instructor in singing and good manners, and Sophia Amalie herself, who danced in no fewer than 5 roles: Fame, a peasant girl, the Muse of War, a Spanish lady, and an Amazon. The ambassador Rebolledo again was enchanted. He wrote that many claim that no one could have represented her dignity and natural charm better. He adds that in her appearance as Fame, no other costume could have suited her more. She wore wings, a trumpet, and a shimmering gown embroidered with eyes, ears, and tongues, a striking image of communication and glory. When she danced as the Muse of War, carrying a banner and moving with such elegant rhythm, she seemed to surpass herself, transforming the audience's wonder into pure enchantment. As an Amazon, she wore a helmet adorned with feathers, a sword, and a shield. As a peasant girl, she displayed what Rebolledo called an indescribable grace. 2 small paintings by Wolfgang Heimbach depict her in this very costume with a basket of eggs in her hands, exactly as described in the ballet's libretto. Sophia Amalie had a romantic vision of rural life, and a few years later, in 1661, she commissioned a country estate for her own pastoral entertainments, which she called Droningo, the Queen's Farm. It included a working dairy and a farm buildings. This fascination with the pastoral was not merely a caprice. It reflected the feminine sensibility of the Grand Siècle. Even Louis XIV established a dairy at Versailles, but his architect André Philibien, writing in 1672, described such pursuits as natural and typically feminine. Agriculture, with its nurturing and cyclical nature, stood in symbolic contrast to the rigid masculine structures of the state. Like France, however, in Denmark the Queen played a central role in the symbolic representation of power itself. This is strikingly illustrated by a painted ceiling by Abraham Vuctas at Rosenborg Castle, where Sophie Amalie, portrayed as Juno, occupies the very center of the composition, while the Jupiter beside her is not a portrait of the king. Of course, this modest ceiling cannot be compared to the immense glorification of Louis XIV on the ceiling of Charles Lebrun at Versailles, and yet Vuctas' work, painted in the early 1660s, celebrates the new absolute and hereditary monarchy introduced by Frederick III in October 1660. Although her direct political influence remains hard to trace, contemporary sources consistently recognize her power over the king. The French ambassador Hugues de Terlon, writing in 1662, described Sophie Amalie as having a bold spirit, and the political transformation was attributed to her influence, hence the nobility's resentment toward her. Sophie Amalie continued to dance in court performances at least until shortly before her 40th birthday and the death of Frederick III in 1670. As Queen Mother, she was not submissive and found it difficult to yield her place to her daughter-in-law. For the 15 years that followed her husband's death, she continued to lead an elegant and thoroughly French-inspired life, passionate about novelty, fashion, and above all, the theater. She spent most of her final years in a new residence built just outside the walls of Copenhagen, Sophia Amalienborg, completed in 1673 and named in her honor. Though modest in scale, it was the most modern palace in the city, designed accordingly to contemporary European taste. An Italian villa of the light, surrounded by an Italian garden, yet decorated inside in the latest French style. We can get a sense of its splendor from surviving furnishing and from the stuccos from Charlottenburg Palace, created by the same French artists whom Sophie Amalie had commissioned for her own palace. After the queen's death in 1685, the palace continued to be used by the royal court. In 1689, King Christian V had a large wooden theater built right next to Sophia Amalienborg to celebrate his own birthday. The premiere was a great success, so much so that the king ordered a second performance 4 days later, on the 19th of April, this time open to the public free of charge. But during the performance, one of the oil lamps exploded, setting fire to the highly flammable decorations. Within minutes, the theater and the palace were engulfed in flames. Of the 200 spectators, 180 perished in the fire, many of them children. It was not until the mid-18th century that on the ruins of Sophia Amalienborg, the four palaces of today's Amalienborg were finally built. Sophia Amalie was remembered as the evil queen. From myth to history, she is now re-emerging as a misunderstood protagonist of the Baroque age, a sovereign fully aware of the power of image, who made beauty and theatricality her own form of political action. Her story, symbolically culminating in the fire that consumed her palace, as ephemeral as any spectacle, reminds us that the power is not exercised only through laws and weapons, but also through the ability to represent it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. So all these figures of women which have been treated, also Olimpia. So, in Rome, we have still a way of saying, tu sei come la pimpaccia, you are like the pimpaccia. I want to say that a woman is behaving in a very bad ways, just doing incorrect things. And so it's pretty much, again, we have time later to make questions, comment, and more. Well, the next presenter is Agnieszka Ficek. Agnieszka Anna Ficek is a postdoctoral researcher at the Custard Institute for Spanish Art and Culture, Southern Methodist University, and the edit of Daniel Institute of Art History, Texas, Dallas. She's heading the research, she's part of a research of the Digital Porcelain Rooms project, correct? And she holds a PhD in art history from the City University of New York, 2023. And she is currently working on her first book project, From Allegory to Revolution, South America and the Early Modern French Imagination. So Anna is delivering a paper on fragile patients, Maria Amalia's Porcelain Salottino, and the Queenship Patronage. Welcome, Anna.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Consuelo and Adelina, for this great conference. I just want to preface my talk by saying this was a 1-hour lecture that I gave at the University of Texas at Dallas. So if anything feels a little bit squished together, that's why. So let's begin. The porcelain Salottino, built in 1757 to 1759, installed at Portici, just outside of Naples, was the most audacious project of European porcelain manufacturing until it was surpassed in both scale and technical skill at Aranjuez a few years later. Produced by the Royal Porcelain Manufactory at Capodimonte, this porcelain marvel is a manifestation of Queen Maria Amalia's cultural patronage, and it is her direct role in its production that I will be exploring today. While the porcelain manufactory owed its existence, at least on paper, to her husband, Carlo di Borbone, Maria Amalia was integral in guiding her husband to open the manufactory in 1743, just 5 years after their marriage. There is no evidence that Carlo had any interest in porcelain until his marriage to Maria Amalia. Coming from a dynasty of porcelain, Maria Amalia seemed to have inherited her grandfather, Augustus II of Saxony's Porzellankrankheit, or porcelain sickness. While to the modern eye, porcelain may appear to be the material of your grandmother's plates, the 18th century fascination with it could not be more distinct. In fact, Christopher Johns has argued that the collecting of porcelain was arguably one of the most important features of global material cultural transfers in the early modern era. Nevertheless, for centuries, porcelain had been perceived as delicate, decorative, and distinctly feminine, as argued by many cultural and art historians, among them David Porter and Iris Moon, and has been often relegated to the margins of art historical discourse. Yet what happens when we can reconsider the role of porcelain not as passive ornamentation, but as a powerful medium of artistic and political expression? The porcelain Salottino, originally installed at the Royal Palace of Portici and currently at the Museo e Bosco Reale di Capodimonte, is a space that challenges conventional narratives of porcelain's fragility by revealing its deep connections to female agency and royal authority. As scholars increasingly reassess the intersections of porcelain, gender, and global aesthetics, in the Metropolitan Museum of Art's recent exhibition, Monstrous Beauty, a feminist revision of chinoiserie, and David Porter's equally titled Monstrous Beauty, 18th Century Fashion and the Aesthetics of the Chinese Taste, This presentation positions the Salottino within these broader conversations. By reinterpreting porcelain as a site of unfragility rather than delicacy, I argue that the Salottino embodies Maria Amalia's artistic and political authority, transforming porcelain from a symbol of passive femininity into a medium of power, patronage, or matronage, and queenship. Through this feminist reading, I invite us to rethink the role of porcelain in 18th century court culture, not as an ornamental afterthought, but as an active force in shaping artistic and political identity. The etymology of the word porcelain is a catachresis. It comes from the early modern Venetian slang for the cowrie shell, porcellane, literally little pigs, which was wrongly believed to be a key ingredient in the manufacture of porcelain. The term porcellane had another, more misogynistic meaning. Given the resemblance of the cowrie shell to the vulva, it was often heard in the streets of early modern Venice as a vulgar catcall for women. Porcelain was also a key ingredient in what becomes the vogue for chinoiserie. While East Asian languages appear in European chinoiserie, it's usually as meaningless doodles, intended to evoke Chinese writing, valued for its decorative elements rather than its meaning. This adds to the notion that chinoiserie is inauthentic and frivolous, instead of, as argued by Johns, a meaningful and politically loaded style that had mercantile and colonial connotations. In the Salottino, however, majority of the Chinese inscriptions are legible. In 1723, the Neapolitan priest Matteo Ripa traveled to China and worked as an interpreter for the printmaker for the Manchu court of the Kangxi Emperor. In 1732, he returned to Naples with 4 Chinese converts and their teacher and established the Collegio dei Cinesi, which still functions today as the Università degli Studi di Napoli l'Orientale. Through the Salottino, Bourbon Naples visualized itself as a global player, imagining China as a wonderfully exotic land that was hardly a threat to European hegemony. Chinoiserie was a signifier of elite status and legitimacy that Carlo and Maria Amalia needed to communicate to other thrones in Europe. As the first Bourbon rulers in Naples, Carlo and Maria Amalia were looking both to the east and to the ancient past of the cities of Pamphilj and Herculaneum to confer legitimacy to their reign. Chinoiserie, unlike other fashionable tastes, carried with it a patina of antiquity, drawing as its subject a 4,000-year-old culture. It is therefore fitting that the experiments in the Chinese taste were physically buttressed by the excavations of the ancient cities of Pamphilj and Herculaneum. The exotic and the ancient commingled, and at times became indistinguishable from one another. Exoticism and antiquity were compatible, making the geographical far away and the temporal far away far more close than may be assumed by the 21st century mind. The Chinese taste denoted modernity and a cosmopolitanism, making it both new and ancient at the same time. Despite Maria Amalia's best efforts, the Salottino remained unfinished after her departure for Spain in 1759. It wasn't until the late 1770s or early 1780s that a first-century second-style mosaic was installed in the room. According to the print that you see over there, the floor was excavated at Herculaneum in 1756 and kept in the palace until it was installed in the Salottino a few decades later. According to contemporary travel accounts, such as that of the Marquis de Sade in 1775, there was no floor installed in the Gabinetto di Porcellana alla Cinese, and it wasn't until Nicola Nocerino's Portici travel guide was published in 1787 that mentions the room was furnished with a floor of ancient mosaic, unique and singular in all of Europe. This unique pairing once again speaks to the amalgam of the exotic and the ancient in 18th century decorative arts. Today, as you can see here, the floor remains at Portici, while the rest of the room is at Capodimonte. Now, if we can play a video. So if you'll indulge me for just a moment, I want to show you a little snippet of the digital porcelain room project was to reunite the floor with the rest of the room, which we were able to do digitally in 2023, seeing them together for the first time in over 150 years. And we thought it was going to be terrible, but it's actually really beautiful. So we're very proud of it. One of our goals is to provide unique experiences using digital cultural patrimony. All of this is done using photogrammetry. There are tens of thousands of photographs stitched together to create this. We want to understand this space in a new way that is not possible in the real world, as well as providing a platform for new and existing research on the Salottino di Porcellana and the later Gabinetto di Porcellana at Aranjuez. And I'm happy to talk more about this project afterwards. I'm going to move on, so maybe we can go back to my slides. The Salottino had its share of detractors. In 1759 to 1761, the Englishman Christopher Harvey traveled to Southern Europe and visited the royal palace at Portici. He wrote, "The China cabinet, for so they call the room, is a very gimcrack thing indeed." Now, for those of you who, like me, are unfamiliar with the term gimcrack, it means a showy object that is of little use or value. An ornament, a trinket, a knickknack, a bauble, cheap, flashy, garish, and gaudy. Porcelain objects were imbued with a lot of meaning in the 18th century. A dinnerware set often displayed a family's coat of arms, for instance, communicating status and identity to its users. And I look also at the porcelain statues of Augustus III, Maria Amalia's father, dressed in both typical Polish court attire and classical armor that communicate not only his kingship, but his legitimacy to the throne. As documented by Maureen Casti-Geiger, porcelain objects circulated Europe and Asia as diplomatic gifts and political agents. Why then should this gimcrack thing be denied the political agency of other porcelain objects? It is important to consider the Salottino as a node within a greater network of global and colonial commerce, as well as newly emerging notions of Western cultural superiority over China and the Catholic missionary impulse demonstrated by evangelists like Matteo Ripa. As noted by Christopher Johns, quote, "Rarely is a work of 18th century art innocent of political, commercial, spiritual, or racial engagement. And the Salottino ticks every one of these boxes." So what evidence is there that the Queen was anything more than a silent partner in this project? After all, the Chinese inscriptions are dedicated to Carlo and not Maria Amalia. The letters of the court architect Luigi Vanvitelli speak to the different tastes of Carlo and Maria Amalia. While Carlo gravitated to a solid classicism, the Queen's taste was described as bizarre. The amalgam of the classical and the exotic was particularly notable as the decorative language of porcelain provided female collectors with a vehicle for expressing agency that was not subsumed in the masculine nationalist taste for classical antiquity. Although Carlo made a majority of the decisions regarding the architecture of the palaces, according to Francesco Di Venuto, he deferred to Maria Amalia on certain designs in the palaces at Portici, Capodimonte, and Caserta. And she worked directly with Vanvitelli, and Vanvitelli was not happy about that. He didn't like her. According to Giuseppe Morazzoni, it was reported by the visiting Abbé Richard that Maria Amalia herself designed the chandelier. Other evidence of the Queen's hand in the design of the room come from a letter from an unnamed workman who said that La Regina Padrona, or the boss queen, was unhappy with the bespoke wooden doors and demanded they be recarved when the room was being installed at Portici. While Maria Amalia's name is evident in this archival record only one time, Carlos' name doesn't appear at all, suggesting that he deferred the decoration of his wife's apartments to her. Furthermore, the evidence of Maria Amalia appearing in a letter dated April 28, 1759, suggests she continued to be involved in the construction of the room, knowing she would shortly be departing for Spain. Carlos' brother, Ferdinand, sunk into a deep depression after the death of his wife, Barbara of Portugal, and was not expected to last the year, and he didn't. The couple was childless, and Carlo and Maria Amalia knew they had to leave Naples for Madrid shortly. Nevertheless, Maria Amalia continued to direct the construction of her Salottino. Similarly, the bizarre presence of Amazons, evidenced by their feathered headdresses, suggests, as argued by Paola Giusti, that the Queen's taste matured during the installation of the room. During the later stages of the installation, the Amazons were covered with removable dragons, more in keeping with the chinoiserie theme. Lastly, there you go. The case of a strange porcelain table further speaks to the Queen's consistent engagement with the room, its design, installation, and furnishing. Now at the Musée National de Céramique at Sèvres, the table appears to be stylistically the same as the Salottino. And the claim that it belonged to the Salottino is supported by archival evidence in the form of a bill found by Silvana Muselaguirre, where two men were hired by the royal household to move a porcelain table from Portici back to Capodimonte. This reverse movement of a table back to Capodimonte suggests to me that Maria Amalia was unhappy with the way it fit into the decorative scheme of the room. While there are scholars who disagree that this table was ever meant for the Salottino, it is with some going as far as calling it of lesser Spanish production, and I'll come back to that in a minute. The archival evidence demonstrates that it was most likely made for the Salottino. I particularly take umbrage with Arthur Lane's claim that the table is of lesser Spanish production, because I would argue Spanish and Neapolitan production were one and the same. When he left for Spain to ascend the Spanish throne as Carlos III, Carlo di Borbone took with him 50 Capodimonte craftsmen and their families, the entire porcelain factory, and almost 5 tons of soft paste clay. In terms of both craftsmanship and chemical composition, there is no difference between Capodimonte and early Buen Retiro production. The mystery of the table and its removal from the Salottino in spring '59 further adds to my point about Maria Amalia's heavy-handed involvement in the production of her porcelain boudoir and her personal involvement in its design, decor, and furnishing. When Carlo became Carlos and the couple moved to Spain, Maria Amalia fell ill and at the age of just 36 died in Madrid. After her death, Carlos wrote, in 22 years of marriage, this is the first serious upset I've had from Amalia. The pain that this irreparable loss causes me is equal to the tender love I professed for her. In the 5 years following her death, the manufactory, transplanted to the Buen Retiro Park in Madrid, manufactured a second porcelain room for the King's study at Aranjuez. As noted by Tara Zanardi, the porcelain boudoir or Salottino of Maria Amalia served as a prototype for the Gabinete de Porcelana at Aranjuez, though there are vital differences. The Aranjuez room is bigger, it's differently shaped, it's octagonal instead of rectangular. It has a more vibrant color palette, larger figures, and animals in heightened relief. Most importantly, the Aranjuez room has a porcelain ceiling that Capodimonte was unable to manufacture, making the Aranjuez room a true totality of porcelain. As argued by Zanardi, the Aranjuez room serving as the king's office was more overtly political and aligned with natural history collecting practices at the time, allowing Carlos to forge a modern Bourbon agenda and sense of kingship with an international scope. While Maria Amalia's Salottino was also a political space, it is inflected with the limitations of queenship. That's the ceiling. The porcelain Salottino at Portici is far more than a dazzling feat of technical ingenuity or a whimsical indulgence in 18th century chinoiserie. It is a richly layered expression of cultural ambition, political power, and gendered agency, orchestrated by Maria Amalia with remarkable foresight and influence. Her personal history, steeped in the legacy of Meissen, fused with her political acumen to produce a space that not only exemplifies the highest achievements of Capodimonte porcelain, but also challenges conventional narratives around materiality and femininity. Rather than existing on the margins of art history as a decorative curiosity, the Salottino emerges as a dynamic site for feminist intervention, redefining porcelain not as a fragile material, but as a medium capable of expressing strength, authority, and sovereign identity. Through its opulent surfaces and carefully curated aesthetics, the Salottino offers a radical reinterpretation of the Chinese taste, stripping it of its passive, dreamy connotations and reimagining it as a space for royal assertion and female power. As we reassess the role of women in shaping early modern visual culture, Maria Amalia's Salottino demands recognition not only as a technical and artistic triumph, but also as a bold statement of political authorship. In foregrounding her role, we not only expand our understanding of porcelain's place in art history, but also recover a powerful narrative of queenship that, if you pardon the pun, has long been glazed over. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you also. No. Thank you, Anna, also for showing beautiful pictures of the Salottino and also the other one in Madrid, in Carlos' office. Well, next, can you hear me? Yeah. Next in the program is Fiona Riclo, but she has just sent us an email that for unseen circumstances she cannot be here either with us or remotely, and so she is very upset. But she has to withdraw right now from the conference, and we wish her the best, of course. And so we go straight to the Ilaria Sola's presentation. And Ilaria is Sola is a PhD candidate in cultural heritage at the University of Turin. Her research focuses on Ida Giannelli's directorship at Castello di Rivoli from 1990 to 2008. And she examines the exhibition and the acquisition that shaped the museum's institutional identity over this period. Ilaria's works explores the museum's positioning in relation to the systemic invisibilization of women artists within the contemporary cultural system. Her latest research investigated the permeability of Italian public collection, collections to the women artist practices in the 90s. Ilaria Sola has studied the evolution of large-scale international exhibitions, biennial culture, and the global impact alongside intersections of art, museums, and art system and feminisms, with particular attention to radical curatorial practices and emerging museological approaches. She has collaborated with galleries and art fairs in London, Rome, and Turin, with the Fondazione Sandretto Re Baudengo, and with the curatorial team of the 19th Venice Biennale. So Ilaria is presenting the paper Curating the Female Gaze, Ida Giannelli and the Spectatorial Politics of Exhibition Women in Italy. Welcome, Ilaria.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to Adelina and Consuelo. Thank you so much. Today, I will discuss curating the female gaze through the curatorial trajectory of Ida Giannelli, a figure who, despite her central role in shaping the contemporary museum in Italy, remains largely underexamined in international scholarship and marginalized within the museological discourse at the turn of the millennium. Her career, spanning from the feminist collective Rivolta Femminile in the 1970s to her directorship of the Castello di Rivoli Museum of Contemporary Art between 1919 and 2008, encapsulates a radical genealogy of curating, transforming a monolithic, univocal, male-dominated narrative into a polyphony of presences and stories. My presentation unfolds along three axes: feminist epistemologies, relational curatorship, and institutional phenomenology. Through these, I aim to show how Giannelli's work reframed spectatorship as an ethical and political act, one capable of recasting the museum into a space of multiplicity and self-representation. Giannelli's practice emerges from a specifically Italian feminist consciousness. As one of the early members of Rivolta Femminile, founded in 1970 by Carla Lonzi, Carla Accardi, and Elvira Banotti, she shared the collective's attempt to dismantle patriarchal system of knowledge and artistic authority. It was, as Giannelli herself put it, un periodo fantastico, a fantastic period, a moment of energy and experimentation. The practice of autocoscienza or consciousness raising was central to the emergence of a reflective and self-defining female gaze. Her personal archives make this position tangible. Materials produced by the Milanese feminist collective L'Anabasi, typescripts by Lonzi such as Clitoral Woman and Vaginal Woman, and letters exchanged with Lucy Lippard, whose dedication in Heresies acknowledges their shared commitment to introduce US feminist demands into the Italian context. But also annotated copies of the Feminist Art Journal, newsletters of the Web, the West East Bag Collective, where she appears alongside the artist Laura Grisi as an Italian reference, programmatic texts, and strongly political pamphlets. The density and the specificity of these archival traces reveal not passive sympathy, but active militancy. Giannelli's curatorship was built upon the epistemic ground of feminist publishing, correspondence, and translation. Through this lens, curating becomes not merely the organization of exhibitions, but a mode of knowledge production, what we might term as a feminist epistemology of curating. As she told Francesca Pasini in a 1991 interview, and I quote, "Through art, I actively entered feminism, fascinated by Carla Lonzi, who was both a feminist and an art critic. For me, feminism and art never conflicted. They enhanced each other. Fragilities associated with the feminine could be transformed into strength. Freedom must be achieved individually, but genealogy is the key through which women are rewriting their own history. This idea of genealogy, an affective rather than hierarchical model, will remain fundamental throughout her practice. Before Rivoli, Gianelli's most radical curatorial laboratory was the Saman Gallery in Genoa. Far from a commercial gallery, Saman functioned as an experimental platform for feminist and conceptual practices, what we might call today an early research-based or a proto-artistran space. Within this pre-institutional context, Gianelli provided the first Italian or European exposure to artists such as Laurie Anderson, with her first Italian concert performance in 1975, Sandy Sherman with her first European exhibition in 1981, and Rebecca Horn with her first Italian solo in 1976. In 1991, Horn was invited to Arte in Arte, Gianelli's first group show at Rivoli. During the Rivoli years, she discussed an unrealized project, and she was commissioned to create an installation still absolutely iconic for Lucida Artista, which is the annual cultural event which engages contemporary artists to make like installation in Turin. She and Gianelli shared a profound feminist communion of thought, sustained by a sincere and intimate epistolary exchange. Exhibiting women artists at Saman Gallery also meant encountering bias and systemic resistance. Gianelli recalled a collector refusing to acquire Horn's work because she was a woman. Sherman, by contrast, wrote to Gianelli that her way of working directly with the artist made her feel truly seen, a testimony to Gianelli's curatorial care. Their practices, conceptual, performative, body-based, questioned artistic hierarchies and introduced transatlantic feminist poetics to Italy. The conceptual and corporeal lexicons, founded upon a politics of presence, redefined the space of the gallery as a phenomenological and relational arena, fostering connections and mutual understanding. With Meret Oppenheim, Gianelli shared an enduring dialogue that culminated in the artist's 1983 retrospective at Palazzo Bianco in Genoa. In that catalogue, she wrote, and I quote, "With this encounter, I nourished my love and respect for those sirens, writers and artists who, like Meret Oppenheim, move silently yet with magic and strength through the territory of delicacy, achieving and proclaiming extraordinary autonomy. That passage, beautiful, condenses a spirit, tenderness and strength, silence and autonomy." In her conversation with Oppenheim, Gianelli reaffirmed the importance of recognizing the history of art as shaped by women's voices and presences. Already at this stage, one can perceive a shared sense of sisterhood and a desire for representation, an impulse that would continue to guide her curatorial vision at Rivoli, though in different forms. Oppenheim herself, as early as 1977, rejected the notion of a specifically female art, anticipated later feminist debates around Nochlin, Parker, and Pollock between additive and deconstructive epistemological approaches. Yet, this hesitation among artists to identify explicitly as women artists may have slowed certain process of recognition. In one interview, Oppenheim described her decision to pose nude for Man Ray simply as a personal anti-bourgeois gesture, stripping the act of the political meaning it inevitably carried at that time. The archive also preserves their conversation around self-realization and the refusal of motherhood as vectors of female autonomy, positioning Gianelli not merely as curator, but as interlocutor and intellectual partner within a network of solidarity and fidelity. The gallery functioned as an ecosystem of care, critique, and co-production, where dialogue and recognition themselves become transformative acts, while resisting the tokenistic inclusion of women artists. Through this ecology of exhibitions, practice, publications, and friendships, Gianelli conceived of curating as a lived encounter with the viewer, the artist, and the curator, to co-produce meaning. Grounded in a continuous act of mediation between research institutions and the public, her work takes shape as a threshold practice aimed at constructing the material and discursive condition for the inclusion of alternative and unforeseen voices within this system of contemporary art. In this sense, the female gaze does not merely invert the male gaze. It becomes a transformative process, a relational event where new subjectivities can emerge. When Gianelli became director of the Castello di Rivoli in 1990, she translated this feminist critical attitude and the contemporary debate into an institutional framework. Her tenure marked the international consolidation of Rivoli's identity and the integration of feminist politics into the museum's methodology and principles. Between 1991 and 2003, 22 women artists aired their first major exhibition, commission, or acquisition at Rivoli. Among them, Annette Lemieux, Marlène Dumas, Grazia Toderi, Mona Tum, Nan Goldin, Shirin Neshat, Paola Pivi, Elizabeth Payton, Anna Starkey, and Vanessa Beecroft. This density appears remarkable when we recall that in Ouverture, the inaugural exhibition of the Castello di Rivoli in 1984, only 4 out of 78 artists were women. Equally significant was the 1996 exhibition Collezionismo a Torino. Here, Gianelli suggested to collector Patrizia Sandretto Rere Baudengo to present only works by women artists, a bold curatorial statement in Italy at that time. Those works by artists such as Jenny Holzer, Rosemary Trokel, and Mona Tum were politically and positionally charged, embodying both the structural absence of women in collections and the possibility of rewriting that history by reshaping the very grammar of collecting. For Gianelli, the museum challenges the notion of neutrality, positioning itself as an open territory where contradictions are inherent, perspectives intersect, and disciplines meet across boundaries. She viewed curating as the act of constructing a shared gaze, where spectatorship itself becomes political and the competition is rejected as a masculine mechanism. Along this line, Gianelli's approach aligns with Pollock's Differencing the Canon. She did not add women and stir, but tried to embed feminist methodologies into the museum's epistemic structure. At Rivoli, curating and commissioning exhibitions evolved into what we might call a feminist curatorial phenomenology, a way of exhibiting that foregrounded embodied spectatorship, intersubjectivity, and the relational politics of vision. Long-standing relationships with the artists form the backbone of Gianelli's curatorial ethos. Across all her projects, Gianelli placed the archive, the catalog, and the conversation with the artist at the core of curatorial practice. Her critical methodology combined rigor with intimacy. The conceptual framework of Germano Celan's Una critica a critica can be traced back to the critical paradigms opened by Carla Lonzi's Autoritratto and Susan Sontag Against Interpretation, both of which dismantle the idea of a disembodied hierarchical criticism, proposing instead an experiential and a vis-a-vis approach. Gianelli's later approach rooted in dialogue rather than commentary, and echoes precisely this sensibility. This dual axis, scientificity and care, mirrors the feminist epistemologies of Donna Haraway and Adrienne Rich, who emphasized situated knowledge and relational accountability, considering the overlapping vectors of identity and power. For Gianelli, friendship operated as a political form within the institution. Exhibitions unfold as constellations of affective ties, built through bonds of trust, moments of rupture, and processes of rethinking the artist-curator relationship. In this perspective, the identity of Rivoli can be imagined as relational and genealogical, a living ecosystem where collecting and research were inseparable from dialogue. She drew on theoretical, political, and practical ideas to rethink the museum as a space of critical engagement, a place where dominant visual regimes could be questioned and reimagined. Across a network of 150 exhibitions, both those Giannelli presented as museum director and those she personally curated, several key threads emerge. A sustained focus on Italian art, an openness to the global scene, the plurality and the indeterminacy of artistic languages, the embrace of politically engaged perspectives, the creation of new transgenerational dialogues, and the visibility given to women artists' practices. All this takes shape within a context defined by new expressive and semantic paradigms, and by a widespread sense of uncertainty in cultural production. From this tension between contemporary matters, generations, and geographies, emerges a genealogy of exhibitions that captures the zeitgeist of the 1990s with its heterogeneous and prismatic character. 3 key exhibitions illustrate this multifaceted and feminist turn. The first, Soggetto-Soggetto, una nuova relazione nell'arte di oggi, challenged the idea of a universal gender-neutral subject. It advanced instead an intersubjective model attentive to difference. Photography and video became tools for reclaiming female subjectivity, moving beyond objectification toward visibility. The second, Il Logos del Corpo Vivente, 14 artiste tedesche, foregrounded the female body as an epistemic site, a place of knowledge, vulnerability, and political agency. The exhibition opened alongside the feminist conference Scrivere, Vivere, Vedere, gathering 11 female scholars in dialogue, a clear sign of Giannelli's effort to merge academic, artistic, and activist discourse. A third milestone, the Carla Accardi retrospective of the 1994, curated by Giannelli and Verzotti, marked the first solo exhibition of a woman artist at Rivoli. It emerged from extensive archival research and symbolized the recognition of an artist who had herself been central to feminist aesthetics. These excerpts from the press review offer a strongly biased lens on the reception of the exhibition. The artist is turned into Carla, mother, a woman. These exhibitions collectively propose the museum as an epistemic arena where the female form was reclaimed as a site of knowledge and transformation, displacing its traditional role as a spectacle through a process of subjectification. At Rivoli, these female presences, especially those addressing socio-political and radical themes through unexpected media, might have appeared as an unforeseen subject, yet throughout Giannelli's career, they had already been embraced as a continuous and defining thread. In tracing Giannelli's trajectory from feminist militancy through the experimental autonomy of Saman Gallery to the institutional framework of Castello di Rivoli, we uncover a curatorial and a methodological genealogy grounded in continuity and transformation. Her work demonstrates that representing the poetics of women artists entail a structural rethinking of exhibition making and museum polities, rather than a merely additive approach. Curating for Giannelli was a mosaic of intellectual and emotional exchanging, both critique and care, rigor and empathy. It is indeed through this gendered lens that one can grasp the decisive role played by this director in advancing the permeability of public museum collections to the gaze of women artists. What emerges is a way of exhibiting women in Italy that avoids overdetermination, allowing the female gaze to surface through a form of complicit curatorship and critical projectuality. Her approach balances radical museological policies with transatlantic inspiration, resulting in an authentic and deeply personal formulation. Her legacy anticipates today's intersectional curatorial practices attentive to embodied spectatorship, transnational dialogue, and decolonial sensibilities. It invites us to understand the museum not as a static archive, but as a responsive organism, capable of absorbing contradictions and generating new meanings. To reinterpret Gianelli's role today means also to recover a network of women's artistic expressions and visualities, as well as the representational spaces she purposefully created for them within collections and exhibitions in a male-dominated system. Ida Gianelli's curatorship and directorship thus reveal that the act of exhibiting women in Italy was never just about representation. It was about rewriting the conditions of visibility and authorship, relation, and co-production. As she herself once described, it was an arte a più voci, an art of multiple voices. Her work shows us quite simply that curating can be both critique and care, a politics of vision that redefines spectatorship itself. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ilaria. So, and now the last speaker for the first part of this morning sessions, and also to conclude the first session, the gaze of patrons, collectors, and dealers. And we welcome here Paula Gausch from Braunschweig University of Art in Germany. Correct? Wow. And Paula, you are here. And she has an MA in art history and a master thesis at San Diego State University. And with the thesis, The Limits of Pop Art, James Francis Gill and the Phenomenon of its Legitimization. And since 2021, she is a PhD student at Braunschweig University of Art in Germany in the dissertation project Then and Now, Corita Kent, and her modes of representation. We have just last year, no, the presentation, the retouching presentation about Corita Kent. And Paula Gau's primary research is about areas of expertise and professional focus in history and reception, the history of reception, the sociology of art, and the art of the West Coast of the USA since the 20th century. And so we are really very happy to introduce your talk, focusing the pioneer and art collector Galka Shire, the beginning of modern art in Los Angeles through a female eye. Welcome.
Dear Consuelo and Adelina and dear colleagues, thank you for the invitation. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak here in Rome on a relevant topic of this fifth AIWAC. Today I will focus on Galka Shire and her passion for art. Therefore, I would like to start with a quote of her friend, Kate T. Steinitz, this well-known artist and researcher who specially formed the Elmer Belt Library, focusing on Leonardo da Vinci, knew Shire from her earlier time living in Hanover and from her later days living in the same city of angels. Steinitz was asked to speak at a symposium at the Pasadena Art Museum in Los Angeles in memorial of her deceased friend and her gifted collection to the museum. Quote, Galka was a prophet, a preacher in the desert, a Savonarola thundering a new moral, a belief in new art, in a new world to come, the belief in the creative artist who carried the message. Quote end. That's interesting, but why this comparing? Therefore, I want to ask, what is the legacy of Shire today and what female view can we find? Before we take a closer look at Shire, it should be named what evoked my research interest. As a research assistant located in Braunschweig, I became aware of this woman by regional newspapers and an upcoming conference dedicated to Galkashire, born in this city. My curiosity was awoke. Who was this woman who was also deeply connected to the contemporary art scene of her time and later with the American way of life, especially in California? Both of us had roots in Kassel, a town known for arts and culture, even before its known Bundesgartenshow for the Documenta, which is one of the most known exhibitions in contemporary art in the world. How grateful I am that she was an ambitious speaker, writer, and that archives are full of information about Shire and her circle of well-known personalities, including John Cage, Jella Foster, Diego Rivera, art professors like Alois Schad, photographers like Dorothea Lange and Lette Waleska, filmmakers like Joseph von Sternberg, actresses like Greta Garbo and Marlene Dietrich, and art collectors like the Arnsbergs, among others. But the most important for Shire were her Blue Four, which stands for Russian-born Alexei Yalensky and Vasily Kandinsky, American-born German Lionel Feininger, and Swiss painter Paul Klee. So there's a wide range of what researchers can already or have investigated. But to make it short, the most information you can find on Shire will be in Los Angeles. My dissertation emphasizes the life and art of Sister Corrida Kent, 1918 till 1986, an artist from Los Angeles. What was it like growing up in the city as a young woman interested in art? What opportunities did women have in Los Angeles? And what influence had teachers, church, politicans, and society? Some of these answers can be found in the exhibition catalog Pacific Standard Time, which was a research project of the Getty Research Institute more than 10 years ago. It was the first time that the network of artists, galleries, institutes, collectors in Los Angeles were sorted and analyzed. And for me, it was significant that Gloria Williams-Sander, curator of the Norton Simon Museum in Los Angeles, noted that Shire was a single Jewish woman. Jewish woman working in a man's world without social economic connections, who in the end became one of the important persons who built the foundation of the modern art scene on the West Coast. Or, as the Pacific Standard Time press release acclaimed, quote, before the Second World War, Walter and Louis Arnsberg installed their incomparable collection of Dada and Surrealist art in their home in Hollywood, where it had an enormous impact on the local art scene. At the same time, the German emigre Galke Shire brought her definitive collection of German Expressionism to Los Angeles, where it was eventually donated to the Pasadena Art Museum. A third indicator of the developments to come was the emergence of regional styles in architecture, the mild climate of Southern California, together with the modernist sensibilities imported by Austrian and German emigre architecture, were destined to have a great impact on the rest of the nation, quote, end. Returning to the central question about Galka Shire's legacy, it becomes clear that her contacts with collectors such as the Arnsbergs, the climate, and the possibilities for architecture played a crucial role in shaping the modern art scene of Southern California. Thank you. So, sooner this year, it was in the news that the former Galka Shire house was for sale. Presumably, recognizing the intercultural significance and potential of this space, the German art collector Max Grimminger decided to invest in the property. Since this acquisition has been undergoing a transformation into a non-profit artist residency program. This initiative is a chance to continue Shire's enduring commitment to art and cultural exchange. The potential benefits are obvious. First, the space represents a link between German and Californian history of art and culture and can be a chance for transcultural approaches of curating. And second, it could serve as a common base for researchers, scholars, as well as artist residency. In addition, the place could host exhibitions, conferences, and lectures revitalizing Shire's vision. A brand new trailer introduces the history of the Shire House, produced by Benno Hertz, program director of Villa Aurora and Thomas Mann House, and Grimminger. The house itself, originally designed by Richard Neutra and later expanded with a second story by Gregory Ain, is significant for modernist architecture, just in the sense of the Pacific Standard Time comment. The gallery served as an exhibition space, lecture room, and Shire's living room. It still offers an expansive view of the mountain, city, and the ocean. And we can show the...
Ich glaube, das Kostbarste, das es für alle von uns gibt, ist das Milieu, das physische Milieu.
Das ist die erste Voraussetzung für alle anderen Überlegungen Neutras. Der Architekt plant unsere Umgebung. Unsere Umgebung aber wirkt auf uns ein. Sie stört uns oder beruhigt uns. Ob wir uns also wohlfühlen oder nicht, dafür ist der Architekt verantwortlich.
Raymond, greetings. Welcome back to the Shire House.
Thank you.
Well, it's always great to discover one that you didn't know before. So this must be a 90-year-old piece of paper.
Yes.
I just trying to imagine what it was like in 1934 to be up here. It would be how she even got a road up here.
Yeah,
is astounding.
Yeah, I mean, there was no other house in the immediate vicinity, so the road had to be extended to reach this house. And because she was sort of the first resident, she got to name the street. And the name that she chose was Blue Heights Drive. Of course, this is blue after her beloved Blue Four. Vasily Kandinsky, Paul Klee, Lionel Feininger, and Alexei von Yavlensky. But it was a sort of unfulfilled dream of hers, this fantastic airship, as she called it, almost in the sky, overlooking Los Angeles below, could be a place where artists could receive inspiration and develop their vision. So let's start with your father. And where did he stand circa 1933, 1934 when this house was built?
He had known Galcashire because they had interacted at King's Road, and for whatever reason chose my father to design this house.
I think in the end what's wonderful about this place is that it is a fusion, I think, of her sensibilities and your father's sensibilities. It is a masterpiece of modernist architecture, but it is also, this room in particular, a fantastic small gallery space. And now we have another residential monument of that time in Los Angeles history. So going forward, these stories will continue to blossom and make us think about how the arts and architecture really interact with people's fundamental lives and needs and aspirations in a very real and visceral way. And this house, I think, and the legacy of this house is the most important thing that she left behind.
So yeah, just 1 week ago, the full film is online now. This was the trailer a month ago coming up, so you're welcome to watch this too. Yes. Isabel Wünsche mentioned that Shire's mountain home quickly attracted Hollywood visitors, drawn by its remarkable location, challenging drive at that time. Filled with the Blue 4 art and visiting her preacher Shire, it caught the interest of many movie stars, just like Greta Garbo or Marlene Dietrich. Quote, around 1935, Shire's unconventional house and gallery was both her trademark and her reflection of her own character as an art educator and art mediator, quote end. One of the Blue 4 had the chance to visit this innovative space. Julia and Lionel took various pictures about that time together. Directly after the Feininger visit, 1936, Shire decided to expand her house, as already mentioned. Sander named Shire as a successful agent of modernism. It is proved through her that she introduced herself to Diego Rivera. At that time, the painter already was famous. And she was self-confident, and she must have been convincing because Rivera became an enthusiastic admirer of the Blue 4. Of course, she acquired Rivera's Blue Boy with the banana in 1931 during her stay in Mexico City. Let us take a closer look at Shire and how her confidence grew. Shire was the youngest and only daughter of Henriette and Leopold, who owned the W. Maseburg, a can factory in Braunschweig. Born in 1889 to a Jewish family, Shire received a bourgeois education that included English. She became interested in art while studying under Gustav Lehmann. After her father's unexpectedly death, at the age of 20, Shire and her brothers inherited the factory. But she soon left the business to focus on art and traveling. She improved her English in Oxford, traveled with her art mentor Lehmann to Munich in Italy in 1910, attended at a summer school in Paris, and lived for a while in Brussels. The Swiss-born theater maker Gilbert Holzgang and director of the non-profit association Galka Ermi Shire Zentrum noted that Shire suffered significant losses earlier in life. First, her father, and later 2 art teachers who were important mentors to her. All died from illness or World War I. But one man stayed alive and fascinated her the most, Alexei von Lachensky. After they met for the first time in Switzerland, she abruptly ended her artistic attempts and became his agent, besides Marianne von Werefkin. From 1919 to 24, she organized traveling exhibition featuring Jelensky's work. And from that time on, Jelensky nicknamed her Galka, the Russian word for jackdaw and intelligent crow. That's why we saw this crow in this trailer. It should become her official name in the United States. Her later connections with Paul and Lily Klee emerged from a recommendation from Jelensky. Shire first saw Kandinsky's artworks in 1920 at Herbert Walden's Sturmgalerie in Berlin. She met the artist and his wife Nina later when she visited the German art school Bauhaus. She became friends to the Feiningers. After some misunderstandings, who she had met first in Hanover at a lecture at the Art Association Kästner Gesellschaft, Lionel Feininger became a big admirer of her, mostly named Papi Leo Feininger, which is a combination of the German term for father, Papi, and an appellation Leo or Lionel, which we can see on the left. In Braunschweig, her ambition took form. She founded Die Blaue Vier, the Blue 4, in 1924. Feininger, Jelensky, Kandinsky, and Klee. And together, they designed the brochures, exhibitions, and the press releases. A comment in the Pacific Standard Time notes that while the Blue 4 artists shared an impressive spiritual style with bold colors, their differences were as notable as their similarities. For example, Jawlensky simplified figures into thick color patches, while Kandinsky created fully abstract geometric forms. And after years in Europe, she must have been tempted to explore a new world. The same, she saw a chance to bring the Blue 4 to the United States in addition to the European market. After moving to California in 1925, Shire promoted the Blue 4 persistently. While based in San Francisco between 1925 and 1930, she organized exhibitions in 8 major cities on the West Coast. At that time, she also had the opportunity to meet Dorothea Lange, and Sander noted that the picture of Shire on her marketing brochure was captured by Lange, who ran a portrait studio in San Francisco that time. A notable depiction of Galkashire engagement with the art community is found in Peter Krasnow's painting, Recalling Happy Memories. Here we see Shire actively discussing on canvas, pointing in a hand, illustrating her role as both educator and advocate for modern art. Shire was a frequent lecturer in the Bay Area, delivering talks at prominent institutions such as the Stanford University, the University of California at Berkeley, and the Mills College. At the beginning of this time, Shire described her Blue 4 artists with observations about the American art scene, noting that women largely managed all, which contrasted with her European experience. Nevertheless, in 1930, Rivera helped to arrange a Blue 4 exhibition in Mexico City. William Sander discussed Shire's friendship with Beatrice Wood, often called Mama of Dada, in referencing paintings such as Evening at Arnsberg, the smaller one on the right, which depicts Shire as a guest at the Arnsberg home, and Sander believes Shire and Wood became close friends, referring a further comment from Wood's autobiography, I Shocked Myself, 1985. When Shire immigrated to Los Angeles in 1933 for good, simultaneously the support of her family from Germany became less and stopped soon. The Nazi regime had begun confiscating the family's property. She could not keep the Blue 4 pleased anymore with canned food. Shire visited Germany for the last time in 1933, but left abruptly, alarmed by her experience and realizing the ongoing fascism. In September 1932, the Bauhaus closed in Dessau and relocated to Berlin, with Kandinsky and Feininger following. By spring 1933, Paul Klee was suspended from teaching in Düsseldorf, and in 1934, without support and banned from exhibiting, Kandinsky and Klee left Germany. Jawlensky, also prohibited from showing his artwork, suffered from arthritis, but did not leave and stayed in Wiesbaden with the artist Allo Altrip, who supported him. At that time, also the Great Depression, Shire stayed at Rudolph Schindler's King's Road house in Los Angeles, where she became attracted in modern architecture through Schindler and his circle. Exactly. As we know, later she founded a high-valued Austrian immigrant Neutra to design her house. When Shire met John Cage in 1935 for the first time, she was more than happy. She mentioned she felt young enthusiasm for pure art. Cage became another supporter of Shire and the Blue 4, helping with exhibition and promotion. Another often mentioned story is that Shire supported Cage and lowered the price of a Jawlensky painting he acquired. To that end, the young composer pulled a crumble $1 from his pocket as a deposit paid. But despite idealistic acts like that, Shire was also able to collect an extensive personal collection. In addition to the Blue 4, she included Diego Rivera, Alexandra Archipenko, Hans Arp, Jean Metzinger, Moholy-Nagy, Pablo Picasso, and Kurt Schwitters, among others. After being diagnosed with cancer in 1944, Shire donated her art collection to the University of California, the UCLA, with the condition that A catalog must be published and a museum constructed within 5 years. When the UCLA did not fulfill this term, her collection was instead left to the Pasadena Art Institute, now the Norton Simon Museum, in 1953. This collection is an example of her important female gaze, works given in friendship, symbolizing trust and personal relationship with artists. Stored or shown, the Blue 4 Galka-Shire collection embodies Shire's life in her perspective, personal belief, relations, experience, and the fearless view of the need for new perspectives in arts. The recognition of Galka-Shire is steadily growing. The foundation of the Galka-Emmy Shire Zentrum Association is a big step for her hometown recognition. The latest exhibition, Galka-Shire and the Blue 4, at Städtisches Museum Braunschweig, which is run right down, curated by Bianca Strauss and Peter Joch, offered for the first time a comprehensive look at her life as a German Jewish woman, artist, friend, immigrant, prophet, teacher, and cultural mediator. As previously stated, Gilbert Holzgang plays a significant role in Shire's legacy. The cornerstone of this exhibition was formed by his recent biography, Galka-Shire, Ein Leben für Kunst und Kreativität, which explores and demonstrates the variety of relationships through letters, diaries, and archival findings. Holzgang also directed rare and successful theater performance on Shire. I would like to finish like I started with a quote of Steinitz. Even back, I admired Jalinsky as a painter and Galka-Shire as his energetic representative. Our Temple of Modern Art in California is built on the foundation she laid as a pioneer in the 1920s, quote end. Shire was more than an art dealer or collector. She was, like Holzgang stated, a prophetess of modernism and a cultural bridge between California and Germany. Shire's social network included many well-known artists and personalities, and her extended collection demonstrates her female gaze. With her former house now revived for arts and culture, there lies an opportunity for her legacy in a living way with transcultural transfer. And Shire's stories remind us that modernism did not arrive in silence. It was shaped by women who made themselves heard and visible as Shire did. She has remained in all memories, the persons she met. Why did Shire compare Shire to Savonarola? Because Shire's life and works expressed moral beliefs that challenge existing norms in Europe and the United States. Through her, painting and artworks passed borders far away. She believed that connection between aesthetics and life can be translated by artworks. Through her, believing and trusting in art became more important than ever. Grazie mille. Thank you. Vielen Dank.
Paola. And well, we are a little bit in late, but we have to open the Q&A session.
Any questions, comments, observations?
Yes.
My question, does it work? Yes. My question is for Ilana.
Yes. I was wondering with Ida Jamili, it was really interesting to know about her and what she did with a feminist level. And I was wondering if she had a kind of relation or discussion of people. Relationship go together. Lucky enough to have a direct conversation with him. Creations, to be free to express and more and more resonant with the idea of being feminist and being professional in the arts to enhance souls, I would say.
I'd just like to say, first of all, thank you to all speakers for really terrific awesome drawing us deep into this question of methodology about the gaze, whether this is through the politics, the active immersion of the female gaze through the politics of display, Johnatan and Agnieszka, or thinking about rethinking how the feminist gaze is implicated in challenging and changing the structures of the museum. In Ilaria's paper, I had a question specifically for Paula, because you take us to the question of the collector, and also Shea's particular the transnational promotion of the collection through her identity as a Jewish woman, emigre, diasporic agent. The four, and the space before, I think is fascinating, and I just wondered to what extent Gaia attempts to also differentiate that construct of the German expressionist narrative in the Californian context. I mean, I'm thinking of a figure like Monta and Gabriel Monta, still active in 1962 and still on the show. It kind of raises a fascinating question, this band of brothers, where is the voice also for the female visionary in terms of Shea's own gaze in that construction?
I think she realized the chance first to go about also in Braunschweig. Otto House, who was also selling, collecting, and doing exhibitions. She felt like she could go abroad to support them, to show her vision. She also then felt really, first of all, Zelensky, probably outside of the but then in the concept of the store as educator. That was something she really flourished.
Did she promote as well?
Yes, that's something we really think about her. It was good.
Those raise intriguing questions.
I think she did it like her own way, and she did it, and she was searching for supporters. That's what I tried to show us, like John Cage, Diego Rivera. She found men who supported her and the idea.
Very interesting. So further questions as well that
Exactly.
it raises.
Being the first female gallerist, she was in New York, and making a mark that way, but doing it by promoting men and working with men who would support her in that endeavor. So it's I think that's an interesting parallel to just opinion.
Yeah, I can comment on that. Totally. I know that Shaya started in New York, but yes, but she saw no field for her, and then she left West Coast, San Francisco, and then Los Angeles.
Anyone else?
Well, no, I was just going back a little bit to Gretchen, Johnatan, and Agnieszka's presentations closer to my field of research, and I found kind of red line, which we probably also connected it to Cheryl Ray's yesterday's presentation. So this parallel between architecture of women. So yesterday, Cheryl was saying about the Ionic column behind the Galleria. Yes, so yeah, weakness of women in relation to some symbolic aspects of the whole decoration of the ceiling, Pietro da Cortona's ceilings, because we are all pretty much standing by 1997 readings. Power of the family lineage. I think that Donna Pamphilj, she was more again kind of prejudice in understanding her figure since then. So, and as for, I didn't know, I knew nothing about Amalia, but just listening and making the note seemed to say.
historians to develop these tropes of negative characteristics to play down the power that women actually had. And I saw that come, and I think Olimpia was considered a very strong, powerful woman, but she's seen in a negative light by her biographers, etc. So we have to look at, and even Cheryl talked about the way that women's voices were magnified, putting words in women's mouths. The reaction to child, as child, that would be affected by seeing the birth of Christ. So we strive to look at and that's true. The archives are rich and they need to be
Marinelli, and all the feminist movement in Paris, early 70s Paris, the really started saying of women, even better and properly inscribed in historical context.
So the book on Artemisia Gentileschi that she places.
And then just last, because your Salottino has been really interesting and parallel putting in the fragility of porcelain to the fragility of women. And so what you're doing to put into light instead, the other side of ours, it's really again a voice to consider. Well, and of course, thanks to Ilaria for your presentation, for bringing to us another interesting figures of women. Well, I'm very, I have not your expertise about the 19th century, the 20th century art. Not that I was just thinking of Peggy Guggenheim, which is, of course, everything. It's like Artemisia Gentileschi. So I think that we should start thinking and studying his protagonist, a kind of absolute protagonist. As Artemisia Gentileschi was just her, but no, then when you have the box, found the word. Probably yes, maybe couldn't voices in your opinion. You are bringing it to our attention. As for Dorothea Lange, Dorothea Lange at the end is kind of recent discovery because decades, 10 years ago, she was kind of unknown. So it just became more popular in the present times. And the connection between Dorothea Lange and Shire is, again, the dots we were talking about. Okay, so we have a break. So before reading the lines and calling people here at noon, I want to tell you that you registered for lunch and dinner. This is the time to do. And we have our lunch later in the library at the end of the morning session by 1:30ish. And so have a good break and see you soon in 20 minutes and so. Thank you.
Downstairs in the library.
Rachel, can I just ask you something? Is this paper available? Is it published? Yes. Oh, I have to look at it.
It's on my academia website.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by it. Yeah, thank you. Speakers. Our first speaker is Rachel Klein, a PhD candidate in History of Art and Architecture at Boston University in the US. She's a sixth-year PhD candidate, and prior to attending Boston University, Rachel earned a dual BA in History of Art and Anthropology with a minor in Italian from Haverford College. Rachel completed her MA at Boston University, and her qualifying paper, entitled Bravura in Blue, Ultramarine in the Works of Artemisia Gentileschi, adopted materiality as an interpretive lens to explore the gendered resonances of ultramarine in paintings by Artemisia Gentileschi. Currently, Rachel is writing her dissertation entitled Undressing the Renaissance Woman, the Female Nude in 15th Century Italy, which will centre on female viewership by exploring representations of the female nude inside marriage chests and as objects of domestic material culture from Florence to Venice. Welcome, Rachel, and today she will be speaking on the topic Subjects of Desire, the Female Gaze and Nude Figures Inside Florentine Marriage Chests. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizers, Consuelo and Adelina, for selecting such a wonderful topic and for having me here in Rome. So without further ado, my paper today is entitled Subjects of Desire, the Female Gaze and Nude Figures Inside Florentine Marriage Chests. In Ways of Seeing, art critic John Berger theorized that, quote, in the average European oil painting of the nude, the principal protagonist is never painted. He is the spectator in front of the picture and is presumed to be a man. Everything is addressed to him. Everything must appear to be the result of his being there. It is for him that the figures have assumed their nudity, but he, by definition, is a stranger with his clothes still on, end quote. Berger's viewing conditions of the female nude were certainly not always the case. Indeed, the assumption that the viewer must be both male and fully clothed is fundamentally at odds with the function of some of the first secular nude paintings created in 15th century Italy. My paper today will examine the depiction of nude bodies inside the lids of Florentine marriage chests and critique the psychoanalytical theory of the gaze to complicate our perceptions of female viewership and agency in the 15th century. Around mid-century, artists began including recumbent male and female nude figures inside the lids of Florentine marriage chests. Historically, painted cassoni were commissioned in pairs for the husband and wife as wedding gifts and decorated with moralizing imagery meant to serve as exempla for virtuous behavior within the marriage. Yet a small corpus of distinctive chests with nude figures painted inside the lids exists alongside the more typical cassoni, whose interiors might be decorated with textile patterning or left blank altogether. These nude figures, devoid of narrative context, contrast with the moralizing narrative mode of the chest's exterior decoration, and consequently provoke questions regarding their function, presence, and hidden interior location. The nude figures have perplexed art historians, in part due to their enigmatic meaning and their overt eroticism that has challenged assumption about the rigid social regulations surrounding sexuality and female virtue in the Quattrocento. The only surviving verified pendant chests with nude figures are now housed in the Copenhagen Statens Museum for Kunst, and can provide significant insight into how these types of cassoni would have related to one another, the viewer, and the spatiality of the marital camera. The female figure appears completely nude, lying on her side with weight resting on her elbow, and the other arm wrapped around her torso to conceal her breasts. Her eyelids are gently closed and her cheeks flush pink, which suggests that she is not asleep, but rather demurely avoiding the gaze of the beholder. The rest of her body is openly on display, and Lo Scheggia's delicate modulation of light and shadow across the surface of the woman's naked flesh provides the figure with a sense of dimensionality and physical presence. The male figure is depicted nude except for a small undergarment, and lies recumbent with a posy of roses in his right hand, the left hand draped languidly over his pelvic bone. His eyes are downcast, as if to provide the viewer with uninhibited access to his bare body, and his glossy musculature and golden hair align with contemporary male beauty standards. A similar interior panel, formerly housed in Avignon, indicates the extent to which the male nude body could be equally eroticized, purportedly to invite the gaze of the bridal beholder. The figure rests his cheek on his folded hand and averts the gaze of the viewer, looking instead beyond the picture plane, perhaps awaiting his female beloved. Pale pink highlights emphasize the contours of the figure's bared torso and thighs, and suggest skin that has just recently been caressed or burns with the desire for his lover to do so. Adrian Randolph underscores the significance of this panel and characterizes the painting as, quote, an extraordinarily frank representation of male form intended for a female viewer. It is a secular male body, stripped not only of clothes, but also of mythological, religious, or other narrative textual shrouding, end quote. The lack of context given to the figure invites a level of imaginative visual engagement by the female viewer that other, more determined narrative images might not. However, it is important to note that the lower parts of both male figures' bodies are still more modestly concealed than many of the female figures. Conversely, the exterior panels of the Copenhagen chests are each painted with episodes from the rape of the Sabines that juxtapose the sexualized nude figures with moralizing imagery. The female body is also a subject of interest on the exterior panels, including the reconciliation of the Sabines and Romans panel from the Copenhagen chest with the interior female nude. Here, the Sabine women are piled into the archway of a structure like a heap of war trophies, while the men skirmish outside. Hersilia, modestly dressed as a Roman matron, urges the fighting down their weapons so that her kin on both sides are not killed in the war. Hersilia, though a victim of kidnapping and forced marriage, plays an active role in ending the conflict between the Romans and the Sabines, and her frontal body is situated in the center of the composition. The classicizing male nudes set in the niches on either side of Hersilia draw a stark contrast to her clothed body, yet echo the almost life-size female nude hidden just under the chest's lid. It is no coincidence, then, that the chest, including the recumbent female nude, contains the only female characters on the two exterior panels, as the narrative panel on the pendant chest depicts only male figures. Given the implied female viewer of this chest, we can conclude that Hercilia's duty to both her husband and her father's kin was meant to serve as an exemplar to the bride. Yet the modest representation of the female body on the exterior is almost completely at odds with the erotic nude figure hidden inside, thereby presenting a more complicated picture of female virtue as understood in the Quattrocento. In other examples of moralizing exterior panels, the nude female body is terrorized, brutalized, and the object of unwanted male attention. The nude Lucretia is raped at sword point, Griselda is stripped bare to prove her bridal submission, and the bathing Susanna is violated by the predatory elders, to name a few examples. These narrative images hinge on acts of violence towards women, yet they raise the larger question of how to see the interior recumbent nudes when the female bodies on the exterior panels often function as sites of vulnerability. Christelle Baskins has shown how centering the gendered aspect of Cassone painting can reveal the multivalence of viewer interpretations and experiences. Indeed, Baskins challenges interpretations of Cassone painting that do not account for diverse viewing experiences and asserts that, quote, when Cassone paintings are presented as static signs, we lose the opportunity to examine them as sites of contestation, negotiation, or transformation among makers, recipients, and viewers, end quote. As such, the female body emerges as a non-dependable signifier with a range of meanings experienced by viewers of the Cassone, both male and female. The Renaissance recumbent nude has traditionally been interpreted by many feminist art historians as the objectification of the female body for the pleasure of the male gaze. Yet the ownership of these Cassoni with nude figures by women calls into question how the female viewer might have experienced such erotic images. In most studies of painted marriage chests, the expectations of the bridal viewer are reduced to the patriarchal interpretation of the painted narrative without considering the sexual or erotic content of the marriage chamber in which a woman's gaze could not be so predictably controlled. By reinserting female viewers into this period of the Quattrocento that saw the flourishing of Cassone decoration in Florence, I aim to challenge our associations of the female nude with objectification and consider the broader implications this approach could have for the Renaissance female nude beyond Cassone painting. Inventory documents from 15th century Florence often designated a marriage chest as a forziere da donna or da sposa, which suggests that these chests were some of the only objects in the early Renaissance household considered to be the property of women. Indeed, in De Miglia, Leon Battista Alberti indicates that marriage chests and their contents, including linens, silks, ornaments, and other valuables, were under the domain of the bride, but the husband was permitted to check over the contents chest, or over the chest contents and confirm their security. Marriage chests were some of the most significant dowry goods exchanged between the bride and groom's families because they served the utilitarian purpose of transporting the bride's trousseau to her new home, and more importantly, identified women as wives married within certain families. Pictorial evidence from the 15th century additionally tells us that the Cassone was part of the visual realm of women. In Ghirlandaio's Birth of St. John the Baptist fresco at the Tornabuoni Chapel, the biblical scene is depicted in a 15th century camera that includes details drawn from contemporary life, such as the maiolica ceramics and the platform bed. In the corner of the room next to the bed, Ghirlandaio has included what is likely a cassone as part of the furnishings of a married woman's camera. Other than the infant St. John, the interior space is inhabited exclusively by female figures, and the marriage chest is positioned as part of their domain within the Florentine casa. Moreover, though painted in the 16th century, Titian's Venus of Urbino combines both the depiction of marriage chests and the recumbent female nude, which places the image within the same line of artistic inheritance as the Copenhagen Cassoni. In the right corner of the painting, two handmaidens retrieve a dress and other items out of the cassone, decorated with ornate carvings rather than narrative images in the style of the 16th century. Again, we are presented with a domestic scene occupied only by women, in which a cassone is opened and touched by female figures. David Rosand has demonstrated how the Venus of Urbino recalls the furniture format of the 15th century recumbent nudes, but here Titian has lifted the female nude out of the cassone rather than hiding it inside. Indeed, Kenneth Clark and later Rona Goffin have identified the recumbent nudes painted inside marriage chests as the predecessors to the Venus of Urbino, which Goffin has characterized as a marriage picture that functioned in the specific social context of the mid-16th century. Further, Giorgione and Titian's Sleeping Venus, almost certainly inspired of Titian's Venus of Urbino, and the explicitly horizontal construction of the painting can perhaps be connected to Giorgione and Titian's training as furniture painters in the Bellini workshop. Rona Goffin has suggested that in the Sleeping Venus, quote, the caressing gesture of her left hand makes explicit the subject of her dreams, end quote, as Renaissance gynecological thought held that women needed to experience orgasm in order to conceive a child. I would argue that the 15th century type of the cassone recumbent nude had specific associations with marriage and sexuality that continued to influence artists such as Giorgione and Titian well into the 16th century. We can see this through line most clearly in a comparison between the Venus of Urbino and the female Copenhagen cassone, in which both recumbent nudes are physically and compositionally disconnected from the exterior panels of the marriage chests. Most scholars, including Ernst Gombrich, Christiane Klappisch-Zuber, and Jacqueline Musacchio, largely agree that the nude figures functioned as talismans to enhance the fertility of the bride during consummation and represent a form of sympathetic magic intended to mediate women's sexuality. The erotic depiction of the nude figures in the Copenhagen cassone therefore speaks to the Renaissance culture of licit sexuality within a marriage for the purpose of conceiving children. As a result, the social function of cassone necessitated the active role of a female beholder, which can perhaps invite us to rethink the gendered reception of later recumbent nudes that can trace their origins back to the marriage chests of the 15th century. Given the range of meanings ascribed to representations of the female body, women's viewing experiences of Quattrocento cassoni cannot be faithfully represented as the uncontested absorption of patriarchal values via narrative exempla. To view women as agents is to provide them with the ability to look and think as their male counterparts did, and to develop their own opinions and interpretations apart from those imposed on them. Cassoni and the nude figures painted inside provide an apt canvas for the exploration of the female viewer experience, precisely because they were intended to evoke a variety of responses specifically from women in a private domestic environment. When we adopt the male gaze as normative, we obscure the transgressive or destabilizing aspects of images and flatten their complexities in favor of interpretive harmony. I would therefore contest the idea that women's responses to images in 15th century Florence were predetermined by their male creators. Though it is not an inner lid, the exterior cassone panel of the story of Griselda by Apollonio di Giovanni depicts a bare female figure that provides a critical example of how considering a female beholder can reshape our understanding of the female nude and cassone painting. Based on the story from Boccaccio's Decameron, the panel represents the nobleman Gualtieri's disrobing of his betrothed before dressing her in the clothing he had provided, an act traditionally interpreted as her submission to his authority. Griselda's alabaster body emerges from a sea of dark brown garments worn by the other women surrounding her as she is handed over to be Gualtieri's bride. However, Christelle Baskins observes that Gualtieri's attempt to assert mastery over Griselda's body paradoxically undermines his exclusive claim, rendering her visible not only to his male companions, but also to viewers of the cassone, including women. Indeed, Griselda's nude form, rather than signifying passive submission, emerges as what Baskins terms, quote, an autonomous corporeal presence, end quote, that could resonate with female viewers' own bodily experiences. To interpret Griselda's nudity as submissive is to view her solely through the eyes of Gualtieri. The scene's meaning becomes particularly layered when we consider that Griselda's audience included not only Gualtieri and his retinue, but also the bride, who herself may have been disrobed within the marital chamber. How then would it be most fruitful to approach the experience of the female viewer in order to demonstrate the multivalent interactions with nude figures inside the Copenhagen Cassoni? In studies of the recumbent female nude of the Renaissance, the Lacanian concept of the male gaze has been especially helpful in interpreting the representation of the passive female body intended to provide visual pleasure to the active male viewer. However, in the field of Renaissance art history, scholars such as Geraldine Johnson, Laura Weigert, and Adrienne Randolph have moved more towards the concept of an embodied beholder that complicates the subject-object dichotomy in favor of considering the full range of a viewer's sensorial interactions with works of art. I would propose a methodology that accounts for both the subjectivity encompassed by the female gaze and the complexities of female embodiment in the context of the marital chamber. For my study of the nude figures inside marriage chests, the significance of the female gaze lies not in its objectifying power, but rather in its ability to affirm the existence of female viewership as an active and important facet of Renaissance visual culture. In her book, The Italian Renaissance Nude, Jill Burke made the astute observation that women of the 16th century had essentially been, quote, written out of the history of the Italian Renaissance female nude, end quote. It has been my intention to demonstrate how this history actually begins in the Cassone painting of the 15th century, and that accounting for the experience of a female viewer can deepen our interpretation of the nude body as a multivalent signifier in the Renaissance, and even complicate the very origins of the type. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, for that fascinating insight into your challenge to John Berger's objectification of women and their presentation for the exclusive male gaze. Really very good work, thank you. Now we have Alessandra Massini and Sara Patta. Welcome. Alessandra Massini is Professor of Art History at the Accademia Vivarium Novum, and Sara Patta is an independent researcher in the history of theatre. Alessandra teaches history of art at the Accademia Vivarium Novum in Frascati and at the Rome campus of Duquesne University. She additionally works as author and consultant for documentaries, such as for the BBC and RAI, collaborates with the Colonna and Torlonia collections in Rome, and acts as specialised guide for embassies and institutional events such as G20 in Rome. Welcome, Alessandra. And Sara Patta graduated in theatre and film studies from La Sapienza University in Rome, where she obtained a summa cum laude presenting a thesis on traditional carnival in Sardinia in 2010. Her first degree in thesis concentrated on Antonin Artaud and his double. In her university years, Sara worked as editor-in-chief for student-run publications in the Department of Performing Arts and researched art therapy in contexts of social marginalizations. She then attended specialised courses in drama therapy, choral singing and social theatre, as well as workshops with inmates and psychiatric patients conducted in rehabilitative settings. Sara has taught theatre, film and media studies at the High School of Communication and Human Sciences, Madonna di Bonaria, figlia di Maria Ausiliatrice in Macorna, Sardinia, while also leading social theatre and short film workshops for people with disabilities and mental health conditions at the Laboratorio delle Strategie in Alghero. Passionate about art in all its forms and driven by the desire to share its educational, cultural and human value, Sara is additionally pursuing an official certification to teach history of art. Since 2012, she has served as coordinator of education on conference at the Accademia Vivarium Novum. And today, Alessandra and Sarah will be speaking on Isabella Andreini. Yes. Acting It Out, Isabella's Madness, Gendered Role Play and Female Self-Projection in Late 15th Century Italy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adelina, for this wonderful introduction, and thank you for having us in this wonderful 5th edition. And I'm particularly fond of this course, and when actually Consuelo started it all out and you helped on in the subsequent editions, I thought this was a wonderful opportunity for bringing to the stage women's stories. And in all these 5 editions, it was just great to hear about them. So this is a joint collaboration, as you have heard, because I'm an art historian and Sara is a specialist in theater. And since we try to demonstrate that actresses actually had an influence on how women were portrayed in the late 16th century, this is why we decided to join forces. And we had great fun, and we hope that the results are pleasing to you as well. Okay. On May 13th, 1589, in the Uffizi Theatre in Florence, the newlywed Grand Duke Ferdinando de' Medici and Christine of Lorraine were treated to an exhilarating show interpreted by Isabella Andreini, a famous and versatile actress who performed in 4 different languages and could transition from female to male roles with a simple change of voice and costume. The comedy bore the title La Pazzia and was defined by an eyewitness as Commedia di Isabella Commediante, suggesting that the play was not only performed but also written by its namesake actress. La Pazzia di Isabella staged the fury of a woman who had been tricked by an unwanted suitor. The story mixed tragedy and comedy, reason and folly, in a whirlwind of events worthy of the greatest tradition of the Commedia dell'arte. It also confronted the viewer with a choice between freedom or narrow-minded conformism. Considering that the play appeared when Gabriele Paleotti had banned secular performances and Federico Borromeo was beginning his counter-reformatory career, it was remarkably avant-garde. Andreini's own performance established the typology of the innamorata, henceforth called Isabella. It also consecrated her as the first diva in theatre history, one whose fame reached beyond the confines of Italy and lasted for centuries. She certainly played the part. That Isabella cared for elegance is also documented in a letter written by Francesco Andreini to Emilio de' Cavalieri during the preparation of the show of 1589, where he notes that Isabella refused to wear cheap theatrical fabrics and borrowed a dress, abili nobili et apparenti, from the patrician Camilla Rucellai. This was a daring request, had it not been advanced by an actress of a certain caliber. Praised as a professional actress at a time when other women in her trade were regarded as courtesans, Isabella was also known as a skilled poet and as a devoted wife and mother, wearing many hats and displaying an authoritative competence in all these roles. Isabella Andreini is in fact the only Renaissance actress whose likeness is known in traits. Most of these were prints destined to serve as frontispieces to her publications. They therefore depict her in a formal style, appropriate to the official image of Isabella as a respectable poet and member of the prestigious Accademia degli Intenti, a male-dominated literary academy which she entered in 1601. Sorry, this is going on too much. Okay. A portrait by Paolo Veronese in the Thyssen Museum in Madrid has been convincingly associated with Isabella Andreini as a self-confident, practical, and determined woman, standing proud in the same guise of a man. With the exception of the elegant blue dress, a fashionable toy spaniel, and a small book, there are no specific attributes that could reveal her identity or social status. By comparison with other portraits, it's not going on. I'll do this way. Okay. By comparison with other portraits, one could infer the booklet to be a Petrarchino. Its presence was intended to convey noble feelings and refined intellect. It also corresponds to the literary trend of the Petrarchismo, which was initiated by Pietro Bembo's proposal of Petrarch as the absolute model of poetic language. Usually in paintings, the Petrarchino was left open to reveal poetic verses, whereas in Veronese's portrait, the text is illegible, as if it could have been written by someone else, perhaps the sitter herself. In the portrait, Isabella has no symbols allusive to her trade and does not wear any jewelry, lest she be confused with a frivolous courtesan. Instead, she preferred to emphasize her intellectual standing, as implied by the book, faithfulness as a wife, implied by the dog. Her commanding and somewhat artificial pose stems from her costume, her marked contrapposto, and her spirited and focused gaze. The overall result is an unfeminine attitude in contrast with the typical depiction of noble women and the expected delicacy of the innamorata, which Isabella interpreted on stage. However, her androgynous image also visually references her ability to alternate male and female roles by changing her voice and adopting a dominant or submissive tone. Her dress seems to reinforce such ambiguity, appearing to be more comfortable than those of contemporary noblewomen. The bodice, cut like a man's doublet, buttoned in the center, not stiffened by bones, may well be suited to an actress who had to freely move on the stage. The assertive self-confidence displayed in the painting corresponds to the trend of female portraiture, which developed in the later 16th century. By contrast, in portraits of the early Cinquecento, female sitters were still characterized by a relatively demure attitude or an impassive expression that betrayed status, but not emotions or an inner life. In the 1520s, a direct gaze is more frequently found in images of unknown beauties, which either represent courtesans or were destined for private eyes in intimate settings. Self-portraits of women painters, such as Sophonie's Banguissola, as well as paintings depicting women poets, make their appearance from the 1550s and represent the sitters with eloquent glances that address the viewer. Such images, commissioned either by the sitters themselves or by their devoted companions, were intended as statements produced for a new category of women: the creative genius, the artist, the poet, and the self-standing woman. Bembo's endorsement of love rhymes written in vernacular Italian opened new possibilities for ladies with poetic ambitions to compose and publish their work. Indeed, it is no coincidence that from the 1530s, several women poets started to emerge, as demonstrated by the cases of Vittoria Colonna, Gaspara Stampa, Veronica Gambara, Veronica Franco, Tullia d'Aragona, Isabella di Morra, Minerva Anguissola, who was Sophonie's sister, and later Isotta Brembati or Lucia Albani Avogadro. The goal of these women, all taking agencies as writers, was to produce a composition that could be classified as literary, and thus on a par with the output of male authors and men of letters. This new awareness finds equivalence in the stately portraits of aristocratic ladies that were being painted in the 1560s and 70s by Bernardino Campi and Giovanni Battista Moroni, like these two that you have on the screen, who were both quite famous poets. The emergence of such portraits gives visual expression to the querelle des femmes that was animating those years. The debate about the virtues of women had begun with Boccaccio's De Mulieribus Claris and continued with the De Corpuellarum, a manual for female education published in Venice in 1471. The humanist Mario Equivola followed suit in 1502, while a treatise on the excellence and dignity of women came out in 1525, soon to be followed by Il Cortegiano of Baldassarre Castiglione. Then there were the treatises of Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa von Nettesheim and Ludovico Dolces della Instituzione delle Donne of 1545. These treatises were all published by men, and while they intended to praise illustrious women, they also contained prescriptive overtones on how women should behave. However, by the time in 1600, when two women, namely Moderata Fonte and Lucrezia Marinelli, published their own treatises in defense of the female gender, women had long turned away from being submissive brides or domestic administrators and had become decision makers, regents, army leaders, like the Tigress of Forlì, Caterina Sforza, as well as illuminated patrons of art, like Isabella d'Este, as well as writers and intellectuals. The transition away from the meek and objectifying rendering of women that had been the norm a few years earlier did neither happen suddenly nor by chance, and may have been mediated by the increasing presence of women in intellectual discourses and in literary circles. We contend that this transition is also associated with the introduction of women in public performances, a realm hitherto reserved to men. Indeed, the self-assured, almost defiant gaze we find in female portraits from the 1560s corresponds to the assertive, free, and outspoken attitude of actresses on show. It cannot be a mere coincidence that such a change in female portraiture appeared precisely at the moment when women stepped out of the shadow and entered the stage with new confidence and pride. To trace how this happened, it may well be worth to shed further light on the most famous among these early actresses, namely Isabella Andreini.
In the 1570s and 80s, Isabella Andreini became the most celebrated actress of the Commedia dell'arte and the archetype of the modern diva. Her fame is best exemplified by the enthusiastic reception of the Pazzia di Isabella, which was presented, as we have seen, in 1589 in Florence, to entertain Ferdinando de' Medici and Christine of Lorraine. According to the eyewitness Giuseppe Pavoni, Isabella, speaking in multiple languages and singing in French, greatly pleased the bride, eliciting such wonder that her beautiful eloquence would always be remembered. Pavoni's enthusiasm across the board was shared, among others, by the poet Gabriele Chiabrera, who dedicated a sonnet to Isabella's madness. Yet Andreini's fame resulted not just from her charismatic stage presence, but also from her ability as a writer and her virtues as a loving wife. These diverse aspects she cultivated in a strategy of self-promotion that appears surprising for a woman comedian who was active in the very years when sanctions were passed against public performances of a secular kind. Isabella's aim was in fact the conquest of social legitimacy, and the acknowledgement for her value, in spite of her identity as an actress representing the lowest theatrical genre and trained that, in the case of women, was generally associated with courtesans. Much has been written about Isabella's acting talent in cross-genre roles, a fact in itself unusual for up to the mid-1560s. It was male actors to recite in the role of females and not the contrary. The first actress to play in the role of men was actually the Venetian Vincenza Armani in 1575, but it was only with Isabella Andreini that such role change became common practice. It was also with Isabella Andreini and her colleague Vittoria Pissimi that the Innamorata in the Commedia dell'arte became associated with the notion of prima donna. Indeed, Vittoria Pissimi was the first actress of the Comici Gelosi and in May 1571 performed in Paris at the presence of the Queen Caterina dei Medici. Their success was such that in July 1574, King Henry III of France traveled to Venice just to see their show, with Vittoria interpreting Pallas Athena. 2 years later, in May 1576, Henry requested the presence of the troupe at the French court. When the invitation arrived, Isabella was already part of the Gelosi. Although scholars are divided on the chronology, it seems that in 1575, Isabella Canali, aged 13, joined the company as the wife of Francesco Andreini, who famously invented the character of Capitan Spaventa. Their first child, Giovanni Battista, was born and baptized on February the 9th, 1576. 3 months later, as said, the Gelosi went to France. In spite of her duties as a mother of a newborn, Isabella did not miss the opportunity to accompany the troupe to Paris, also because the plague was spreading in northern Italy in those very months. The Gelosi thus remained in France for 2 full years, as we know from documents recording the performances in front of the royal court.
One of these Parisian performances was recorded in a painting preserved at the Musée Carnavalet in Paris and attributed to the Flemish painter Hieronymus Franken. It is very likely that in the 1570s, the Gelosi also toured other European locations. In this sense, it may not be far-fetched to relate them with the characters of the Commedia dell'arte represented in the frescoes of the Narrentreppe at Trausnitz Castle near Landshut in Bavaria. These indeed were executed between 1575 and 79 by Alessandro Paduano for the Duke of Bavaria, Wilhelm V. The involvement of the company with the House of Bavaria seems also supported by the fact that in March 1568, Italian comedians performed in Munich for the Duke's marriage to René of Lorraine. Moreover, in January 1579, the Gelosi, probably with Isabella Andreini, recited in Venice, in the presence of the Duke's son, Ferdinand of Bavaria. Whether the image of the Innamorata, depicted at Trausnitz, represents Vittoria Pissimi, or the young Isabella Andreini, or simply a typified figure, is open to dispute. Nevertheless, the similarity with known portraits of Isabella appears very striking.
Isabella's presence in the company may have triggered a competition with Vittoria Pissimi, who from 1580 eventually left the company. Which role Isabella and Vittoria respectively played during the years of co-presence is unclear, but is likely that the 2 actresses alternated in the role of the prima donna innamorata, and that, given Vittoria's seniority, Isabella may have played secondary roles or even male parts. This, for example, was the case with Tasso's Aminta, which became a standard of their repertoire, with Vittoria Pissimi interpreting Silvia and Isabella the male role of the young Aminta. As an actress, Isabella began her career after the birth of the first son in 1576. The exact number of her offspring is still debated, possibly 8 or 9. Isabella, in fact, died of childbirth in 1604 in Lyon, and she was returning from another Parisian tour. How Isabella was able to juggle her pregnancies, her responsibilities as a mother and a wife, her profession as an actress, the tours, and her writing is a fascinating topic for debate. Documents are patchy in these regards, but we know that her 4 daughters entered the convent. One son became a monk, one a ducal guard, while Giovanni Battista was the only one to follow in his parents' footsteps, becoming an actor and playwright himself. It is likely that during her pregnancies, Isabella reduced her tour. Indeed, she doesn't regularly appear in the list of actors performing with the Gelosi. However, these were also the years in which bans were called or theatrical activities like the one issued by Cardinale Gabriele Paleotti, which specifically targeted woman comedians.
In spite of such prohibitions, the company kept performing in any city where control was less stringent, and was repeatedly engaged by Vincenzo Gonzaga in Mantua, receiving enthusiastic reviews. Isabella's fame kept increasing, especially in 1588 with the publication of her pastoral play La Mirtilla, which combined the imitation of Petrarch and Tasso with classical sources. The work is the first pastoral comedy written by a woman in vernacular Italian, and was met with such favor that by Isabella's death in 1604, it had been reprinted 10 times. The connection of Torquato Tasso and Isabella is well documented. The poet was a long-standing friend of the Andreinis. When Tasso was imprisoned in the hospital of Sant'Anna in Ferrara in 1579, Isabella wrote a madrigal to pledge for his liberation, at which the poet responded with a very famous sonnet, La signora bella d'Asia quando urdiva il prezioso velo. In 1595, at Tasso's death, Isabella also wrote a heartfelt eulogy, which she published in 1601 in her collected Rime. When Isabella died too in Lyon in 1604 at the age of 42, the poet Giovan Battista Marino honored her with verses that acknowledged her status. While Guillaume Dupré, official sculptor of the French king, was entrusted with casting a commemorative medal with her effigy on the recto and the personification of fame on the verso. After her death, Isabella continued to be remembered not just in verses and the work of her husband and son, but also in paintings, including a fresco by Bernardo Poccetti in Santissima Annunziata in Florence, and the Veronese portrait, which may have been painted when the Andreinis were in Venice in 1583. If the woman portrayed in the painting and the drawing on screen, which was actually attributed to Veronese and dated to the 1580s, if indeed painting and drawing indeed represent Isabella Andreini, one would have a tangible example of the comedian's desire to immortalize her identity and status. Another interesting portrait, attributed to Veronese, has recently come up in a London sale of February 2024. It was sold for £45,000, a ridiculous price, and an identification as Isabella Andreini, in spite of the inventory label listing her as Margaret of Austria. The facial likeness appears indeed very similar to the earlier Veronese painting of Isabella Andreini, hence the identification proposed in the sale. However, the sitter is presented with attributes such as the expensive carpet, the jewelry, the conspicuous silk gown that were more appropriate for the higher aristocracy rather than an actress. Such items would have been out of Isabella's league in spite of her success. Additionally, in the former portrait, she chose not to wear any jewelry, whereas she does in this one. then is the sitter who so strongly resembles Isabella? We have two options. Either Margaret of Habsburg, the daughter of Charles V, who first married Alessandro de' Medici and then Ottavio Farnese, but they don't look very much like one another. Or Margherita Farnese, the wife of Vincenzo Gonzaga for only 2 years in 1581 and 1583. The former Margaret died in 1586 and would have been over 60 years old when the portrait was made. The latter Margherita was sent home to Parma after 2 years of marriage because of her physical conformation, which prevented her from consuming her marriage. Given that the painting is venerated as Duchess Margaret, one could infer that it was the Farnese girl and not the Habsburg lady to be meant. Moreover, the portrait is so similar to Isabella that one could suspect that the actress lent her beautiful likeness to the less fortunate Duchess at some point before the marriage was annulled in 1583. This is quite plausible, considering that the Andreinis in the 1580s were invited to Mantua almost on a yearly basis. Additionally, Vincenzo Gonzaga exchanged letters with Francesco, acted as godfather to Isabella's daughter Lavinia, and ended up paying the dowries of both Lavinia and her sister to enter a convent. In sum, we propose that the second Veronese portrait is Isabella in disguise as the poor Duchess Margherita Farnese, who indeed resented Isabella's presence at court and in 1582 refused to see her acting. Such resentment may have had good grounds. Her husband Vincenzo was a known libertine who could not resist beautiful women and whose illegitimate children may have ended up in convents. And I just wanted to add, this painting has just come out and Sara and I are actively researching this because we have this theory and we need to prove it. So you're the first ones to hear about it. And let's hope we're on the right track. Maybe not, but maybe yes. Thank you.
Grazie. We have Sivan Meyers, PhD student in art history at Ben Gurion University. And she holds an MA in art history and curatorship and Renaissance culture from the Warburg Institute. Her research focuses on women artists and the iconography of biblical heroines in early modern Italy. Her MA dissertation looked at the real Judiths, visual strategies of female agency in 16th and 17th century Italy, looking at Lavinia Fontana, Artemisia Gentileschi and Elisabetta Sirani, how these women artists crafted alternative female authored representations of Judith. Her doctoral research explores the visual and social networks of early modern Italian women artists in relation to the literary debate of the Querelle des Femmes. She currently works at the Ben Uri Gallery and Museum in London, where she supports exhibitions on contemporary women artists and conducts research on émigré and persecuted artists. Thank you, Sivan. And Sivan will be giving a talk on constructing the heroine, Judith as spectacle and the female gaze in Lavinia Fontana's painting. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Adelina, for the presentation, and thank you again for inviting me to be part of this conference and to speak with you today about Judith as a spectacle and the female gaze in Lavinia Fontana's paintings. In early modern Italy, Judith, a Jewish widow who saved her people from the Assyrian by killing the Assyrian general Holofernes, became a powerful and contested icon. Male artists often portrayed her as chaste, seductive, or even masculine. But how did women artists see Judith? Today, I'll focus on Lavinia Fontana, who was the first professional female artist in Europe to work outside a convent or a court. I argue that Fontana offered a new female-authored visual language to depict Judith, one shaped by the female gaze and aimed at a female audience, crafting Judith as a spectacle intended not for male consumption, but for identification, admiration, and reflection by women. This presentation will provide a short background on Judith's popularity and traditional iconography during the late 16th and early 17th centuries. Then I'll focus on Fontana's works, presenting the three key visual strategies she employed to reimagine Judith. These include costume and jewelry, female co-agency, and self-portraiture. These strategies appear in her two late works on Judith, Judith and Holofernes by Torchlight and Judith with the Head of Holofernes, both painted around 1595 to 1600 in Bologna, Italy. I'll also briefly explore the connection between these works and their likely patrons, two noble Bolognese widows, highlighting how Fontana's Judith have mirrored their values, roles, and social identities. Between 1550 and 1660, at least 113 known depictions of Judith were created by 66 Italian and European artists working in Italy. Only 6 of these were women, yet they produced nearly 19% of the total, indicating their outsized engagement with the subject. Remarkably, half of the women artists who painted Judith created 4 or more versions of the Jewish heroine, compared to just 3% of the male artists. Among them were Artemisia Gentileschi with 8 versions of Judith, Fede Galizia with 6, and Lavinia Fontana, who produced 4 known Judiths. In Bologna alone, 25 Judith paintings were produced, more than in Rome, Florence, or Venice. Around 20% of Bologna's paintings of Judith were by the city's prominent female artists, Lavinia Fontana and Elisabetta Sirani. These figures underscore both the popularity of the theme of Judith and the unique artistic space Bologna offered to women. The traditional iconography of Judith, shaped largely by male artists, often presents a one-sided view of her character. Some artists portray her as a model of virtue and chastity, as we can see here in this manuscript, where Judith represents chastity, contrasting with Potiphar's wife, who represents lust. Others, like Peter Paul Rubens, depict her as a dangerous seductress who uses her sexuality to overpower men. Judith is also sometimes shown as a warrior and a civic heroine, a symbol of resistance against tyranny, like in Donatello's famous sculpture in Florence. In these works, her sexuality is often concealed, and she even gains some physical manly attributes. Created through the male gaze, these depictions often simplify her complex character, reducing her to gendered archetypes that mirror the restrictive ideals of femininity in early modern culture. Women artists, by contrast, reworked these traditions. They created a heroine who combined elegance and authority, virtue and agency. This wasn't incidental, as these artists live in patriarchal societies that often questioned women's intellectual and artistic capacities. What better model for asserting female power than Judith, a woman who outwits and defeats a tyrant? Lavinia Fontana was the first to pave the way. Through her depictions, Judith became a spectacle reimagined through the female gaze, not as a passive object of desire, but as a powerful, multi-faced heroine authored by and for women. The Judith and Holofernes by Torchlight, which belongs to the Oratorio del Pellegrini in Bologna, and the Judith with the Head of Holofernes from the Davia Bargellini Museum are distinct in their composition and iconography. In the Bargellini Judith, which resembles a portrait more than historical painting, Judith stands triumphantly, calmly presenting 2 of her known iconographical attributes, the head of Holofernes and his sword. She is richly adorned and composed, while her maid smiles in the background, holding the basket. Despite her violent act of killing, there are minimal signs of blood in the painting. The Pellegrini Judith presents more violence and drama. Judith stands at the forefront, holding a blood-dripping sword, while grasping Holofernes' hair, which rests on a makeshift altar. She experiences divine enlightenment following her heroic deed, while her face is illuminated by the torch in the night. In the background, Holofernes' body lies in bed, while her maid pulls down the canopy, a symbolic gesture marking the general's fall. Fontana's first visual strategy fuses courtly elegance with martial symbolism in Judith's costume. Her shoulder ornaments recall warrior epaulets, while the tightly knotted sash at her waist evokes a weapon's belt. While not functional, these details visually align her with the iconography of military commanders or classical warrior heroines such as Athena or Minerva, as we can see here in this sculpture. The act of grasping the sword upright, not in haste, but with composure, positions Judith not as a passive agent, but as a figure of deliberate power. Cameos on her costume reinforce and expand this reading. The peacock pendant at the center of her dress was considered in the 16th century as an emblem of generosity, loyalty, and vigilance. The artist highlights Judith's loyalty to God and generosity to her people, as she presents the Assyrian general's head in the Pellegrini Judith. However, she must remain vigilant, as danger can lurk as long as she is in the enemy's camp. In the Pellegrini Judith, the central cameo on Judith's breastplate shows a winged figure riding a sea creature, likely an allusion to the personification of triumph or Fortuna. A similar image of Fortuna appears in a drawing by Fontana and her father for Achille Bocchi's Symbolicarum Questionum from 1574, where she is depicted riding a shell and replacing the head of Alexander the Great with that of a tripartite monster. The accompanying motto, "How foolish pride is," aligns Fortuna with the danger of arrogance and the theme of moral downfall. This connection deepens the interpretation of the cameo, where Fortuna, in her scene form, references the moral theological representation of Holofernes as pride, who is vanquished by Judith, who stands for humility. The presence of Fortuna on Judith's armor strengthens her role as an agent of justice and virtue, reinforcing the painting's message of female moral authority and divine justice. Other cameo shows a helmeted profile bust of Athena, goddess of war and wisdom, and another shows a reclining Diana, goddess of the hunt and moon, whose virginity symbolized her independence from masculine domination. The link between Judith and her classical ancestors, such as Diana and Athena, who served as prototypes of Virgin Mary, highlights Judith's figure as a classical female warrior. Fontana's visual strategy of combining an elegant feminine costume with adornments that associate Judith with classical heroines was later employed in Artemisia Gentileschi's depictions of Judith. Bolognese male artists like Orazio Sammarchini used lavish costumes and jewelry to eroticize Judith, while Lorenzo Sabatini masculinized her through armor-like elements and androgynous features to evoke classical heroism. Fontana, however, deploys costume and ornament to express a distinctively feminine moral authority that signals virtue, agency, and civic identity rather than seduction and martial virility. Fontana constructs Judith as both courageous heroine and a noblewoman, bridging heroic action with elite Bolognese femininity. Her costume and jewelry are part of the spectacle, designed to be admired by her female patronage audience and not objectified by men. Her Judith communicates strength, wisdom, and social status through the framework of the female gaze. Another distinctive strategy Fontana used in her Judith paintings is the figure of the maid, who plays a crucial narrative and symbolic role. The maid's portrayal not only reinforces the heroine's status, but also reveals underlying attitudes towards female solidarity, virtue, and hierarchy. Judith's maid, Abra, is young and active, nearly Judith's equal. In the Pellegrini Judith, she symbolically helps bring down Holofernes' authority, while her mistress is focused on her divine triumph. In Judith, she stands behind Judith, ready with a basket, mirroring her gaze. Their partnership elevates Judith's act from solitary heroism to collaborative triumph, underscoring the strength found in female solidarity. Fontana anticipates Artemisia Gentileschi's later works, where Abra physically helps Judith in the beheading. Male artists, by contrast, often depict the maid as old, masculine, or passive, as seen in Caravaggio's and Leonello Spada's works. In these paintings, the maid contrasts and accentuates Judith's active agency and feminine beauty. Fontana stages a scene of spectacle, but it is a shared one. Two women, side by side, enacting justice with purpose and poise. In the Bargellini Judith, Fontana modeled Judith after herself. As Babette Bon has noted, it was the earliest known historiated self-portrait by a Bolognese woman. Her features are idealized, resembling earlier self-portraits, like her self-portrait at the Spinet with the Maid from 1577. This may have been the patron's request, reflecting Bologna's pride in its exceptional women. Fontana's distinctive historiated self-portrait served as a subtle commentary on the constraints faced by female artists, especially within the genre of history painting. As Patricia Rocco has argued, Fontana responded to such limitations by incorporating a narrative structure into the genre of portraiture. Building on this, we can see how Fontana effectively conveys a nuanced message about herself and Judith as public figures, exemplifying virtue and courage. Just as Judith assumes a public role in a male-dominated spheres of Bethulia and the Assyrian camp, female artists like Fontana entered the predominantly male domain of professional painting, particularly within the intellectually esteemed genre of history painting. By invoking Judith, a figure who combined courage, piety, and moral integrity, Fontana found a meaningful framework through which to assert her artistic authority. This association allowed her to situate herself within a tradition that recognized strength and virtue as inherently compatible with femininity. Like Judith, she confronted male-dominated arenas and emerged triumphant, aligning herself with civic virtue and moral purpose. Fontana's innovative self-fashioning through the figure of Judith likely influenced Elisabetta Sirani, who positioned herself within the same biblical narrative 6 decades later. In contrast, male artists who included themselves in Judith's scenes, like Cristofano Allori or Agostino Carracci, used it mostly for biographical reasons. Allori portrayed his features in Holofernes' severed head and his mistress as Judith in his painting Judith with the Head of Holofernes, while Carracci portrayed the deceased wife of the patron as Judith and the patron as Holofernes in his Judith with the Head of Holofernes, serving as an expression of grief related to the husband's loss. These works, in contrast with Fontana's Judith, place greater emphasis on personal narratives rather than biblical or historical interpretation. Their Judiths often avert their gaze, expressing shame or ambivalence, in contrast with Fontana's Judith and her maid, who look directly at us, asserting control, authorship, and claiming their place within the spectacle. Fontana's attention to fabric and jewelry was likely influenced by her experience as the portraitist of Bologna's noblewomen. Her patrons understood these visual codes and values. As Caroline Murphy has suggested, the patrons of the Pellegrini and the Bargellini Judith were two noble Bolognese widows. Laertia Rossi Ratta was the recipient of the Pellegrini Judith, which was part of the Ratta collection, and was created close to the time she lost her husband, while Constanza Bianchetti likely commissioned the Bargellini Judith. Both were part of Fontana's network of noble women patrons. Judith, a pious and courageous widow, resonated with these women. Just as Judith took on a public role in a patriarchal society, so did they, as patrons of the art who participated in the city's social and cultural lives. Fontana offered them a mirror, a noblewoman framed not by the male gaze, but as the subject of a female-authored spectacle. Through costume, self-portraiture, and female co-agency, Fontana redefined the figure of Judith as a model of feminine virtue and public strength. Her paintings challenge dominant male typologies and offer something new, a model of female agency who is capable, complex, and worthy of emulation. In doing so, she projected an aspirational ideal for her contemporaries, a woman who could occupy public space, exercise moral authority, and make meaningful contributions to intellectual and artistic life. Judith becomes not just a biblical heroine, but a lens through which Bolognese women could see themselves. Fontana's work doesn't just add a feminine voice to Judith's tradition. Her visual strategies paved the way for her female successors and rewrote the tradition entirely as a spectacle authored through the female gaze. Thank you.
Thank you, Sivan, for a very rich, both visually and intellectually interpreted paper. Thank you very much. Now we have Agata Stepien, who is a bilingual and interdisciplinary artist, Doctor of Humanities and intersectional feminist, as well as an activist and a lecturer at the Department of Hispanic Philology, History, Culture and Art in the Institute of Modern Languages. Over the past 10 years, she's been active in various international venues, universities such as the Universidad de Castilla-La Mancha, Spain, University of Barcelona, the Academy of Beaux-Arts in Brussels in Belgium, the Academy of Fine Arts in Rome, and the Academy Nacional de Belles Artes, Lisbon, Portugal. Her artistic and activist efforts led to the inclusion of her works in the Bankiewicz Contemporary Art Gallery in the Museum of Krakow. Her European PhD explores intercultural dialogue, investigating female identity in artistic and bodily practices, as well as examining issues of territorial borders and trauma, giving a reflective and profound quality to her work. Today, Agata will be speaking on the pentimento as a language of resistance, hidden feminine narratives in the layers of the image. Thank you, Agata. Welcome.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. Today's perspective, it will be a little bit different because of the art practice, which I do. So it will be interesting as well to understand the process of the art creative female work through my perspective of the women that is practicing art, especially painting. So today we will think and we will reflect all together about the pentimento as a language of resistance, uncovering women's hidden decisions in art history that they focus the gaze. There is a game between the gaze of our the public watching the painting, and as well the women gaze while producing art. That layers that we cannot see normally. We have the meeting with the painting, which is a final version, but it's very important as well all the steps in the process, because the painting is always the act of decision. So these hidden decisions, they can very well explain the trajectory of the female artists during the different times, and as well the social barriers that they could not express themselves very freely on the way how to present even themselves. Very sad information is that not many of the art works made by female artists has been worked on, so we don't know exactly how many hidden stories they still are there to discover. So that's my reflection as well, just to show some examples. It's from the Italian pentiti, which means to repent or change one's mind. It refers to visible trace of earlier version in painting revealed through time or imaging. For women artists, pentimenti are especially significant. They can reveal hidden decisions, suppressed gestures, or changes made due to social norms and expectations of gender. Socially, we will have some examples as well of women that they can present in some way of canon, the pride of being a painter, but as well we can wait for some more interest to make more scanning of the paintings to know better the story of the female artists. And I would like to show you as well how it looks, the example, because I can describe in words the things, but visually and speaking about the gaze, it's very important to see how it looks the pentimento and how it looks the main version. So if it's possible, I will ask to share as well that short video where you can see the process, which is very interesting, of the final version. Yeah, so that was the example how the pentimento and the layer can change very much from the main painting. And about the restauro work that it's done, it's neat by the scanning, and it's very interesting that the scanners, they can really perceive only the pigments that they were highly toxic. So in here we see the work. Pentimento, of course, comes from the Italian pentirsi, so everyone still now it's seeing it as a sketch or as the first step. But we can as well understand that it's a really main base of understanding as well the context in which the painting was done. There are many different ways to scan the paintings. We have IRR and as well X-ray, which I was doing before coming to the conference as well. It's the very fast way to scan and see that directly the effect of the scanning, but it's really capturing only very toxic pigments. So normally when we paint with the pigments which we do from our environment, so both at the shop or done by ourselves, it's very highly proven that it will be not showing anything, the pentimento. It will be not seeable because it's absolutely not toxic. So in my research, which is as well the art work research, I would like to find as well through the biographies of the artist women, the way to find to make the pigments somehow not toxic but visible for that scanning way. In here we have the short colors, which are really very well seen in the scanning. So we have zinc white, very high, have high visible option. We have as well, which is the blue as well, and the greens. They are the mains that they are very toxic and very well seen to be seen in today's investigations of conservatory way. In here we have as well, you can see that the most important is the lead white, so it's the strongest X-ray absorption. As well, a way that it needs to be checked, but really natural pigment that could be seen as well is carbon. But of course, there's nothing to see the zinc, vermilion or green, as good as green being precise. In here we have the example of that zinc where you can see white. It's very basic color, and many times it is involved in changes in pentimento. So in here exactly we see the languaging, so the changes that we can do and how it's seen. Here are some more examples of the paintings and the scanning. So you can as well how amazing many times it is in the basic sketch, and how well, not having the color of course, but at the graphic way of expression, it's very, very, very strong. In here we have some more. So it's very well seen. Main painting under the red base, where of course some changes cinnable. And how that research of women artists in art and their own biographical elements that can be seen through that scanning method. Male artists in museum collections and that's very, very, very well known and through information. But historically, women artists represented only 7 to 12 exhibited works in the 19th century. In modern and contemporary collections, women works have been represented worldwide. As of 2024 and 25, approx 9 out of 10 artworks studied, collected, or exhibited worldwide are by male artists, demonstrating the persistent structural gender imbalance in the canon of institution of art history. So at the moment, I'm applying as well for that research option from the Ministry of my country in Poland, and I hope I will have some positive information next month. So I would like to make the research, both artistic and as well in art history, about the women that they are not known in Poland as much, for instance, during Renaissance in Italy, of course. But we do believe that they are there, and we can find their stories written and their biographies somehow on the paintings and on the layers. In here, the example that been studied, for instance, to give you the example how much the changes of the gestures and things they were frozen in the state of pentimento is that portrait of Judith Manbury. That's quite late painting actually, but we can after that non-invasive investigation summary, they found out, for instance, that the gesture was very different and it was changed because of the social requirements to be seen like noble and more correct. So in here we have the representation of women, how it should be. And I believe that it can have many paintings of women and paintings as well of where the women is represented. So in here we have that painting that simplified, reduced expression and adapt bourgeois intention expressions of gesture change, reinforced controlled visibility of female sitter. In here we have Sophonisba Angisola, which actually is the collection in Poland in the Museum of Krakow, but in Castle of Pamphilj. And that example was, you can see that work was X-ray and all that things that passed through the studies. And here we have the example of the woman that is very proudly showing her with the brushes and with the canvas. It's one of the options that was accepted during the time and built right that we were. So here we have earlier version where she looked toward the viewer, not the image, and her position and angle of the brush.
So in here I don't know the scan to show you, but that's what I found during that investigation of the presentation of that options. So that article explains the abstract, summarizing the research techniques, especially for treating and knowing more which small pigments they were used in her. Of course, we have Lavinia Fontana, all of that very important figures, and Sofonisba Anguissola and Lavinia Fontana, the works of Sofonisba, first her self-portraits. We find subtle revisions around the hands and gaze, zones traditionally controlled by the male authority in portraits. Technically, imaging reveals that Sofonisba initially depicted her hands painting the face of another woman, later replaced by self-gesture. This correction, this pentimento, can be read as an assertion of agency, the land of women artists becoming the hand of creation itself. Lavinia Fontana, by contrast, often opened the implied pentimento to refine draperies and jewelry, areas loaded with social meaning. The access of ornament was not merely a stylistic choice, but a code statement about the female visibility. By adjusting the fabric, she reshaped the boundaries between the virtue and sensuality, between the woman and subject, as is with her. So that we have the example, and the Katarina van Hemsen and Marie Gabriel Capet. In here we have the no serving X-ray, so still many of the works they need to be worked on. But in here we have the early portrait, self-portrait, painted when she was barely 20, includes a visible underdrawing that shows a more tentative composition. Beneath the surface lies the record of her hesitation, a rare testimony of women artists negotiating with her self-image, with a male-dominated guild system. In the case of Marie Gabriel, typically studies have revealed reward areas in the symbols and the ground side. Painter correction emphasized intensity, self-awareness, translating the internal intelligence. So we can see basically the archaeology of the image. And in modern conversation laboratory technologies such as integrated X-ray fluorescence allow us to read the painting as an archaeological site. Beneath the varnishing pigments, we uncover not only technical artisans, but also psychological and social layers of meaning. For women painters of the early modern period, those autonomy was constantly negotiated within patriarchal structures. There were layers often embody the focus between the personal vision and the conventional situation. The act of uncovering pentimento is not only the technical discovery, it can be encountered with the alternative version of artistic identity that has been systematically suppressed. So we can see in here the pentimento as a feminist resistance. If we read these through Jungian and feminist frameworks, the pentimento becomes a manifestation of the shadow, the repressed content of the collective and personal unconsciousness, returning the consciousness. The erased line, the hidden contour, the ghost of the earlier gesture, all embody the persistence of a female authorship that refuses to disappear. In this sense, the pentimento operates as a feminist archaeology of the image, testimony of the women were forced to hide, and they could not help but express. It transforms technical representance into epistemological resistance through the lens of the conservation science. We uncovered patriarchal historiography as well to cover the technologies that penetrate the surface of famed mirror and theoretical effort, and to penetrate the ideological surface of art history itself. in here we have the work as well, the interpretation of the work with self-portrait of two pupils. And we have the revision raised as a potential male witness, focusing on the lineage of female mentors. And the mentor became feminist editing, rewriting hierarchy. We have as well Marie Area. And in here we have a little bit of conclusion and the museum collections, how it looks like at the moment. So an analysis of 18 major American museums revealed that 87% of artists represented were men and 85% were white. That's the information. And art market dated on 2023, according to research conducted by the arts platform work by women artists, for approximately 25% of art inquiries. Historical context between 70-60 and 80-30 between these years, women artists constituted an average of 7 till 12% of artworks in French and British exhibitions. And gallery and museums collections in general. Converted studies of major galleries and museums holding have shown that less than 5% of works in some of the world's largest collections are by women artists. So, just the conclusion it is that it's a feminist archaeology of the image, the rediscovery of pentimento in the works can help us and invites us to reimagine the history of painting not as linear sequence of completed works, but as a living archive of transformation. Each hidden figure, raised hand, or altered contour becomes a negotiation between visibility, silence, authorship, staying anonymous, submission, and rebellion. In the language of matter, these artists the resistance in such a way. The trace of what was once covered emerged as an act of remembrance, an unfinished conversation between body, pigment, and history. Pentimento, therefore, is not a flaw of the image. It is the persistence of the feminine voice beneath centuries of being cancelled. So in here is just the information how the pentimento can be seen, like the feminist archaeology of the image, lower body traumas, as well the body that cannot express their own identity fully due to the social situation where it was not where the gestures, where the images, strict images were absolutely not possible the women artists. And from invisibility to revelation. So I see and I feel like an artist that is a very, very important work to find the options to scan more the paintings of women, to know more and make more investigation on it, because like that we will give the extra women sometimes. And the ethics regulation, so this also invites the ethical reflection by uncovering hidden layers. So in here we have the game by being seen by themselves, and show to be seen layers that we are secret, uncovered. And I think it is the time to really make it visible. And even during the exhibitions, I think it's an extra finding and way to show original painting, final effect, and all the process, which is very difficult and very sometimes taking many months to years to be done. So that's the idea of the artist to reflect that scans with the possibility when exposed with female artists. And contemporary art is a continuation of resistance, so contemporary women artists, by reinterpreting pentimento, employ it as a both aesthetic and political strategy that challenges the linear order of art history. Each layer uncovered, repainted, and reinterpreted becomes an act of reclaiming space for female experience, transforming the very structure of visibility and ensure with the visual arts. I think the women artists of 21st century are part of creating their own works. I think they should give space as well and time and energy to make the investigation of the colleagues, women artists from the past times, give them as well the option to be seen and to show that there were great women artists and to describe in such a way, possible way, the art history by inclusion. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll postpone lunch for to come back after lunch at 3 o'clock, and we'll have a few minutes of question and answer now. Does anyone like to ask a question of our speakers, make a comment?
Thank you. I have a comment and also a question. The comment is more general. I think that's something like the story of Isabella Andreini, but also, for example, I quickly mentioned a soprano in my lecture, Anne de la Barre, really help us to reevaluate the position of these female artists in between the 16th and the 17th century, because I always had the impression that we usually say singers and dancers and in general those women interpreters were considered like courtesan, but actually we see that they were really part of the court, also really with a high social position. I'm also thinking about something that Adelina and me know well, the Monastero della Crocetta in Florence, where Vittoria della Rovere and Anna de' Medici have been instructed in music by famous artists from the time as Francesca Caccini. And so, well, this is for just a general comments. So how we can, thanks to new studies, reevaluate the position of those women. But my question was about Isabella Andreini indeed. And we have seen that she has been active in Mantua and also in Paris, in France. And so I was curious to ask if we know if she's cited in a way in the correspondence between Eleonora de' Medici and Maria de' Medici, because one was the Duchess of Mantua and the other was, of course, the Queen of France. And we know, for example, that two important painters, Franz Purbus the Younger and Rubens, arrived to Paris to work for Maria de' Medici thanks to Eleonora. So it was really also that of course they were sisters and they talked to each other, that moves the painters to Paris. So I was curious to know if for Isabella, if indeed we know that there has been a contact between the two sisters.
So thank you for the question. And indeed, there were contacts. Especially, I mentioned actually that Vincenzo Gonzaga ended up paying for the dowry of 2 of the Andreini girls. It actually was rather more Eleonora, for reasons that I believe in, but I'm not going to talk openly about it because I'm going to get myself in trouble. But Eleonora was, I mean, she really liked Isabella Andreini, and we know that Andreini very much appeared in Florence. So definitely there was this connection, okay, between Eleonora and Maria and the Medicis in general, because otherwise they would not have been able, the Andreinis, I mean, and the Gelosi, they would not have been able to perform at this paramount important wedding, which was in fact the very place where the opera started, because that was the first time when La Pellegrina was staged with intermezzi, where you had Peri and Caccini. And so that is indeed also the originating moment of the opera. So it is indeed, there is a very strong connection. And besides, I mean, I did not want to bore you to death, and also it would have been like a 2-hour-long paper, but, you know, the movement, places where the Andreinis are going are very well documented, and they're all everywhere, in all the courts. So not just Mantua, they're also called by the Doge of Genoa, they're always in Ferrara. So they really tour around all these aristocratic settings, which was also the norm at a time when you had restrictions. They could not really, you know, show in public. So the only public spaces where they could perform were theaters that were being set up in Venice and that had to close afterwards. For example, the Stanze di Michiel. You know, Michiel was this entrepreneur and he had to close shop. And so most of these comedians had to move from one court to the other. It was absolutely fashionable. And I mean, this is all very well documented by lots of scholars. And there was also a little bit of a competition and identifying a particular comedy or a particular group of performers who would always be called at a particular court, distinguish them from others. So, you know, if the Gonzagas call the Andreinis, then the Medicis too, and then, you know, the Este as well have to have them. That's sort of the trend.
Thank you.
I think I have a couple of comments or questions. Comment also for Alessandra Massini. You mentioned, of course, that people like Gabriele Paleotti did not approve of these things and how Adriani got around this. And you mentioned all the places that she had performed. So I imagine that Bologna was out of the question.
Oh, no, Bologna was there, but only at moments when these bans sort of weakened a little bit, because the Paleotti ban targeting specific women dated 1582, but before that they could still perform more or less. The other time when people could perform was Carnival. Typically they would go to Venice, but there were sort of, you know, ways around these bans.
Yeah, and I loved the presentation discussing the literature of women at the time and the relationship to the development of portraiture with a certain amount of agency. I always bring this back in, even though it's by a male artist, of course, but one of the defining moments in the visual representation of women was really, of course, we all know, but Leonardo's Mona Lisa. I think sometimes we forget that. I think that also was really the beginning of the changes in the way women were portrayed, and he was, of course, particular in special in every way. So maybe that also had to do with it. And then I have a comment also for Siobhan. Great presentation. Perhaps this is not as necessary to your arguments, but I wonder if you had seen also the self-portrait of Lavina Fontana as Saint Barbara in the Madonna and Child with the 5 saints.
Not sure. Maybe
there is a painting of Madonna and Child with 5 saints, and it's theorized that the other saints are other noble women that Fontana knew, and that the depiction of Saint Barbara, who's the one on the extreme left, is actually Fontana herself, and it's mentioned by primary sources. And one of the key giveaways there is that St. Barbara's usually represented by the tower, but in this case, she has a large book, which looks like a quaderno di disegno that she's holding, so that it's not Judith, but it might also play into your theory of women and virtue, virtuous portraits. And that may be one way that she would get around again back to Paliotti, because Paliotti specifically stated that he did not ever want to see portraits of recognizable women in religious figures or otherwise, but he made exceptions for exemplars of virtue. So perhaps she's positing herself that way there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Grazie. To Agatha, I found your paper very, very interesting. The argument that pentimento can be seen as a sign of female resistance, but the examples that you show were mainly of women artists who, the portrait of of a woman that has been changed so that they conform to more traditional notions of what womanhood and femininity should be and their role in society. So can you say a bit more of artists that perhaps did the opposite, did actually use it as a sign of resistance?
There are... Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, so there are plenty of women that they were changing their positions from the outside. I mean that they were seen, the final effect was very composed, like the society was asking and permitted, but there were the composition changed radically. So for instance, the face and the gestures of the hands, which is very important in the psychology of portrait, were changing, and plenty of them were from the Netherlands, the artists. But the problem is that there are, in my research that I hope will start from January, I feel, and it's still not scanned, a lot of works of, for instance, female artists in Poland, because very important and very famous there are the Renaissance women from Italy. But I would like to give as well a small focus on that women that they are really not studied, and give the option to at least try if there is a change or not, really. So.
Yeah, I want, I'm sorry, how many works have you gathered so far?
Well, I'm just waiting. It's
just the one we show.
No, it's just the beginning, because I'm waiting the ministry, the acceptance or not, and then we'll be much more in that situation, because then I will have the legal permission to go to the museums and to go to as well in Italy to search for that. So it will be absolutely wide and different point of.
Because indeed it's very fascinating, but of course to make sure that the hypothesis, which is again interesting, we have to gather consistent numbers of examples to assert that, the pentimento was a radical choice and not just a technical issue, so they had to adjust or to fix a hand which was not done very well, or, a gaze which probably couldn't match their self identity in a way, no?
Sure.
So for sure it's a very interesting point, and we, Alessandra Maso and I were had already thought, some years ago, we had this idea to make kind of inventory catalog of works by women, but again, it's always a matter of funds.
Well, I'm just waiting the acceptance. If it will be, then I will have the foundation and the grant for whole year to study only that case. So I hope it's just the preludium, let's say, that what interests me and what I feel like the artist as well, that could guide to different point of view.
Thank you. Any other questions? For Rachel, I just wanted to comment on or ask you about the spatial arrangement of the marriage chamber and how these cassoni were owned, or that they were in the realm of the female member of the household, the bride, and so that these paintings, both the inner nude paintings and the exterior, were projected for a female gaze. And if you could just say a bit more about that, please. Thank you.
Sure. About the actual arrangement of how the furniture would be arranged. So we know from a couple images from the 16th century that they were likely placed against the wall. It's not, 100% reliable, but it's also not clear when they would be opened. So we see them being used as like surfaces to put things on. They could also be used as seats.
But it's interesting to see them juxtaposed. They would be juxtaposed with small religious devotional paintings.
Exactly.
So you have the two sides of the coin of the sort of the devotional aspect of the virtuous woman, and also the moralizing images. But then you open the cassone and you have the nude images, which were also directed at the bride.
Yes, exactly. And one I couldn't include it in the presentation because of time's sake, but I also found just an image of the Virgin and Child for the camera, with the recumbent nude Eve at the feet of the Virgin. So placing those two very different types of nudes in conversation with one another, that's kind of my current project right now, working on that. Yeah. Thank you. So later paintings.
No, but also paint. Okay, perhaps also later. I was thinking 15th, 16th century paintings where you see the cassone, but I mean we know from opening the cassone what's underneath. But were there also representations at the time, early modern representations of the insides of the cassone in a setting with the lid open so that we could actually see? I'm just curious.
The only one I can think of is the Venus of Urbino, where you see it, kind of open, but I can't think of a representation where you actually see like the lid open and anything, represented inside. There's a birth tray, a desco de parto I'm thinking of, that has a cassone against the wall, but it's closed. So
thank you. Because the nude, of course, was the sort of secret part inside for the owner herself, right? It's sort of eroticized section. I really enjoyed the talk. It was along the lines of things that I'm working on for Fontana's other paintings. And I like how you sort of posit it in a way as if the inner nude somehow neutralizes the outer message of themes such as the rape of the Sabines, right, which Berger would have seen more as exploitation of women, but that nude sort of gives back her power in a way, right? That sympathetic magic. I just want to say I really enjoyed that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, exactly. It's much more complex than, either or. Thank you.
And go to lunch, and we meet back here at 3:00. Thank you very much. Down in the library is lunch for those of you who have registered. Thank you very much. And thanks our last speakers.
Okay, so welcome back to the second, actually is the third session of the first day and the first afternoon session. And we're sorry for those who are online, we're sorry for the delay, but so this morning speakers and presentations were very interesting and there arose a lot of questions and comments and so it's really worth being a little bit late and having shared these expertise with everyone. This afternoon session is penned legacies, the gaze into memory, language, and gender. We really received a lot of proposals that would have been fallen into this umbrella, under this umbrella. So it was very, very difficult choice. So you have a responsibility. Well, the first to speak is Alessia Muroni Ramos. Alessia is an art historian and independent researcher. She deals with communication and training for various organizations and companies. Her studies focus on art literature, women artists, women studies, LGBTQ studies, on which she published a number of essays and articles. She currently is working on an essay dedicated to women art historian and a novel about the English artist Mary Delaney. She is a member of Società Italiana delle Storiche, Società Italiana delle Letterate, Jane Austen Society of Italy, and Italian Virginia Woolf Society. In December 2024, she published Sono Raffaello il Divin Pittore by Tempesta Editore, with a biographical essay by Giulia Silvia Ghia, a multi-voiced story on the human and artistic events of the great 16th century painter, now available also in a free podcast on locus.com. So just welcome Alessia Muroni, is presenting Gli occhi di un artista, l'arte, la vita, il mondo, nel lavoro e nelle memorie di Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun.
Buon pomeriggio a tutte e tutti, grazie. I apologize because my contribution will be in Italian, but it will be translated into English for publication, okay? So we start. Sorry. Ok, il mio contributo parte proprio dalla parola sguardo. Lo sguardo che Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun, uno dei più grandi ritrattisti francesi del XVIII secolo, pone su di sé, sugli altri, sul mondo. Queste sono, diciamo, le tre direzioni in cui Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun guarda, e il suo sguardo poi diventa, si fa opera pittorica, si fa opera letteraria. Seguiremo una linea cronologica che ci viene dai suoi souvenir. Proprio nei souvenir, nella prima lettera, souvenir che ora vedremo insomma la composizione, ma il primo volume si presenta come una serie di lettere alla princesse Curaquin, e quindi nella prima, diciamo, vedremo lettera 1, lettera 2, proprio perché il primo volume dei souvenir si presenta sotto forma epistolare. E proprio in questa prima lettera c'è il padre che parla, Louis Vigée, e dice: tu sarai pittrice, bambina mia, o nessun altro mai lo sarà. Si pone qui già da questa frase paterna, il seme della narrazione di un destino, una narrazione che vedremo presenta numerosi spunti interessanti. Per dare qualche elemento cronologico che mi sembra sempre utile, ricordiamo semplicemente che Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun nasce da Jean Massin e da Louis Vigée, che era un pastellista piuttosto quotato. Alla morte del padre a 12 anni decide proprio di portare quello che era stato un insegnamento paterno nato così quotidianamente, di portarlo ad un livello professionale. Nel frattempo, poco tempo dopo, la madre si risposa con un ricco gioielliere, vanno a vivere di fronte al Palais Royal e sicuramente l'ex clientela paterna, diciamo le conoscenze, il cerchio del patrigno l'aiutano a entrare in contatto con una serie di committenti. È comunque un'artista che viene precocemente apprezzata. Già nel 74 è ammessa all'Académie de Saint-Luc e nel 1775 è ammessa alle séances publiques dell'Académie Royale des Peintures et Sculptures. Dunque comincia ad avere una visibilità, diciamo uscire fuori ad un livello più alto, tant'è che vengono esposti 2 suoi quadri che lei ha donato all'Académie, e questo non fa che aprire, diciamo così, ad una committenza ulteriore. Nel 75 si sposa con Jean-Baptiste Pierre Lebrun e anche questo giocherà un ruolo nella sua vita. Nel 76 la prima committenza reale. Diventa presto la ritrattista della regina, la ritrattista dell'aristocrazia francese, poi arriva la mannaia del 1789. Parte, da lì fugge ad ottobre e comincia una serie di peregrinazioni in tutta Europa che la portano comunque a coltivare una clientela internazionale. Tornerà a Parigi solamente nel 1802 e si dividerà essenzialmente fra Parigi e Louveciennes, dove è sepolta quando muore nel 1842, quindi ad un'età anche abbastanza avanzata. Fra le fonti più interessanti sulla sua vita sono i souvenir, che pubblica in 3 volumi fra 1835 e 1837. Innanzitutto sottolineiamo che è la prima donna artista a pubblicare delle memorie, non la prima donna, i souvenir insomma di numerose altre donne erano già stati pubblicati in altre date eccetera, ma è la prima artista, ok? E questo gioca un ruolo importante proprio per come questi souvenir che sicuramente per certi versi si rifanno alla narrazione per eccellenza della storia dell'arte, che è quella delle vite del Vasari. Quindi una narrazione che appunto segue un destino, no? Segue un suo disegno. E sono appunto 3 volumi che l'artista, diciamo, pubblica a suo nome, ma in realtà le due nipoti che la seguono fino alla fine dei suoi giorni scriveranno praticamente i souvenir a partire dai materiali autobiografici che la stessa aveva selezionato, suoi diari, lettere, eccetera. Quindi un insieme di materiali compositi che vengono composti appunto in tre volumi, che si rifanno sicuramente ad una tradizione memorialistica che soprattutto in Francia ha una serie diciamo di esempi eccellenti, e che si inseriscono anche all'interno di una nascente storiografia generale che attinge al dato personale come al dato oggettivo, e quindi insomma tanto più è importante questa uscita pubblica, diciamo così, di queste memorie di donna artista. Ora, lo sguardo di Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun è innanzitutto uno sguardo volto verso se stessa. Abbiamo una serie di autoritratti bellissimi in cui vediamo questa giovane e bellissima donna presentarsi, e questo è già importante, come modello. È un modello di femminilità, è un modello di eleganza. adoro l'uso del bianco, del rosso e del nero nell'abbigliamento e vedete come questo peraltro è interessante perché non solo è un modello di femminilità, ma è anche un modello di moda. La moda che a volte tendiamo, no, a considerare come un fenomeno secondario, ma che in realtà ancora ai nostri giorni, volendo, ma soprattutto fino ad una certa epoca è un codice linguistico ben preciso, e presentarsi nei propri autoritratti in un certo modo, con un certo tipo di atteggiamento, ma anche di allure, è sicuramente indicativo. C'è un bellissimo volume di Frances Borsello che sicuramente conoscete, dedicato all'autoritratto femminile, e sicuramente gli autoritratti della Vigée Lebrun sono fra i più indicativi di un vero e proprio progetto di comunicazione, un progetto di comunicazione che funziona enormemente, ha un enorme successo proprio perché questi autoritratti che circolano, che vengono esposti, che vengono a volte donati in copia, rappresentano un manifesto, ripeto, di femminilità, di eleganza, ma anche un manifesto ovviamente artistico, e la circolazione di queste opere crea, io potrei definirlo una sorta di contagio positivo fra le donne dell'aristocrazia. Per esempio, volevo anche sottolineare la presenza di Julie. A volte è uno sguardo su di sé che si allarga, no, alla figlia, e le due insieme funzionano tantissimo, così come funziona tantissimo Julie, che è una ragazza dalla bellezza insomma notevole, che diventa anch'essa un mezzo per cui la pittura della madre si propone come sempre accattivante, interessante, sensuale, eccetera. Qui la vediamo in una serie di ritratti che la pongono da bambina, e mi piace molto questo ritratto di Julie allo specchio, no? Perché è proprio una riflessione sullo sguardo per poi arrivare alle opere in cui Julie è un adolescente che si presenta come una ninfa, e infine una giovane Flora. Vedremo fra poco, no, come peraltro questo genere di presentazione si inserisce all'interno di un'immagine che è quella della ninfa neoclassica. Ma questa maternità esibita da Elisabeth Vigée Lebrun, dicevo, diventa anche il modello per una nuova presentazione dell'infanzia. Siamo nell'epoca e nella nazione di Rousseau, c'è questo nuovo sguardo sull'infanzia, sul rapporto madre-figlio, e dobbiamo anche ricordare che siamo ancora in un'epoca in cui la nascita di figli non è solamente una questione personale, no? Privata, intima, ma è anche un discorso all'interno di una stirpe che deve essere continuata, eccetera. E di fronte a quello che a determinati tipi di rappresentazione familiare, in cui madri, padri e figli, no, erano presentati come per dire allora questi sono i nostri discendenti, eccetera, nei ritratti familiari eseguiti da Elisabeth Vigée Lebrun, tutto questo passa in secondo piano. Quello che viene sottolineato proprio è l'intensità, la tenerezza del sentimento, e in un modo che ai nostri occhi può sembrare quasi scontato, ma dobbiamo pur sempre riportare tutto questo, no, al XVIII secolo e a un'epoca in cui i figli erano prima di tutto il concretamento di un progetto dinastico, eccetera, e poi secondariamente eventualmente una questione di affetti. Nel frattempo Elisabeth è riuscita ad arrivare a Versailles attraverso questo primo lavoro per Luigi Stanislao di Francia, conte di Provenza. Questa è la prima opera che noi conosciamo per la corte di Versailles. Da Luigi Stanislao a Maria Antonietta il passo è breve, ma nel frattempo c'è l'ingresso all'Académie. Le pièce de réception di Elisabeth è La pace riporta l'abbondanza. È interessante, è stato notato, no, già che la scelta del soggetto in un'epoca in cui ricordiamo, no, c'era questa percezione gerarchica delle arti, per cui la pittura di nudo, la pittura di storia era quella più importante, ma contemporaneamente era il genere di cosa a cui difficilmente le donne riuscivano ad arrivare. Elisabeth si ostina a presentare un'opera che non è un ritratto, non è un paesaggio, non è una natura morta, ma è orgogliosamente una scena mitologica e comunque che afferisce al tema della pittura di storia. Non le riuscirà di essere ammessa come pittura di storia, c'è proprio una fronda interna all'Accademia, viene accolta nello stesso giorno, il 31 maggio del 1783, lo stesso giorno di Adélaïde de la Ville-Gouillard, ma nella riunione proprio di quel giorno viene anche specificato che d'ora in avanti non saranno ammesse più di 4 académiciennes per volta. Quindi, come dire, è una porta che si apre ma viene anche richiusa. Sebbene ricordiamo che Séverine Sauffiot, in un saggio molto interessante, ha definito quest'epoca per la pittura, soprattutto francese, une parenthèse enchantée, no? Una parentesi incantata, un momento in cui alle donne si apre uno spazio pubblico e anche a livello accademico che insomma non verrà riproposto molto facilmente. Sempre nell'ambito di questo tentativo di Elisabeth di arrivare, no, ad una definizione di pittura di storia, voglio presentare queste due opere in cui la sensualità, ma anche la conoscenza anatomica, eccetera, vengono orgogliosamente ostentate dall'artista. Per quanto sia una pittrice di ritratti e di quello vivrà per tutta la sua vita, è interessante vedere come non rinunci, no, a proporre opere che appunto attengono al tema mitologico. Qui abbiamo l'allegoria della poesia al Musée Fabre e una bellissima baccante a Williamstown, attualmente a Williamstown. Ho nominato Maria Antonietta. Per molto tempo Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun sarà conosciuta come la pittrice di corte di Maria Antonietta. Sappiamo che non è solo quello, però sicuramente contribuisce a creare l'iconografia per eccellenza di Maria Antonietta. Queste sono il primo lavoro che realizza per la regina, dove la regina viene presentata in abito di corte, quindi con i panier, con il busto, con tutte quelle che erano le sovrastrutture non solo di abbigliamento ma anche di presentazione di un ruolo. Ma accanto alla produzione ufficiale, chiedo scusa, qui ne abbiamo due versioni, in realtà ce ne sono diverse perché poi alcune opere particolarmente di successo verranno realizzate in più copie per essere utilizzate insomma in vario modo. Nell'opera a sinistra che vedete che arriva a Vienna, Maria Antonietta appunto è rappresentata con quest'abito di corte, con la corona discretamente posta sul cuscino accanto, mentre nella versione di poco successiva che troviamo a Versailles, alla corona è affiancato anche il manto con la fleur de lis francese. Elisabeth ne parla nella lettera quinta del primo tomo dei Souvenir, parla di Maria Antonietta, parla del suo ruolo e racconta questo episodio di cui è stato rintracciato sicuramente una radice ideale, diciamo così, nell'episodio dell'imperatore Carlo V che si china per raccogliere i pennelli a Tiziano. Che se sia veramente successa questa scena, Maria Antonietta che si abbassa per raccogliere i pennelli caduti alla pittrice incinta, che quindi ha un po' di difficoltà a chinarsi, se sia veramente successo, se sia solo un adeguarsi a un certo tipo di memoria, non importa. Quello che importa è che in questo episodio, narrato così, con la pittrice che è in stato di gravidanza e che continua a lavorare e che ha difficoltà a muoversi, notiamo un proporsi del corpo femminile tutto nuovo, quasi un voler rivendicare che di fronte a un certo tipo di trattatistica in cui l'uomo era il creatore, eccetera, la donna era solamente la madre, lei riesce a riunire nel suo corpo entrambe le cose. Lei non solo è madre, orgogliosamente, dato che appunto Julie verrà insomma presentata al pubblico attraverso numerose opere, ma è anche artista, e le due cose si coniugano nella stessa persona. La bellezza di Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun ne fa sicuramente un personaggio importante alla corte, proprio in un contesto edonistico in cui la bellezza è un elemento importante. Ne fa uso, ma in che modo? Sempre nell'intento di fare di se stessa un modello, e attraverso questo, come dire, invogliare l'eventuale committente. Famosissimo è tutto ciò che è legato a questo autoritratto che vedete, che ha la National Gallery, l'autoritratto con il cappello di paglia. Nel primo volume Elisabeth parla di quello che era stata la sua fonte di ispirazione, il ritratto di Suzanne Fourmin con il cappello di paglia di Rubens, e quello che a lei interessava era soprattutto questo gioco di ombre e di luci, l'ombra del cappello sulla carne e contemporaneamente il riflesso della luce sul viso in ombra. C'è proprio tutta un'analisi di questo fenomeno che lei cerca di replicare nel suo autoritratto, un autoritratto che ottiene un grandissimo successo, tanto da dar vita a una vera mania. Qui vediamo una serie di opere in cui, per esempio, la prima a sinistra, torno in un istante indietro, vedete che è quasi un calco letterale, potremmo dire, dell'autoritratto della pittrice. Abbiamo la duchessa di Polignac, una delle amiche più intime di Maria Antonietta. Al centro vediamo Madame du Barry, che godeva di una felice vedovanza, se possiamo dire, dopo la morte di Luigi XV a Louveciennes, non lontano da quella che sarà la futura casa della Vigée-Lebrun, e la principessa di Lamballe. La principessa di Lamballe, che di lì a qualche anno subirà una sorte terribile, la sua testa, no, verrà fatta passare davanti alla finestra del tempio dove è imprigionata Maria Antonietta, ma in questo momento tutto ciò è ancora lontano, no? E forse anzi, forse l'ombra, come dire, della rivoluzione, che comunque si stia avvicinando perché siamo all'inizio degli anni '80, no? Forse retrospettivamente getta una luce particolare. Vedete che il cappello di paglia, la gaule, la camicia, era una camicia che normalmente si portava sotto il busto, ma che nel momento in cui in Francia comincia proprio questa ricerca di una diversa semplicità del vivere quotidiano, anche in un contesto, no, estremamente lussuoso e diciamo formale, i piccoli salottini di Luigi XV, eccetera. Questa ricerca della semplicità diventa un'espressione anche dell'abbigliamento. Accanto di nuovo un altro ritratto della duchessa di Polignac con la gaule, un ritratto della contessa di Provenza, una moda che si affianca a quella delle contadinelle. Ricordiamo le hameau la fattoria creata da Maria Antonietta all'interno del parco di Versailles, in cui le dame si presentavano vestite da felici contadinelle. Elisabeth riesce a incarnare mirabilmente le due versioni, sia la rilassatezza dell'abbigliamento in Gaul che l'ideale della vita in campagna. Maria Antonietta decide, anche questa è una storia molto famosa, no? Decide di prestarsi per farsi rappresentare in Gaul. È uno dei suoi abbigliamenti preferiti. Dobbiamo ricordare che Maria Antonietta ha la ricerca perenne di una fuga mentale, ok? Quindi nel momento in cui incontra la capacità di Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun di creare un'atmosfera, uno stile, okay, che si fa concretezza e vita reale, Maria Antonietta segue, diciamo, le indicazioni dell'artista. Sappiamo che non verrà accolto con molto favore, anzi con un certo scandalo. La regina di Francia non può presentarsi in Gaul, okay, in camicia, e immediatamente il quadro che vedete, il ritratto in Gaul, è stato presentato al Salon del 1783. Prima che il Salon chiuda, Elisabeth realizza il secondo ritratto per sostituire quello esposto al Salon. Quindi vediamo come persino l'arte gioiosa e leggera della Vigée-Lebrun non può liberare Maria Antonietta fino in fondo, però sicuramente ci ha provato. Accanto a questi ritratti, alcuni anni dopo ne seguono altri della regina. Questo è molto interessante perché segue lo scandalo della collana in cui tutto sommato la regina era stata protagonista del tutto inconsapevole, ma sappiamo che sarà qualcosa che peserà molto poi nell'evoluzione degli eventi a seguire. E alcuni anni dopo è lo stesso Luigi XVI a chiedere alla pittrice di realizzare un ritratto ufficiale che venga esposto e che cerchi in qualche modo di riconciliare i francesi con la regina. Pesa ancora lo scandalo del 1785. Vediamo Maria Antonietta presentata in un abbigliamento sicuramente più consono. Notiamo l'assenza quasi totale di gioielli, gli orecchini, il piccolo bracciale al polso, voluta, così come voluto è rispetto a questo discorso dei gioielli, il riferimento alla storia antica. L'armadio chiuso, i figli, un po' come la madre dei Gracchi, quelli sono i suoi gioielli, ok? Gioielli, lusso, la voluttà, la vanità, eccetera, sono chiusi nel piccolo stipo portagioielli. Quello che lei presenta è la sua prole, i figli della nazione. Vediamo da sinistra a destra Maria Teresa, Luigi Carlo, il delfino Luigi Giuseppe e la culla vuota che allude alla piccola Sophie, morta dopo pochi mesi prima che venisse terminato questo ritratto. Sappiamo poi dalle memorie della Vigée-Lebrun che fine farà il ritratto. Quando muore, proprio all'inizio del 1789, il delfino Luigi Giuseppe, che è quello che vediamo all'estrema destra, Maria Antonietta non ce la farà più a reggere la vista di questo quadro che era stato posto in un luogo di passaggio all'interno dei suoi appartamenti, e lo farà allontanare. Probabilmente è quello che ha permesso di salvarlo, perché quando i rivoluzionari entreranno a Versailles distruggeranno le effigi che riescono a trovare, diciamo, a portata immediata. Altri due ritratti di Maria Antonietta, sempre alla ricerca di questo abbassare i toni, insomma, intorno alla figura pubblica della sovrana, che viene presentata con un libro, quindi sicuramente con un intento di maggiore compostezza e sobrietà. Ma accanto alla produzione diciamo di corte, Elisabeth porta avanti una produzione per una clientela molto variata e in cui notiamo anche un certo talento, diciamo, teatrale dell'artista. Per esempio, qui vediamo peraltro due famose attrici dell'epoca, Madame Mollet-Raymond della Comédie Italienne e Madame Dugazon al centro della Comédie Française. Mentre la Madame Perregaux che vediamo qui all'estrema destra non era una attrice, ma vedete come questa presentazione teatrale, che peraltro ci ricorda alcuni ritratti di genere di Fragonard, questa presentazione teatrale riprende un po' quello che era un gusto specifico del teatro del tempo. Il teatro francese del XVIII secolo e al teatro di Marivaux, di Beaumarchais, e queste dame che vediamo rappresentate incarnano questo piacere del teatro, che è un piacere che del teatro, comunque della esposizione particolare che troviamo anche in queste opere, Madame Vorlé, Madame Grand, la baronessa di Cloustol-Florensac e la contessa della Châtre. Vediamo come rispetto a, se noi vediamo qual è la media, diciamo così, delle presentazioni di sé, del portamento, eccetera, delle donne nei ritratti del XVIII secolo, notiamo questo desiderio di Vigée Lebrun di movimentare in qualche modo la presentazione. Devo dire che il ritratto della Châtre e il ritratto della baronessa di Cloustol-Florensac sono fra i miei preferiti in assoluto. Come? Ah, sì, giusto, chiedo scusa. Più formali forse gli uomini. Ricordo ancora all'interno di questo presentarsi come modello di sé, come modello il Souper grec del gennaio del 1788, che farà tanto scalpore da dover richiedere da parte di Elisabeth Vigée Lebrun un resoconto anche economico, per dire che non era stata la cosa sibaritica che era stata presentata. Scoppia la rivoluzione francese, si sposta alla corte in Italia, poi a Vienna, poi in Germania, per arrivare fino in Russia. Vediamo i ritratti dei Borbone di Napoli. Quasi tutto il secondo volume è dedicato all'Italia. Qui vediamo l'incontro con Emma Hamilton e il suo Emma Hamilton, che era una performer, potremmo dire in termini moderni, famosa per le sue attitude, per le sue danze, per le sue pose tragiche, è lei stessa invece a scrivere nelle memorie che insegna a Emma in qualche modo a drappeggiarsi. Quando passa a Roma mi sembrava interessante mostrare quest'opera per inserire Elisabeth nella produzione legata al Grand Tour. Questa è peraltro una dei pochi ritratti del Grand Tour al femminile che normalmente siano visibili. Altro ritratto famosissimo che fa in Svizzera, ma ricordando lassù, vedete Tivoli, il Tempio della Sibilla di Tivoli, è quello che fa a Neckel. Poi i ritratti inglesi e francesi. Voglio solamente arrivare all'ultima parte, mi dispiace di aver preso tempo. Una cosa che colpisce di questi souvenir, innanzitutto il fatto di considerare tranquillamente uomini e donne artisti senza dover dare nessuna spiegazione, nessuna giustificazione, come invece si trova in altri testi, e anche una franchezza nell'uso dei soldi e nella necessità di lavorare che non è tipica soprattutto di un'epoca in cui le donne e il denaro in qualche modo dovevano avere un rapporto del tutto disincarnato. Molte artiste vengono nominate nei souvenir e molte artiste che abbiamo per fortuna riscoperto negli ultimi anni. Vi chiedo scusa se ho preso troppo tempo, grazie.
Molto interessante, però quando ho visto l'orario mi sono resa conto che eravamo andati. No. Okay, so thank you. And next is Emma Quiriconi. Emma Quiriconi, he is a first-year PhD student in Languages, Culture and Modern Society at Ca' Foscari, University of Venice. Her research centers around the 18th century English women writers with a focus on the creation, adaptation, and deconstruction processes of female authors' identities in relation to the literary market, their audience and their mentors. She is especially interested in the strategies these writers employ to negotiate visibility and authority within a patriarchal literary culture. Through close textual and paratextual analysis, Quiriconi's research aims to uncover how these women's works engage with social norms surrounding gender and authorship. And Emma Quiriconi, she's presenting a paper, Spectacular Modesty, Sarah Fielding and the Rhetoric of Reputation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. As you can see, my paper is titled Spectacular Modesty, Sarah Fielding and the Rhetoric of Reputation. Today, we'll discuss how Sarah Fielding reclaims visibility through what I term spectacular modesty, a rhetoric that both conforms to and subtly subverts the patriarchal expectations placed upon women writers, in this case, in mid-18th century Britain. In Fielding's work, modesty becomes a spectacle in itself, a performative space where the female author negotiates both visibility and authority. Now, most readers will associate the surname Fielding with Henry Fielding, one of the most notorious writers of the early 18th century Britain. His name has been inseparable from the rise of the novel, often mentioned alongside Samuel Richardson. By contrast, much less attention has been given to his younger sister, Sarah Fielding. Now, Sarah was born in 1710 and published at least 9 works across various genres between 1744 and 62. Her early publications were closely tied to her brother Henry's and encapsulated in his own works. He also provided the preface to her first book, the second edition to her first book, David Simple, and 5 letters and a long detailed preface to familial letters. She also benefited from the guidance of James Harris, her correspondent and literary ally. Later, the celebrated novelist Samuel Richardson would offer similar support, editing her works and offering advice. However, as Marianne Rourke's comments, during the course of her literary career, she had the advantage and disadvantage of receiving advice from these literary innovators. For, as a friend and defender of Richardson and Harry Fielding's sister and occasional collaborator, she was often mischaracterized as a mere disciple, and her legacy reduced to indispensable footnotes to both mainstream and feminist literary histories. Fortunately, recent scholarship has increasingly been recognizing her as a scholar in her own right, one whose work influenced many of her readers as well as other writers. Now, like many of her contemporary female authors, Sarah struggled to reconcile her position relative to the literary canon, and she was unable to access the masculine canon as an equal, yet she sought to distance herself from the libertine ecstasies of Aphra Behn, Eliza Haywood. Her position was doubtlessly informed by the treatment of the female monster in satire antique, which shaped aspiring female authors' understanding of the risks inherent to a public career, inhibiting their ambitions. She faced a paradox, for to gain public recognition, she needed to publish, thus stepping out of the shade and into the limelight of the public sphere, but such visibility subjected her to constant scrutiny as a woman, as there was still a slight association between public career and prostitution. So it became clear to her that in order to appear clean and fit to be read, she needed to market herself as modest, deferential, and morally upright. Her authorship itself became a form of spectacle as she cultivated a public persona that appeared differential while functioning as subtle critique. She mastered the art of performing modesty, carefully negotiating a fine line and propriety. Within the constraints of gendered expectations, Fielding recognized that the language of female conscience could serve as an armor against misogyny. So she wielded this rhetoric strategically, reframing her social engagement not so much as rebellion, but as compassionate duty. By fashioning herself in familiar terms as sister and mother, she created a persona that appealed to male readers and literary promoters through humility, gratitude, and stylistic restraint. So she gained acceptance and influence and avoided the prejudice that plagued women even just suspected of having literary ambitions. This performative strategy is clear in her early power texts. For example, in this brief 1744 advertisement opening the first edition of David Simple, the anonymous author apologizes for the very act of publishing and for any inaccuracies and faults, explaining that it was her dire circumstances that compelled her to print. She entrusts the work judgment only to the good-natured and candid reader. Now, these early expressions of humility evolve a few years later into the careful balancing act that is The Cry, where Jane Collier and Sarah Fielding, who co-wrote the book, continue to observe the feminine conventions in the address to the candid reader. However, it is the authors who state their intellectual project, presenting it to the audience. The work obviously aims to unfold the labyrinths of the human mind, the heart of man. It aims to inform and entertain, to expose all falsehood, and claims a modicum of freedom without falling into licentiousness. In the same breath, the authors also situate their works and methods alongside the intellectual legacy of the great Spencer, Ariosto, Milton. A similar tension between humility and erudition emerging from the preface of the Lives of Cleopatra and Octavia, where Fielding aligns herself with the literary luminaries such as Homer, Virgil, Shakespeare, her brother Henry Fielding, and Samuel Richardson, claiming thus a space in the supposedly masculine realm of sober truth. She also addresses the male reader directly, anticipating skepticism towards female authors, and suggesting that some may doubt both her credibility and that of her characters. She actively defines the role of the reader as a traveler through the words created by the writer, reaffirming her promise to entertain and instruct the mind without straying too far away from the realms of credibility and truth. Now, one of Fielding's most elaborate prefaces is found in the History of the Countess of Delwyn, which opens with a customary address to the reader, but also with an introduction to the importance of the paratextual space. She then turns to the literary tradition, critiquing the political and immodest tendencies of earlier writers, their exaggerated portrayals of passions and superficial readings of the words, before presenting her own reinterpretation. She promises to focus on the philosophical, moral, and psychological consequences of vice, and highlights the dangers of unchecked passions while positioning herself as a moral guide. Ultimately, these paratexts serve as manifestos of her approach, defending both her chosen genre and the domestic humor she intends to wield. From paratext to paratext, Fielding's presentation of the writing project become progressively more explicit and, dare I say, ambitious, moving from the customary address to the reader to sustained reflections on literary tradition and her own position as a female author. Fielding negotiates the tension faced by English women torn by female warriors, being Amazons of the pen a la Faben, and embodying the perfect femininity of the Richardsonian model. She tries to strike a balance between the two, referring to her financial hardships, to her precarious position as an impoverished gentlewoman, and as James Kim notes, she tropes herself as a sort of sentimental heroine tasked with vindicating her own moral choices, that to write. Now, in doing so, she engages in what Nixon calls dynamics of self-manipulation, and her strategies of authorial branding lead her to mechanisms that Todd describes so. Through these carefully curated self-portraits in advertisements and prefaces, she and her contemporaries declare themselves one way or another, with men and the audience in mind, and offer to the contemporaries, but also to posterity, the sign of a woman, not an essence of womanhood. As they cannot fully present themselves, they convey a sexual, social, historical, and artistic artifact, which we are deconstructing today, but which is, I would argue, at the basis of the fluctuating fortune of this author's legacy. Now, frequently, discussions of early women writers fall victim to the tendency of working backwards, using literary archetypes to interpret their work. As with historical figures, these authors have often been viewed through the lens of time, leading to distorted representations. As Fielding herself notes, it is as difficult to trace the real features of a man who's been transmitted to posterity in a figure perfectly different from what he really bore in his lifetime as it would be to discover a Roman senator dressed like a modern fine gentleman. So having been shaped by others' interpretations, both Fielding's and her characters have been read through the biases of subsequent critics throughout the eras, and her advertising campaign was so successful that it convinced readers of her innocence throughout the centuries. But this concept was extended beyond her personal image and literary identity. Indeed, Fielding's ability to play on what Mary Wollstonecraft would later call mistaken notions of female excellence was central to her career, allowing her to manipulate the conversations of feminine virtue and carve out a space for herself in the literary landscape where her claims to authority were often cloaked in humility. Now, even in works considered a bit more traditional, like David Simple and The Governess, while the didactic streak is pretty obvious, they are intellectually layered, and they present a blend of philosophy, classical references, and philosophical inquiry, navigating complex moral choices, and the characters search emotional connection and the formation of an ethical society. Fielding's use of digressive plots and epistolary interpolations allows her to present competing moral perspectives, encouraging readers to reflect. In narratives to impart moral lessons, Fielding invites her audience to actively engage in the process of reading rather than passively consuming a commodity, fostering an environment where readers are guided by the authorial voice, but also encouraged to form their own judgments. As Emily Friedman notes, Fielding is more interested in engaging minds than hearts, and her writing reflects the social aspect, rooted in the idea that textual meaning can be derived from a mutually dependent relationship between reader and writer. She encourages reader to discover the true use of reading in order to have both profit and pleasure, to be entertained and derive wisdom. Through her characters' moral dilemmas, Fielding encourages the reader to question their assumptions, promoting considerations and sympathy. Despite the possibility of mistaken interpretations, she maintains faith in readers' ability to progress if they actually actively engage with the process of self-improvement through moral reflection. Another important aspect is that many of her female protagonists are given the opportunity to speak in their own voice, in the first person, whether they historical figures speaking from the afterlife, reforming prostitutes in a Magdalene hospital, or middle-class women exchanging letters. Whether they seek redemption or simply reflect on their past, the act of recounting their stories in the first person, setting the record straight, rebuffing assumptions regarding their lives, offers them a form of agency often denied to women. And through their narratives, the audience is invited to empathize with their experiences and perhaps even understand their actions without the bias of judgment. This way, Fielding gives her female characters the power to control their own narratives, leaving space for both personal and collective reflection and growth. Now, as for the content, Sarah Fielding's work critiques the socioeconomic of women, the commodification of marriage, and the shortcomings of female education. Her novels explore the themes of prostitution, adultery, and offer a critique on the cultural obsession with female chastity. Additionally, she comments on how men often misread and misconstrue women, while she attempts to frame women of learning in conventionally moral terms, in a process where, as Jane Spencer puts it, by defending the intellectual woman, she was also in a sense defending herself. In the lives of Cleopatra and Octavia, Fielding addresses the threat of performative feeling. Cleopatra represents a masterclass in manipulating public perception, and while Anthony interprets her emotional displays as feminine weakness, she uses them strategically to control the relationship and him. Even though her intelligence and power cannot save her, she manages to impose on history the appearance of her undying, violent, and faithful love for him. Her performance as a tragic lover becomes her legacy, her glory, showing how the appearance of truth can often supersede reality itself. In contrast, Octavia's transparency is misread by Anthony, who cannot see beyond his preconceived notions of traditional gender roles. This misunderstanding exemplifies what Nicole Oriesi defines crisis of legibility, where women's actions are either distorted or undervalued by male characters. Now, these portrayals connect to Fielding's own self-presentation, where she carefully crafted an image of virtue and control. Just as Cleopatra shapes her public persona to exert influence, Fielding uses her writing to subtly assert her moral choices and project a version of herself that resonates with societal expectations. In this light, both author and character reveal the power dynamics at play in the constitution of female identity and the frailty of women's reputations in a world that misinterprets them. In the experimental The Cry, the protagonists are put on trial and called upon to defend their life choices while refusing to limit themselves to matters regarding marriage and courtship. They refute the Cry's argument against female education. However, they embody two different models of intellectual, whose also strongly impacts on their moral and their way of life. Celinda is the most learned woman in the story, yet she is led astray by her studies and her lover. She's led to irreligion and a sense of entitlement exemplified by this quote, for she believes that religion was all policy and priestcraft, only fit toward the vulgar, basically beneath her. Quite obviously framed by the author as a dangerous overreach, while Portia, her counterpart, espouses a more balanced, reasoned approach to intellectual engagement, grounded in religion and in the understanding of love not as a selfish passion, but as a rationally founded emotion based on the knowledge of the human heart, of human nature. While both characters challenge the traditional passive constructions of femininity, Brie comments that Celinda's radical claims to intellectual and social freedom take the concept of independence to what Fielding clearly regarded as a disastrous success. In David Simple, Fielding explores the economic and moral limitations placed upon women, fostered by, again, the traditional approach to female education. Cynthia rejects an arranged marriage and suffers the consequences of her decision within a flawed system that offers no real alternative to dependency. Following her disinheritance, she is forced to endure working as a companion in an abusive household. However, her friend Camilla finds herself in an even worse condition, for, as Brie comments, she has been raised not to be able to survive without the male support of her father or her husband. So after being unjustly accused of incest and abandoned by her father, she finds herself destitute and alone. And with no skills or means of support, her choices are either starve to death or walk the streets. Camilla is saved in the nick of time by David's boundless charity. However, the protagonists of The History of Some Penitents in the Magdalene House do not have such luck. The novel is composed by their first-person narration of the penitents, shedding light on the circumstances that saw them fall into destitution and prostitution. And it insists on the distinction between the women's corporeal transgressions and their inviolable virtue, which remains intact despite their circumstances. Although the novel has limitations, it does challenge the long-held association between virtue and chastity and frames prostitution as a form of debased labor, as the inevitable product of a flawed society rather than a moral failing. Fielding's fiction articulates her reflection on marriage and love in similar terms, as they're frequently portrayed as a complicated transaction, often commodified in ways that highlight the subjugation of women, who are reduced to property traded for wealth or status. For instance, in the case of The History of the Countess of Delwyn, Charlotte marries for vanity and social advancement. And here, Fielding offers a profound critique of how, in this mercantile society, marriage has become the exchange of an old man's wealth for a young woman's beauty. Initially, Charlotte resists this idea, even comparing the arranged marriage to this gout-ridden man thrice her age to a life of slavery, and rejects it on moral ground. However, she is soon seduced by the prospect of any great proportion of propriety, which she could call her own and command at her own pleasure, only to find out that not only Lord Delwyn's beautiful castles cannot become her exclusive property, but they're also haunted by the sickening presence of her detested husband. Even her adulterous liaison with Lord Clermont highlights her empty pursuit of vanity rather than any genuine romantic connection, and it leaves her emotionally bankrupt. In the end, she recognizes that, even in the depths of her despair, it is her first and last seducer, vanity, that still keeps its throne. And in the face of infamy, where Cleopatra has succeeded in branding herself as a tragic romantic heroine, Charlotte ultimately fails, mainly because she is never truly capable of critically reflect on her education, socialization, and life. Arguably, Fielding's most successful character is to be found in the same novel. Mrs. Bilson, much like the author herself, enters the market out of necessity, capitalizing on her unblemished reputation and deep knowledge of London society. Both Fielding and her character manage to transform their domestic virtues into a marketable commodity, securing financial gain without becoming dependent on those they cater to. This success is rooted in their agency, which is shaped not only by their education, but also in the ability to critically engage with and leverage their knowledge of society. To conclude, I insist that Sarah Fielding's career and works cannot be reduced to a mere footnote in Henry's life, or dismissed as purely sentimental. Instead, she emerges as a skilled adapter of narrative forms and gendered expectations, redefining the political possibilities of her time. Through her writing, Fielding constructs a space for female agency that simultaneously accommodates and critiques the societal structures around her. Ultimately, Fielding's series of spectacular modesty can be intended as a performance and a stage rather than a simple mask. Her rhetorical self-effacement and didactic streak become a spectacle of power, allowing her to assert intellectual and moral authority, which transforms visibility itself into an exercise of agency. Fielding's work redefines the act of being seen, not as passive observation, but as an opportunity to exercise power. For, as Sarah Gallican puts it, she is capable of manipulating and exploiting the contradictions within her society to construct a new and uneasy space for female empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you so. Just a minute. Thank you so much. I was just kindly remember anyone that we have 20 minutes time to speak. We are a little bit late because these morning sessions were fantastic, but we have other people on the other side of the ocean waiting for us to connect. So you can say if we go too far from the timing, that will be a problem. If you don't mind, Camilla and Fabienne, I would like to ask to Alison Belzer to present her paper. She's supposed to present at 4, and so because of how the time distance, probably she's a little bit more. Alison, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me though?
Yeah, sorry for the delay, but it has probably you heard we are really having a lot of very interesting presentations, and these morning sessions there was a lot of comments and questions, and so that's why we are a little bit late. And if you don't mind, you can present right now. The colleagues here agreed they can postpone their presentation. So if you want, you can present right now.
Thank you so much. That's very gracious. I do have a class to teach later, so thank you.
I know. So I'm just presenting you, and then you can start. So, Alison Scardino Belzer is a professor of history at Georgia Southern University, and she is specialized in modern Europe history, focusing on women's experiences in Italy and Britain. Her research explores gender war and social activism in the 19th and 20th century Europe. Her first book, Women and the Great War, Femininity Under Fire in Italy, was published by Palgrave Macmillan in 2010. Her new book, The Ashhurst Sisters, Nurturing Rebellion Across the 19th Century, explores the family's activism in the Victorian era and will be published by Palgrave Macmillan this fall. She regularly contributed to edit volumes and journals and has authored text for classroom use. Her current research examines the first generation of Jewish women artists to come of age in post-Risorgimento Italy. And Alison is going to present a paper titled Reversing the Gaze, Amalia Almagian-Brown's Portraits of Male Intimacy in Early 20th Century Italy. Thanks, Alison.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for organizing the conference and for making time for me to share my research with you. I'm very delighted. I wish I were in Rome instead of in Georgia. In 2014, the Galleria d'Arte Moderna di Roma Capitale exhibited works by 15 Italian Jewish women active in the 20th century. Among the featured pieces hung 3 portraits by Amalia Ambron. The image of her chubby-cheeked daughter Nora is beautiful, if predictable subject matter for a female artist from the era. Less common is the second piece, an oil painting of her elderly father Eduardo from 1903, a dignified man sitting in a velvet chair. The third portrait was a charcoal sketch of her husband Aldo from 1916, wearing a hat and coat with an upturned collar, looking dashing and a bit mysterious. Finding models among family and friends is typical, perhaps even more so for women artists, and the practice of artists painting their lovers goes back as far as the history of portraiture. What is unusual is for a woman to portray her male companion. Baccio Mbacci, a male artist and family friend who was a decade younger than Amalia, published a retrospective of her work in 1962. In it, he expressed shock that she could overcome what he assumed was women's temperamental inclination, quote, to avoid the challenging field of the virile portrait. When I first read his comment, I was struck by his sexist assumptions about a woman's essential nature. But in reflection, I realized that he was right in the fact that there are few other examples. In this self-portrait, Bacci is presumably practicing the art of the virile portrait, even though he sits at the dinner table with his family. The art of showing the female body from the male point of view, as Bacci well knew, had developed over centuries. Amalia Ambron's female gaze was something new. I've been looking for examples of women who portrayed their male lovers or husbands in the years before Ambron. They're very hard to find. In the 18th century, I find Adelaide Labille-Guiard made 2 images of François-André Vicente, the man who would become her husband in 1800. She had studied with his father and then with him, but these portraits were actually done before their marriage. Other notable portraits in the early modern period, such as Judith Leister and Elizabeth Vigée-Lebrun, do not seem to have painted their romantic partners. Finding a modern example, I think of Berthe Morisot, who was a generation older than Ambron. She portrayed her husband, but the images seem far from the virile portraits that Bacci had in mind as the standard. Plus, there's rampant speculation that Morisot was actually more in love with her brother-in-law Edouard than with Eugene, as shown in the current exhibit in San Francisco right now. Curiously, Edouard Manet painted over a dozen images of Morisot, but she never painted him. By examining Ambron's portraits of men within the broader context of her work and social position, this paper contributes to our ongoing discussion about the female gaze and recovers a forgotten example of women's visual empowerment in modern European art. Ambron's portraits and landscape paintings centered on her social and family circles, based in Rome, Tuscany, and Alexandria, Egypt. She lived in a rarefied atmosphere of elites and was typical in keeping both Jewish and non-Jewish company. Although she rarely exhibited, Bacci complimented Ambron's, quote, passionate intensity and complete dedication, end quote, to creating art. Her subjects reflect her life as a wealthy Jewish woman born in the first generation after Italian unification. Her father, Eduardo, had volunteered to serve under Garibaldi in 1866 during the Risorgimento and ran an engineering firm tasked with constructing railroads across Italy. Liberal Italy offered more opportunities to Jewish citizens by releasing them from ghettos and making them full citizens in the new nation. The era also opened more doors for women artists. As Chiara Iorino has noted, Italian women had access to both public and private art academies in the early 20th century. New access to art instruction, however, did not mean an easier route to a career in visual arts. Eligio Imaricio's survey of women identifying as professional artists showed a low number across major Italian cities from 1887 to 1913. Even artists supportive of women worried that Italy suffered from a lack of good women artists. Born in Ancona, Amalia benefited from having wealthy and supportive parents. Eleonora, Baruch, and Eduardo encouraged creativity, especially in the upbringing of their 3 daughters, Amalia, Virginia, and Sandra. Amalia and Virginia were interested in music and also studied art from early childhood, first in Ancona and then in Rome. Their father was, quote, very loving, and supportive of his daughter's artistic inclinations, as Bacci recalled. Amalia took lessons from the director of the Borghese Gallery once they moved to Rome, and then with Giuseppe Toeschi, who demanded discipline and encouraged his pupils to infuse their emotions into their art. In 1898, Eduardo hired the noted Italian artist Antonio Mancini to do a portrait of Virginia. Mancini had spent time in a mental institution 15 years earlier, suffering from a breakdown caused perhaps by mercury poison or schizophrenia. But by the last decade of the century, Mancini was regularly exhibiting across Europe and receiving commissions from Britain and the United States, as well as from Italian families. His style was similar to John Singer Sargent's. In fact, Sargent allegedly called Mancini, quote, the greatest living painter. Virginia sat for hours each day, and Amalia kept a close eye on the work. Mancini became not only a mentor for Amalia, who was a generation younger and excited to study with an established and renowned artist, but also a close friend. At 25, Amalia married Aldo Ambron, a civil engineer. Like Amalia's father, Aldo was very supportive of Amalia's art career. Bacci described him as young, energetic, with an eclectic and worldly character, and an open mind. Ambron's portraits of Aldo, the charcoal sketch from 1916 and this one in oil showing him in formal attire holding a cigarette, represent a significant inversion of traditional power dynamics in portraiture. Her portraits of Aldo reflect her interest in setting new precedents. A young woman painting her husband, quote, with restrained yet vibrant intensity and chromatic vigor, as Bacci has noted. Ambron employed her female gaze to construct intimate representations of masculinity. Unlike the objectifying male gaze that reduces women to visual spectacle, Ambron's portraits reveal a different kind of looking, one that combines emotional intimacy with artistic authority. Her depictions of Aldo suggest knowledge born of physical and emotional proximity, capturing not just his appearance, but his character and mood. And like Morisot, she shows him not only as a lone figure to gaze upon, but also in context as a father, seen here with his elder daughter, Nora. The couple had 3 children, Nora, Gilda, and Emilio, before moving from Rome to Alexandria, where Aldo was tasked with expanding the harbor. A contemporary referred to him as a big shot. Another called him a well-to-do and cultured Italian with artistic tastes. The couple was known for hosting soirees for their cosmopolitan set. Amalia had a studio built on the grounds of the Villa Ambron. It was 1 room deep, 3 stories tall, and flooded with light. Even from the beginning, Amalia chose to portray people familiar to her in oil or charcoal portraits. Many women of her background took up art as entertainment, but for Ambron, it was so much more. Bacci complimented her ability to liberate herself from academic restrictions and create a personal style that conveyed the character of her subjects. It was rare in her time for a woman to persist in making art beyond adolescence, because as one female artist recalled, a commitment to artistic expression could, quote, overbearingly distract from bourgeois normality. Ambron won a Medal of Honor for her portraits at an exhibition hosted by the municipality of Alexandria in 1912, and 3 years later had a portrait included in the 3rd International Exposition of Secession Art in Rome. Bacci admired how she used her talents, quote, in service of affections, with a passionate intensity and complete dedication. Alexandria remained a home base for the Ambrons, even as they spent time at their Tuscan estate and in Rome, where they had bought a Moorish villa, now demolished, in the Parioli neighborhood. Amalia rarely exhibited her work, but at Mancini's urging, she exhibited 63 pieces in Rome in 1928 in a show at the Palazzo dell'Agusteo, including most of the works that I'm showing you today, which were reproduced in Bacci's book. Ambron's portraits showcase her wide networks and demonstrate who she knew best. She often painted her family. We see here images of men in her family, her father, uncle, and brother. These portraits show that Ambron was confident in portraying males of different ages and in different moods. As with her images of Aldo, she brings a personal depth to these works. Which of these men is in his prime? The young men, with their futures ahead of them, are looking at us. For what? Validation? For encouragement? Meanwhile, she shows her elderly father as solid and stable, even when her brush is in motion. Is he inviting us to listen to his words of wisdom, or are we to admire his reserve as he sits alone? She did a formal portrait of her sister's husband, the scientist Vito Volterra, looking powerful, serious, and intimidating. But she portrayed her son Emilio in this sketch as a curious and thoughtful boy, without a hint of the well-known painter and sculptor he would become in adulthood. She took a completely different mood in the colored portrait of her uncle, whose friendly half smile and angled hat make him look approachable and ready to talk. Ambron painted many others from her circle, as these two images of Oscar Zuccarini, a young violinist, and Conte Nazelli, an elderly aristocrat, attest. In 1962, the artist Silvana Weiler Romanin-Yacour published a heartfelt paean to Ambron in La Rassegna Mensile d'Israël, titled A Woman Who Paints. She explained that the cultural expectation that girls from good families take art lessons made it difficult for women artists because they had to, quote, struggle against cliches and against those who were inclined to devalue women's creative product with prejudice. She celebrated Ambron for, quote, finding deep creative significance in her family and friends, noting that these portraits of her set reflect the elegance and the, quote, theatrical and mischievous sentiment of her era, a bygone time which 2 world wars have erased. Indeed, these portraits freeze the men as they looked, just as the Great War was breaking out, a momentous event that would change European life. As the poet Philip Larkin later noted, never such innocence, never before or since. Ambron found not only subjects from her friendship networks, she also made important artistic contacts. Aldo's friendship with Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, a native of Alexandria and the founder of Futurism, led to new opportunities. Futurism, the controversial but influential cultural movement, asked Italians to look forward to an industrial modern future rather than retreating into the decrepit nostalgia of past accomplishments. Through Marinetti, the Ambrons met Giacomo Balla, who was becoming one of the most prominent futurist painters and was mentoring younger artists, including Jewish women from Amalia Ambron's generation, such as Annie Nathan and Pierina Levi. In 1919, Balla rented a house from the Ambrons in Rome, and the two families became very close, as a collection of artistic postcards from the 1920s between Amalia and Balla reveals. He painted a beautiful portrait of Amalia, still in private hands, that was displayed in Rome in the 2014 exhibit, and also sketched a portrait of her daughter, Gilda. Ambron admired Balla's style, although she did not adopt futurist ideas in her own work. But she did break another mold in becoming a mentor to her creative children. Nora had a talent for music and took up the violin, and both Gilda and Emilio showed promise as painters. It was customary for wealthy families to nurture artistry in their children, especially in their daughters, who would need to be accomplished to make good marriage matches. Aldo wanted his son to become a lawyer, but through financial and emotional support, Amalia encouraged all her children to devote their lives to art. Amalia taught Gilda and Emilio the foundations of drawing and painting. Budding artists benefit from having the support of a parent who can give formal artistic training and professional advice. In most cases, that parent has been the father. Amalia was exceptional in instructing her 2 children. As Emilio got older, Amalia asked Balla to take him on as an apprentice. Emilio's portrait of Balla shows his early interest in Balla's theories of form and color. But around 1929, Emilio broke from Balla and developed a more personal style. The rise of fascism would eventually rupture the path Amalia Ambron and other Jewish artists pursued in the post-Risorgimento years. In 1922, the same year Emilio held his first show, it was at the Italian Club in Alexandria, the king appointed Mussolini as prime minister. Nevertheless, the Ambrons' careers continued. Piero Michatelli, an expert in Tuscan history, asked Amalia to illustrate his guide to hermitages in the Siena region, where the Ambrons had a villa. Amalia felt at home there, as did Balla, who made long visits to the family throughout the 1920s. Published in 1937, Michatelli's book included 10 landscapes created by Amalia, and as you can see, it credited her on the cover. But just 1 year later, Mussolini would put in place the racial laws designed to eliminate Jews from public consciousness and retract their civil rights. Jews were no longer allowed to publish or exhibit. In expelling them from schools, universities, the military, and public service, the government intended, quote, to defend the race. Jewish men and women could no longer contribute to Italian culture. The threat, however, was difficult for many to see, and scholars still debate how aware Jews were of the way fascism would come to embrace anti-Semitism. With good luck and the help of extended networks, the Ambrons managed to navigate their way to safety, during the worst of World War II and the Holocaust. Amalia and Aldo fled to Alexandria, where they already had a home and a strong network. Their daughter Nora, now married to Mario Olivetti Rason, had 3 apartments in Milan confiscated in 1944. Meanwhile, the other 2 children, Emilio and Gilda, traveled to Bali, as he wrote, quote, impatient to live this new life, this parenthesis, away from the fears in Europe. Gilda returned to Alexandria after a few months, but Emilio remained in Asia for the next 8 years. Ironically, after the war, the deposed Italian monarchs arrived in Alexandria and took refuge with the Ambrons, who must have forgiven the king for waiting so long to remove Mussolini. The family's ties to elites seem to have transcended politics and personal hardship. The Ambrons returned to Rome, where Aldo died in 1947 and she in 1960. Ambron's artistic legacy has stretched beyond her death, providing more opportunities for her creative vision to shape Italian art history. In 1962, as I mentioned, Bacci published his catalog of her work, which he claimed was, quote, worthy of consideration and respect. He infused his introduction with personal anecdotes and family memories. In 1985, her son Emilio donated some of her works, along with his own, to the Uffizi, which exhibited her portrait of a young woman in 1995. The museum also holds her self-portrait, currently included in a virtual exhibit called Female Artists at the Uffizi. The portrait of her and her husband and her daughter Nora is now owned by the National Museum in Krakow, Poland. Many of her works are housed at the Raccolta del Caro Galleria d'Arte Moderna in Bologna, where in 2011 an exhibit, Balla Ambron, showcased the 2 families' close ties. Amalia was one of only 3 women whose work was included in an exhibit of 28 Sienese artists in 1998 in Casale d'Elsa. And in 2024, just last year, the Museo Civico there organized a show featuring works by both Amalia, whom they called, quote, an extraordinary portraitist, and her son, again highlighting their connection with Balla. She has also received notice in academic articles as a patron of contemporary art, collecting works by Mancini and Balla, among others. Amalia Ambron's portraits of Aldo and other male family members and friends suggest how women might visually construct masculinity when freed from traditional gender constraints in representation. The rarity of intimate male portraits by women artists before the mid-1900s makes her work particularly significant for understanding female spectatorship and creative agency. Her sustained attention to Aldo and other men as subjects suggests not occasional experimentation, but deliberate artistic choices. These works offer insight into how women might exercise visual pleasure and authority when social conditions permit such expressions. Thank you so much, and please reach out to me if you know of other examples of women painting their lovers and husbands before the Great War era. I'd really love to have more insights. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Alison. I assume you are having class right now, aren't you?
Not for another hour, so I can stay.
So you can stay with us for the Q&A in, I would say, 40 minutes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next is Camilla. Is Camilla Fabretti Compagnol, and she is an independent art historian whose research focuses on gender studies, intertextuality in the visual arts, and early 20th century publication history. She holds a bachelor's degree in art economics and a master's degree in heritage conservation and art history from Ca' Foscari University, Venice. Her work has been presented at the major academic events, including the 2025 Association for Art History Conference at the Art Institute of Prague and St. Andrews University. Her first book, Venezianissime, A Study of the Women of Venice, was published in 2025, so right now. And in the proposal she has submitted is a subject of an ongoing research. So Camilla is speaking about Seeing Her in Style, Lidia Doso de Liguori, and the fashioning of the female gaze in fascist Italy.
Yes. Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. So, as was just stated, my talk will be about Seeing Her in Style, Lidia Doso de Liguori, Lidl, and the fashioning of the female gaze in fashion. Today, I will explore the visual and editorial strategies of Lidia Dosio di Liguoro, who was a journalist, an entrepreneur, an art and fashion patron, and her magazine Lidl as a site of complex female spectatorship in early 20th century Italy. This research, again, builds on my master's dissertation and ongoing work on Lidl, which is contributed to other magazines of the fascist era. And it will offer a lens to examine the intersections of gender, media, and visual culture under fascism. Lidia founded and edited Lidl, a cosmopolitan women's magazine, in 1919, and she will stay at the helm of the magazine until only 1924, even though the run of the magazine will be until 1935. The name of the magazine, Lidl, actually hides beneath it its action program. It's an acronym for Lavori, Illustrazioni, Disegni, Eleganze e Letture, so labors, illustrations, drawings, elegances, and readings. And from the outset, from the get-go, Lidia Dosio di Liguoro positioned herself as both visible subject and also an authoritarian agent, cultivating a space where women could both peer, assess, and fashion themselves very critically. In this talk, I will explore again who is Lidia Dosio di Liguoro, muse and maker, editor, and icon, in my view, Donna Angelo and Donna Tipo 3, which are the two definitions I used in the master dissertation to define her. The visual and editorial strategies of Lidl, her function as a cultural mediator, and how Lidl offers a model of female spectatorship through a proto-female gaze. Born in Turin in 1883, Dosio navigated marriage, separation, and cosmopolitan modernity. She separated from her husband, Vincenzo di Liguoro, in 1913 for serious insults, but never divorced, which was a common compromise in an era hostile to marital dissolution. Her early adulthood unfolded in rapidly modernizing Turin, which was Italy's hub of electricity, cinema, and photography. In 1913, she co-founded her first activity, which was a cinematic advertising firm. And she gained experience firsthand in the business and media and cultural production, despite financial and managerial challenges, which are mostly her own. And she shut down the activity right at the end of the war in 1918. Her self-fashioning was deliberative and performative. She alternated spelling her first name with Y and I, and we really don't know with what criteria, never used her father Natale's surname publicly, and often styled herself as De Conti di Presicce, signaling a conscious embrace of noble identity, which was her husband's, actually. These choices reflect Giolittian era ideals of modern, respectable femininity, blending autonomy with social visibility. Lidia seamlessly blended journalism, fashion, art, and politics to redefine modern womanhood. Rather than opposing the regime's ideal of the Donna Angelo, which was the pure, maternal, self-sacrificing woman, Dosio strategically unsettled these boundaries, modeling a womanhood that was stylish, intellectually engaged, and aesthetically empowered. Lidl emerged during profound national transformation. It was born just 2 months after the birth of the Fasci di Combattimento in 1918, and only 3 months after Dosio relocated to Milan after her Turin adventure. Her relationship to fashion was strategic and nuanced at best. She joined Milanese women's fasci and represented them at the 1920 Congresso of Women's Clothing Industrialism, advocating for Italian industry, while at the same time negotiating nationalistic ideals. Early messaging from her pivoted to don't buy luxury foreign goods or don't buy luxury at all to simply buy Italian goods, blending practical adaptation with a strong nationalist conviction. Mussolini praised Lidl, even as far as going to call it refined and beautiful, a force for the affirmation of Italy, right in 1922 when he was made prime minister. Yet Dosio also published content that subtly challenged regime norms, including a pro-divorce article by Socialist Deputy Guido Marangoni, illustrated with women literally chained to their husbands with no way to get out of them. Her personal life mirrored this tension, as was already said. As a separated but not divorced woman, she embodied the new Italian ideal of woman that was slowly and very quietly emerging. Economically independent, socially modern, culturally ambitious, a model that critics, including Umberto Notari, who was the author of this leaflet, labeled type 3, so a danger to the so to speak. And it was also mirrored in other advertisements and works of art, such as the Signorina con la Veletta by Marcello Dudovic. Dosio embodied this dual role of spectacle and agent. At Lidl's 1920 third anniversary gala, her society columnist that worked for her described her as the Donna di Tiziano, so the women of Titian, elegant, enigmatic, cultivated, a living emblem of the magazine's identity. She modeled sophistication, cosmopolitanism, and female cultural authority, showing that women could perform and inhabit public influence in their own way. This kind of resonates with Mauby's notion of the gaze. Rather than being passively objectified, Dosio reoriented spectatorship, encouraging her readers to look, interpret, and judge for themselves, fashioning themselves through critical observation. Central to Lidl was this cultivation of a proto-female gaze. So again, drawing on Laura Mulvey, who described those cinema positions women as objects for male visual pleasure, I argue that Lidl offered a more neutral and active terrain of looking. Women were not objects, but participants and evaluators. They were invited to see critically and to cultivate taste in their own way. John Berger reminds us that seeing is socially constructed, and Mary-Ann Doan emphasizes how media regulates female visibility. Lidl indeed created this space where women, once a month when the magazine came out, could occupy both roles simultaneously. They were, of course, viewed. The magazine was full of fashion spreads and plates and society columns and wedding photography, so there was some pleasure in being looked at. But at the same time, they could craft a new way of seeing themselves. Through the contribution of prominent collaborators, Lidl sought to enhance the arts and the brilliant achievements of her Italy, and to serve as a faithful mirror of all the most noteworthy social, artistic, musical, and sporting events for its readers. This was a very ambitious undertaking in a period when Italian women's press was still coming to terms with the challenges of addressing an incredibly heterogeneous audience. It went from the grandmother who could still be a farm laborer to the educated student. As Margherita Gilardi notes in Tempo di Svolte, there had been a cutting of scissors in between 1910 and 1920, which was a very particular time for Italy. In women's publishing, it was being redefined precisely through new experiments like Lidl that kind of mixed. It was a bit of before and a bit of the world after the war. Contrary to the widespread perception that early 20th century women's magazines focused primarily on love, beauty, comfort, a reflection of mass culture, analysis of Lidl and other contemporary publications reveals a diversity of content and editorial strategies that invites a reconsideration of the relationship between press and politics, especially female press. These magazines demonstrate both the initial ineffectiveness of the fascist propaganda apparatus and the moment when it successfully transformed women in what they wanted, which was by all means and by my analysis slightly later than what we think. Understanding this phenomenon requires distinguishing between national press, which operated within the orbit of the state, and fascist press, which served as an explicit political instrument. Lidl, while operating in this context and never overtly opposing it, did not belong to the latter and therefore cannot be automatically associated with the regime, as is the widespread opinion. Like other periodicals of the period, and perhaps even more so, it maintained a degree of autonomy, privileging political, artistical, and social topics, often contradicting the propagandistic function the regime sought to assign. Maria Antonietta Maciocchi, in her very problematic and provocative La Donna Nera, Consenso Femminile e Fascismo, supports this reading, identifying women's press as the most invaluable document of cultural life during the Ventennio, capable of recording the interests, the taste, and the occupations of women of the time. Lidl's high production values reinforced its aspirational ethos that was stated before. Editorial sections were fixed and sophisticated. Typography, photography, and illustration created a coherent visual logic guiding the reader's attention. Its price was very sophisticated and elegant, and roughly a worker's daily wage. Sometimes people had to choose between buying a bus ticket or a bus carnet for the whole month or buying Lidl. And signaled a culture discerning audience and quite the decision for Lidl to put it at such a price. Articles blended fashion, art, and politics, offering critical commentary even on national and international culture and political events. The Lidl critic never kind of lingered on exhibitions, on events itself, but rather proposed ways to entertain the courteous readers with reflections on the vast and multifaceted scene of the time. For example, Francesco Sapori was the designated envoy to the 1920 and 22 Biennale. He chose to focus on important retrospectives of 19th century artists, such as Mose Bianchi, Ettore Tito, Lino Selvatico, all actively supported by the magazine. This ongoing collaboration with artists was a true editorial practice by Lydia. Indeed, Lidl did not merely publish their works. It carefully followed their professional growth and stylistic development. This approach stemmed from the editorial vision of Lidia Dosio, who from the magazine's inception placed great emphasis on its visual dimension, choosing to engage the best professionals of the era, beginning with the cover, which was the most visible part of the publication. A comprehensive analysis of the covers shows that the majority featured images of women, young ladies and girls, depicted in diverse styles, poses, and settings. These recurring motifs invites questions about its significance. The answer becomes clear from the magazine itself. In the July-August 1922 issue, again Francesco Sapori, commenting on the Visioni Femminili at the Biennale, emphasized the value of the female portrait, describing it as the most interesting and introspective way to render every facet of a woman, allowing even her most delicate intimacies to be examined. For this reason, the portrait became the preferred subject of the lively and exuberant brush of artists such as Lino Selvatico and Ettore Tito, and the preferred aspect to cover from Lidl. The same tendency appears in the graphic arts, both in the magazine and in the Biennale of that year. Sapori describes a small room dedicated to that marvelous draftsman and acute artist, Enrico Sacchetti, where female portraits abound in pencil, pen, monochrome, or highlighted with a few touches of color that lend the faces to a vivacious charm and the most elaborate toilettes a feverish elegance. The critic adds that Sacchetti wasn't only an interpreter of past fashions, evoked with graceful, humorous, or caricatural hints, but also a creator of contemporary fashion, to which he imparted his own persuasive and playful stamp. Lidl's work demonstrates how women could navigate this visual culture, participating and judging without being fully co-opted. Fashion, illustration, and editorial design became instruments of critical engagement, realizing a proto-female gaze in print. Those very covers that I spoke about before were kind of what tells us when the tipping point of the magazine came about, which was well after Lidia Dosio Liguorio was actually sent away from the magazine because of her divorced condition. After her came Gino Valori, who was called the 19th century man because he always went around with a top hat. And after him, the Coniugi Dal Pozzo. And slowly but surely, the content of the pages exited the internal side of the magazine and only reflected itself on the outside. So the covers became these really glossy and colorful spreads, and the inside was very, very poor in content. Dosio and Lidl shows that female visibility were not to be completely passive or oppositional. Women could participate in cultural production and self-fashioning under fascism. By tracing this story, we gain a deeper understanding of 20th century Italy, where fashion, art, and print media allowed women to look, curate, and create in a society that sought to limit them to being looked at. Thank you.
Okay, so last from this session is Fabienne Dumont. And Fabien Dumont is professor of contemporary art history at Université Jean Monnet Saint-Étienne and an art critic specializing in feminist, gender, and queer issues from a cultural, social, and political perspective. She has written, edited, and co-edited 8 books, including the anthology La Rébellion du Deuxième Sexe, l'histoire de l'art au Cribble, the theorist feminist Anglo-American, in 2011. In addition, of her PhD, Des sorcières comme les autres, artistes féministes dans la France des années 1970. 2 books for which she wrote the text accompanying the retrospective of Neil Yalter at the McVal, which she co-authored with Frank Lemy. Neil Yalter, Where the Memories of Migrants, Feminists, and Workers Meet Mythology, 2019, and Neil Yalter interview with Fabien Dumont, 2019. In 2025, she will publish, so probably she has already published, an expanded edition of François de Bon, Histoire de l'art de l'eau de sexe, 1978. And she wrote many texts in catalog books and magazines. So we welcome Fabienne Dumont and her paper François de Bonneau, Feminist Perspective in Histoire de l'art et de l'eau de sexe, 1978. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to translate it. So, then Art History and Sexes Struggle was published in 1978 by Françoise de Bonne, born in 1920 and died in 2005. Here we look at the pleasure of looking and analyzing in a different way the visual pleasure Laura Mulvey spoke of, along with this pioneering of ecofeminism. The book belongs to the reflexive wave of the feminist years, but it has been forgotten. It is nevertheless an important milestone in the rediscovery of key texts in feminist art history. Françoise de Bonne is a prolific author, having published over 100 books. She was both a theoretician and an activist. She was a member of the resistance, a fellow traveler with the women's liberation movement, and then the Homosexual Revolutionary Action Front, an anti-nuclear activist and an anti-colonialist. She embraced and anticipated most of the political struggles of the 20th century, both in literature and in action. She also has had strong but little-known links with the visual arts. She studied for a year at the Toulouse School of Fine Arts, from which she maintained an irregular practice, sketching small landscapes and drawing humorous illustrations in her correspondence, similar to the drawings that appeared in activist magazines in the 70s. She then wrote texts about painters such as Antoine Watteau, whom she treated like a character in a novel, introducing a perspective on their sexuality that anticipated the sexual liberation to come. She was also interested in comic books and an art form that was gaining legitimacy at that time. Comparing the extravagant stories of Pravda la Survireuse from 1967 to her own life. The female heroine is a doppelganger of the singer Françoise Hardy, sling out in a colorful psychedelic universe that has all the codes of pop art, riding a Black Panther motorcycle somewhere between the violence of Mad Max and the sexual adventure of Barbarella. She wanders through a defeated world accompanied by a group of 3 women. With artistry and sexy struggle, as a feminist to Nikos Agnikolaou's artistry and class struggle, which adopts a Marxist perspective but excludes sex relations, gender issues, and dissident sexualities. In her book, Françoise de Bonne integrates this feminist perspective into the analysis, as well as the issues surrounding plural sexualities. Taking up many of the paintings he analyzes, she completes his analysis with her own playful look, nourished by a wool culture that spans the period from prehistory to the 50s, the 1950s. This book is a pioneering publication among those which articulate art and feminism in France, with the specificity of inserting this feminist perspective into a social and Marxist art history. It stands alongside the new research of the 70s, such as that of the American Linda Nochlin and the Italian Carla Lonzi. It also echoes the more recent work of Jen Doy and Griselda Pollock. She is interested in the ideologies of gender and the aesthetic ideologies specific to an area. She begins by taking up all the terms used by Marxist artistry and demonstrates that the establishment of patriarchy predates the class struggle. The four parts deal with the figures of creative women in the works of men, the place of homosexuality in the struggle between the sexes, the specific example of the representation of women in crisis times in Francisco Goya's work, and a few figures of female visual artists who were recognized in that time. This is a committed work with a cheerful, frank tone. The more tedious opening chapters, which set out the epistemological framework of the thinking, are followed by livelier chapters that offer a fresh reading of the works with a touch of iconoclastic irreverent. I will focus on certain important examples and references that have renewed the way we look at these works. It's about taking a different look at interpreting canonical works, but also proposing other approaches based on works by women artists from different periods. It is the viewpoints of this pioneer of ecofeminism that will be presented from a different angle to the one of which she is known today. Françoise de Bonne's approach encompasses the world and seeks to grasp the underlying reasons for discrimination against women, drawing on a variety of sources, including Marxism, artistry, philosophy, feminist writings, poetry, psychoanalysis, sociology, ethnology, literature, and history. A legacy is a different way of looking at the making of artistry, the reading of artworks, and more broadly, visual culture. In the introduction of the artistry and sexist struggle, Françoise de Bonne draws on an exhibition held in 1975 at the Petit Palais in Paris, which showed the archaeological findings of an analysis of the matriarchal Nepalese society of the kingdom of Mithila, where women were creators, to study, I quote, the consequences of this patriarchal control on the conception of aesthetics. In 1976, she challenged the official view of prehistory in Women Before Patriarchy, arguing that the world had not always been patriarchal, as agriculture had long been the domain of women, whose Greek goddess represented the renewal of vegetation. The gradual appropriation of land fertilization and female fertility led to overexploitation of the earth and global overpopulation, which she saw as the two major ecological dangers. She thus engages a dialogue with Serge Moscovici's book, Society Against Nature, a precursor to ecological thinking, to oppose the Marxist interpretation that the exploitation of women will end with the end of the class domination. She observes that in the exchange of women that men conduct in society through art, it is their images that are exchanged, but without women having the right to signify or express themselves, highlighting the paradox between, I quote, the obsessive presence of female figures in Western art and the almost total absence of female personalities in the creation of that same Western art. From the introduction onwards, the terms that underpin the reflection, borrowed from Nikos Hadjinicolaou, are introduced. Sexist ideology and aesthetic ideology of the period. The notion of image ideology serves to redefine style by including the perspective of social class and the historical circumstances in which artists live. Positive image ideology is taken for granted, unlike critical image ideology, which opposes domination. Françoise d'Aubonne takes up this, I quote, interesting conception of artistry to break away from the value hierarchies of official artistry and tell a different story, but she adds the dimension of sexist struggle and sexist ideology. In the 4 sections devoted to the artworks, Françoise d'Aubonne offers counter-narratives, drawing on her previous studies on feminist issues, the origins of patriarchy since prehistoric times, violent women, ecofeminism, homosexuality, or various forms of resistance. The first and longest part focuses on the women depicted in dialogue with Nikos Hadjinicolaou. In the first example, she revisits the analysis of Jacques-Louis David's portrait of Juliette Récamier from 1800, François Gérard's portrait from 1802-1805, and the third one, René Magritte's reinterpretation in perspective, Madame Récamier by David from 1951. I go back. The author reveals that Juliette Récamier, a well-educated mondaine, refused to be Napoleon's mistress because of her vaginismus, which ruined her husband, a banker, who was denied bank loans, but also placed the couple in a position of dissent against the government. After the revolution between 1789 and 1799, Juliette Récamier and her friend Germaine de Staël opposed the empire with the means at their disposal, as the wealthy bourgeoisie defended the values of democracy, liberalism, peace, and culture through women against an omnipresent dictatorial and warlike culture. This opposition to the imperial regime is revealed in the works. Françoise d'Aubonne places it in the company of Germaine de Staël's novel, Corinne or Italy, and Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun painting Germaine de Staël as Corinne at the Cap Misaine. The author recounts illuminating anecdotes that give the paintings another meaning and complement the readings from the perspectives of women's situation. As regards René Magritte, she acknowledges his desire to ridicule bourgeois ideology, but points out that he fails to realize that he does so by objectifying a woman as a symbol of the rule, even though she testified against the empire. Françoise Daubonne focuses on other examples of painted representation of women, highlighting their social position, including the rapture of Proserpine, painted by Peter Paul Rubens in 1614, 1615, and 1636, and the one by Rembrandt in 1632. Emphasizing the different attitudes of women in relation to the political context of resistance or submission. Taken from Ovid's Metamorphoses, the abduction of Proserpine by Pluto was commissioned from both artists, one after the other, by the same patron, the Duke Frederick Henry of Orange-Nassau, the governor of Holland. The comparison is based on the one hand, a representation in line with the rising Dutch merchant bourgeoisie, which advocates asceticism, and on the other hand, to the sensuality and mundanity of the dominant court nobility. Rembrandt gives a moral lesson emphasizing the raw violence of a man who is no longer a mythological hero but a cruel being, while Rubens uses aesthetic flattery, treating rape as a minor detail in this gallant scene. The representation of women, highlighted by Françoise Daubonne, shows how they are used in this power struggle. The second part focuses on representation of homosexual rapture in the 17th century. In his analysis of Pierre Paul Rubens' painting, The Drunken Silenus, Nikos Hadjinicolaou focused on the moral aspect of drunkenness for the patron, who was from the Catholic aristocracy. The mythological issue responds to the demand for erotic subjects in European courts, as men have liberal morals contrary to the ascetic beliefs professed. Françoise Daubonne looks at the position of women and the black man who sodomizes the white man. He is just here. The woman crouching at the feet of the Silenus gives a breast to two children submitted to both Silenus and motherhood. She also evokes the rapture of young men, but does not mention skin color, which could be added to these interpretations. The second example is the rapture of Ganymede by Zeus, which is highly erotic in Pierre Paul Rubens' version. Rembrandt's representation, by comparison, shows a child pissing in terror, I quote Françoise Daubonne, in the eagle's claws. His demystification of the myth aroused disapproval as it opposed the double standards of the Protestant aristocracy, which advocated Puritanism. Another reason, according to Françoise Daubonne, relates to this class's variable morality when it comes to homosexuality. As she states, the place reserved for homosexual permission and the status of women is always historically situated. She focused then on homosexuals as, I quote, traitors to a masculinity that had always been my nightmare, and accomplices in the struggle against the patriarchal order. Her interest in sexuality and its acceptance in the societies under consideration was fueled by Françoise d'Aubonne's involvement in the fascist homosexual movement. And in the 70s, in 1970, she published Eros Minority, which already pointed out that there is no Marxist sexual ethic. She therefore sees in Rembrandt's painting a desire on the part of bourgeoisie morality to fight against instinct, emotion, desire, and sexuality, while the eroticism of the court is marked by male homosexuality. The third part focuses on the representation of women in times of crisis and draws on the work of Francisco Goya, but I am not going to talk about this. And the last chapter mentions a few female avant-gardists from the first half of the 20th century, such as the strong painter Suzanne Baladon, but is mainly devoted to the medieval duo Christine de Pizan-Anastase. Françoise d'Aubonne borrows references from a book by Janine Moulin to discuss the decorations of the illuminations created by Anastase to accompany Christine de Pizan's poem in the 15th century. Little is known about the names of craftswomen, but Anastase's name has been preserved thanks to the author's acknowledgements to this painter. Christine de Pizan was a widow who supported a family with her writings and advocated for women's autonomy and education, accompanied by this working artist, of whom only the illuminations remain. In this chapter, Françoise d'Aubonne denounces the obstacles to women's education due to economic motivations. Artistry and Sexist Struggles concludes with, I quote, "We have found at every moment the sexist struggle present at the heart of the class struggle, at different levels and in forms as varied and sometimes as contradictory as the political regimes and the relationships between production and consumption of the cultures where it has persisted in forms." All her areas of interest converge in her text, and in her lively dialogues with her contemporaries immerse us in the thinking of the time. The intertwining of social struggles and theoretical reflections was unthinkable in an artistry still subordinated to stylistic developments, which struggled to integrate the reflection of a social art history. This social artistry took shape in the 70s with the desire to stop thinking of art as a form that emerged without external influence, opposing the notion of isolated artistic genius in order to place artistic production in a specific historical context. But this work received almost no critical acclaim. Its difficult reception was confirmed to me by Françoise d'Aubonne herself during our interview in 1999, and it was forgotten for decades, both by ecofeminists and women art historians. I discovered Françoise d'Aubonne while working on my PhD on art and feminism in France in the 70s, and she accompanied my education. Also, her work left few traces. It circulated and certainly influenced than it might appear at first glance, making its rereading important today and its reinscription in a feminist genealogy of feminist perspectives in art history equally important. This work is unique in that it links reflection on the gender struggle as separate from or included in the class struggle to reflection on its influence on the reading of artworks and the writing of art history. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabienne. So the session is officially closed, and we can start a Q&A session, because next presentation is Julia Codel's paper from Arizona State on 513. I don't know if Julie is listening to us. Okay, she's already there. So we just open the stage, the floor to some questions, and probably we will be a little bit late. I hope you don't mind. And as is for Irene Calvi and Pasquale Famelli, so it will be not 5:50, but probably 6:10. Thank you. Well, yeah.
Where do we start?
You have to restart.
I have to apologize for Alessia Muroni. She had a train to catch, so she apologizes for not being here during this
I didn't realize.
session. Yes.
So, yeah. I'm just finding it to reconstruct.
Emma
Quiriconi.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I was interested in this notion of false modesty, the rhetoric of false modesty. It has a long history in women's writing. You see it in the early modern period with Arcangela Tarabotti and her letters of compliment, etc., and her dedications to her patrons. So, do you place your study of Sarah Fielding within, you were talking about in the context of her period, but do you look at this tradition in history as well?
Technically, my PhD is focused on 1700s women writers in the British tradition, so it's a bit more restrictive.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to widen a bit my scope, not only to look at Sarah Fielding, but also at other authors that have been recognized as modest muses, such as Frances Sheridan, Sarah Scott, and I'm trying to look at their critical legacies and how fluctuating they have been, for they have been celebrated throughout the times because of these image of self-sacrificing mothers, but then they have been, as I said, reduced to footnotes in the history of art, but also of literature.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Could you?
I have a question for you, Fabienne. And I didn't know the Frances de Bonne, and I didn't read her book, so well, I'm very open to do it because I'm very fascinated. And I was surprised to hear the name of Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun at a certain point, because it's, I mean, at least for me, for my knowledge, I read her Souvenir, etc. Is someone that I will not put in the context she put in, because I'm thinking about, I mean, she was, of course, let's say, against the imperial power, Napoleon, etc., but more for a legitimacy point of view than for, I would say, a bourgeoisie point of view, because she was absolutely someone that stayed all her life loyal to the idea of the Ancien Régime. I think about, above all, about one sentence she used in the Souvenir. Les femmes régnaient alors, la Révolution les a détrônées. So she was really saying something that's actually, in a way, also at a certain point of maybe the history of Marxism created a problem. The fact that indeed, in a way, something that could sound surprising, but it's true that in the Ancien Regime, women had, in a way, more freedom and more rights, more informal power than after the revolution, and of course after the Code Napoleon, when actually officially the women really has been put in a structure of laws that put them in the closets in a way. So yeah, I was just a bit more curious to understand better in which context Françoise de Bonne cited also Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun.
Is it working? No. Thank you. She is putting Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun in the context of Juliette Récamier because they were friends, and she's more arguing about Juliette Récamier than with Vigée-Lebrun. Vigée-Lebrun is just because they were best friends, and then she puts that they were more free than what we have said and what have been said, and about the ways that she is representing and what she is representing this kind of resistance, but not a violent resistance to the power. She's putting it in this part. And she has an whole chapter about women in the revolution and how they are representing themselves or have been representing. And then, of course, she's not supporting this royal court, but she tries to put it in the context and put where women have power and what she has been doing and what are these power struggles in the classes. In the French Revolution was like a power of a certain class, and then inside this she tries to put the rank or the position of these women. Then Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun is more than a peripheric of Madame Récamier.
No. Yes, I have just a comment aside of Fabienne's talk and then kind of consideration for both Camilla Fabretti and Alison Belzer. So Fabienne, no, I have to, that was very interesting, and I have to admit that I knew her just by name, but I didn't go really through inside, know her thought and her works, and I have to really apologize myself because I have just been released the documentary Persephones and the Others, which will be pretty soon released by Arte France in Germany. It was already broadcasted in Italy by La Sette, so because Rai, the Italian Rai, didn't want this documentary, which is focusing on the violence in the arts, gender violence in the arts. And if I had known it before, she was inside this documentary. So that I have to do my apologies for this. And then the incredible thing is that she wrote a book in 1978, correct? So it's almost 50 years ago. And when writing the documentary, along with the script writer, of course, and she's a professional in the field, we really had to go through a lot of lewd fights because we were, and we still are, kind of accused of being radical feminists, and these kind of readings in the works of art are not working at all, even if we're providing contextualization of the works we use to state, these things. And so it's more than welcome the fact that the book has been republished. So, and it's more than ever. We were talking with someone just over lunch break, the very timely topic we are covering, because that has ups and downs in the history, and this seems to be a down. not an ups. So thanks you for highlighting these figures. And then, I mean, yes, a kind of comment for consideration, thought, if you want to reply, for both Fabretti and Alison and Camilla, because you were bringing to our attention to women who actually lived during the Ventennio, during the fascist regime, the fascist time. So, yeah, that's you. And how, I mean, it's a $1 billion question, but it's always struck me the fact that, this kind of contradiction we find in the regime, starting out from the most famous, Margherita Sarfatti, it's the very emblem of this contradiction, how women were seen, perceived, how themselves use their intelligence, the education, their knowledge. How was, according to you, besides the brilliant, both of you, presentation I have done, which was inside themselves, how they felt themselves in that kind of context, which is, there is no doubt women were not considered equal as men, but they went through. Margherita Sarfatti had to go away when finally she was kind of fired by Mussolini. Said, okay. When she was, the very recent scholars says are describing her as the very constructor of the fascist ideology. So Mussolini really took out from her mind the most compelling ideas, and then when it was done, he said, okay, now you're over, please go. So it's just one was Jews, the other one was not. So just to kind of, whether it's just my curiosity. I don't know who wants to start, if you or Alison. Okay.
Do you want me to start? I'm not sure. Can you hear me? I think there's a delay.
It's fine that very apt that you mentioned Margherita Sarfatti, because she, actually Lydia, when she was forced to go away from Lidl, from her own creature, she wrote to Margherita Sarfatti asking for help, because Margherita Sarfatti was a correspondent for Lidl, and she wrote for Lidl, and she was at every party, at every occasion, at every society event, often with Mussolini. Yeah, absolutely. And often with Mussolini, they gave like a grand ball for the 5th anniversary, shortly before Lydia was forced to go away. And Mussolini and Sarfatti came together. And after the society that owned Lidl was dissoluted because Lydia was not a great business manager. She was a great content editor, but she wasn't a great business mind. That was also why the advertising firm failed in the 1913 and until 1917. And she wrote to Margherita asking whether she could help in reestablishing her good name, she called it. And that letter is actually preserved at the Galleria Nazionale d'Arte Moderna here, and it's digitalized. And she never replied. Margherita Sarfatti never replied to her, actually ignored her, and then wrote to another friend of hers saying that that woman actually tried to reach out to me. So we don't know exactly why there was bad blood by the end of it, but they had entertained a very close relationship for a number of years. So I think the adjective for Lydia at that time was desperate, because she was desperate to return to the status that she had enjoyed up until that moment, which was she was a main player in the Milanese world of the time. And then from one day to another, she was forced to leave because of business reasons, but also because probably she had not even dared too much, but she was essentially not deemed suitable enough. And after that, she fully embraced the nationalist ideals of the time, and she started writing short essays and articles about autarkic fashion. and then they were collected and printed posthumously. But until a certain point, her name is not even mentioned anymore, so she was kind of erased.
And last is, which was the very relation with the Ruskaya?
With the Ruskaya, she actually, they never met, but I found very interesting the fact that in the year that there was the representation, Lidl decided to feature a portrait which was very similar to the photo that we all know and that I put on the presentation. So she was very cultured and sophisticated and also very aware of the scene outside of Italy, not only in the country. And I think that her being a bit worldly kind of put her in the spot of being not suitable enough after a certain time.
Because you know that Ruskaya, Mussolini just gave Ruskaya the commitment to found the Accademia Nazionale di Danza. So in portraying a kind of female representation, which was graceful and so kind of the counterpart of
Donangelo,
yes.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so
no, there was essentially this very I don't know, this kind of fight beneath each and every woman that kind of also read Lidl and other magazines such Fantasia d'Italia, La Donna, magazines that had been born in the era in which Lydia had been born, and so the 1890, which was a very different ideal womanhood, which later translated into the women that actually founded magazines such as Lidl, which was a new experiment that was kind of in between. Art coverage, for example, spanned from great 19th century painters like Selvatico, Ettore Tito, names that were kind of established and not that daring in 1920. But at the same time, there were envoys who kept going to the most modern places in the art world, such as the Biennale di Monza. So it was caught in between. It was eternally caught in between the world before and after.
thank you. Alison, I don't know if you heard the comment I made and if you have any.
Yes.
Okay, if you want to give
I don't know
your.
if you all, can you hear me now? I wasn't sure. No, I
Yes,
think this is fascinating, and I look forward, Camila. I'm going to write to you, and we need to work together because I'm really interested. I think this question about Sarfati, she's only a few years younger than Ambron, also Jewish, also kind of running in these very cosmopolitan circles, and I'm really interested in looking at. I'm fascinated by Ambron's work, but also the larger generation. Ernesto Natan's family. He has two daughters that are artists from the same generation. The Modigliani family, Amadeo's cousins, Corinna and Olga, are also in this generation. And I think it's a really interesting time where you come of age thinking all these new opportunities exist. New Italy, new freedom from religious intolerance, equality, not for women yet, but this idea kind of looming. I think World War I is a huge moment for many women, although maybe less for elites like Ambron, but to step into this new identity. And so I think the issue of how she deals with fascism, I don't know, other than, she's obviously, they're chased out. But I think it's a really interesting connection. So I thank you, Consuelo, for making it.
Then thank you. If you don't mind to get a 10 minutes break, we would go straight to the next two presenters so that we can conclude by 6:30 and have some times before going to dinner. Okay.
Allora, Julie è pronta? Ah, okay. Hello, Julie.
Hello.
I'd like to introduce Julie Cordell, who's art history professor at Arizona State University and affiliate in Film, English and Asian Studies. She's written The Victorian Artist 212. She's edited Victorian Artists Autograph Replicas, Auras, Aesthetics and Economics in 2020 and Transculturation in British Art. and Political Economy of Art Imperial Co-Histories, as well as co-editing Replication in the Long 19th Century, Orientalism, Eroticism and Modern Visuality, Encounters in the Victorian Press, and Orientalism Transposed, 1998, which was reprinted by Routledge in 2018. She's contributed many book chapters, encyclopedia entries, and articles in Victorian Studies, 19th Century Contexts, Art History, Journal of History of Collecting, History of Photography, 19th Century Art Worldwide, Arts, Victorian Literature and Culture, Oxford Art Journal, amongst many others. And she's been invited to speak in England, France, Australia, Switzerland, Italy, Canada, India, New Zealand, China, and throughout the US, and has received fellowships from the National Endowment for Humanities, the Getty and Crest Foundations, Huntington Library, Ransom Centre, American Institute for Indian Studies, and Yale's British Arts Centre. I'm pleased to have Alison with us this evening to talk about reversing the gaze. Sorry, Julie Cordell, I'm sorry, I've lost my place. Art Dealers, Female Gaze, Bert Weil and Lillian Browse. Thank you very much, Julie.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And you can see my slides, right? Yes. Okay, good. Thanks to Consuelo and Adelina for organizing this excellent conference, and to Fabio for his much needed technical help. Thank you very much. Several modern art dealers who promoted avant-garde art published autobiographies, diaries, or memoirs. Two prominent female art dealers or gallerists with their own vision of the avant-garde, modernism, and future art market prospects published autobiographies also. Bert Weiss' Pow, Right in the Eye, published in 1933 and translated in 2022, and Lillian Browse's The Duchess of Cork Street from 1999. Weiss' artists and contributions to promoting modernism, she was the first to show Matisse and Picasso among her many innovative exhibitions, were exhibited in New York University's Gray Gallery in 2025, reflecting her support of young artists and women artists. Here I show you all the artists who have done autobiographies and where the two artists, the gallerists I'm talking about, go chronologically in their birth rates, so you can see them where they fit in. Is there a female gaze in the art world? The gaze, described by Jacques Lacan, is a look bearing and projecting the social order, including gender. The art dealer's gaze can define the art world's socio-aesthetic order and canonize artists and artworks along gendered hierarchies and privileges. These two dealers, two generations apart, worked under different historical and cultural economic circumstances, provide a good comparison contrast to determine if they share a female gaze and what that gaze projects. Both succeeded, though obscured by male cohorts' success and scholars' neglect of women dealers and collectors, until now, when studies of women collectors and dealers proliferate. They're very popular among art historians now. Exploring art market decisions and artist selections by these two dealers, I will analyze their autobiographies to determine if they defined a female gaze, and if so, how that gaze was articulated in their choice of artists to exhibit, their gallery practices, and their autobiographies. They conspicuously supported women artists and was the first, as I say, to exhibit Picasso and Matisse. Browse was the first woman to become a prominent London art dealer. In the book, Women Art Dealers Creating Markets for Modern Art, this book focuses on women gallerists' role in promoting modernism. Despite exceptions, one commonality noted in this volume was that women gallerists domesticate modernism. It's an educational process to coax the public to appreciate such art. Many women gallerists supported early career artists who then moved to male gallerists for higher payments. Veronique Chagon-Burke asked if it is a female perspective to see their work as not commercial, but as mission-based patronage, a residue of women's salons in the past, in the 17th and 18th centuries. They and Browse are absent in this volume, but emerging scholarship on women collectors and dealers and the global rise of women artists, especially from Asia, offer opportunities for a new look at women's articulation of their lives in the art world, given dealers vast cultural power, promoting artists' reputations, determining artists' intertwined economic and aesthetic valuations, advising private collectors, museum curators, and shaping canons. Dealers' life writings reflect not only their activities and achievements, but are richly indicative of many features of the art market in a historical moment. These life writings are less about their inner struggles and more about their professional lives and the art world in which they were embedded. Lists of artists, anecdotes about artists and other dealers and critics. They generally share some themes. Global transculturation. The galleries in Europe and the US introduced European modernists whose radicalism impacted American artists and art since the 1910s. These dealers initiated a global market for modernism, a term as geographical as it is temporal. Secondly, market and aesthetic valuations that are intertwined and reciprocal. Thirdly, relations with artists and collectors. 4, collaborative and competitive art dealing practices. And 5, temporalities. What was timeless or timely, both ambiguous terms conveying the art market's unstable objects and values and myths. Vey's autobiography ignores her personal life almost completely and focuses on the wider art world, the market, and its many players, including the public. Her status as a Jewish woman dealer is also thematized in her text as she details how she handled exhibitions, sales, collectors, and other dealers, often without much success, almost masochistically so. She delights in her failures as well as in her successes. I will treat her text as a literary one and as an historical text, and I will analyze her themes, motifs, comments that reveal the nature of the art market and of collecting at that time. As Marianne Lemorvan points out, Vey's work was a series of sacrifices to promote young artists who depended on her for the start of their careers. In various roles, the salon, patronage, and gallerists, women were activists in support of innovation, devoted and adventuresome when doing business and asserting themselves. Vey was the first to explicitly promote young artists, promoting them, becoming for them called Mother Vey. She disguised her gender by using her initial B and using the term Galleria, a term recently created then, which avoided the focus on business and money and the negative connotations attached to picture dealers. Among her practices was not charging artists for exhibitions or publicity costs and producing catalogs for some exhibitions to help the public understand young artists with whom she shared her profits and her table. She loathed speculation and complained about it as a destructive force in the art market. She did not draw up contracts with artists nor try to keep her artists from moving to other more lucrative dealers once their careers took off. Always struggling financially, she had to periodically sell antiques and sometimes her own library and art collection to make ends meet. Yet in her final analysis, she considered herself lucky to have a profession she loved despite disappointments and struggles. She was the first to exhibit Picasso and Matisse, several women artists who became successful like Suzanne Baladon or Emilie Charmy, and produced Parisian artists for the Swiss market for years. Through her efforts, different generations then began to rub shoulders, the Fauves, the Cubists, the post-Cubists, among others, and new names were always coming up. She held an annual thematic show to which all artists she exhibited contributed, hung in alphabetical order. In 1939, she exhibited abstract art. Her artists came from all over the world, Mexico, Eastern Europe, Spain, as well as France and Germany, and she exhibited works with political content, including supporting votes for women in 1932, garnishing much misogynist and anti-Semitic reactions. Subject to German anti-Semitism, she gave her gallery to a friend under the Aryanization regulations, but this person soon left, so that by December 1940, she had no gallery and disposed of her inventory. Artists and friends organized an auction for her in December 1946, and in 48, at 82, she received the Chevalier of the Légion d'Honneur. Bertwey's autobiography has distinct bricolage features, including rough language, comments directed at readers, equal time given to failures and successes while insisting money had no importance in her gallery, a style more spoken than literary language, self-deprecating comments, attacks on cohorts, lists of artists ranging from the canonic to the barely known, and the narrative interrupted from time to time by both a fluid temporality and a schedule of exhibitions. Other dealers' life writings focused on canonic artists they supported, on their investment in future recognition and accomplishments. Vey's list of artists include everyone she ever exhibited, not just artists she discovered and supported. Matisse, Picasso, Dufy, Braque, Diego Rivera, Modigliani, all of whom she called les jeunes. Unlike most Paris dealers, her family was lower class. Her father was a rag picker and her mother a seamstress, and not in the art dealing business. Working for a distant cousin in his shop, she sold antiques, prints, and paintings. Turning the shop into a gallery, Galerie Vey, in 1900, she showed sculpture by Meyers and Meta Warwick Fuller, a Black American artist who studied with Rodin, and then works by Matisse and other Fauve artists before they were so named Fauve, and Raoul Dufy and Modigliani, all by 1917. These were works with no clear market value at the time, and selling them was difficult, their prices being inevitably low if sold. For Ambrose Voillard, one of the foremost dealers of the avant-garde, only 20% of his stable were emerging artists. For Vey, 100% of her artists were emerging artists. If Voillard could not sell an artist, he stopped showing that artist, something Vey never did, never stopped showing any of her artists, no matter if they sold or not. What distinguishes Vey's autobiography is her record of failures and successes as the result of ethical, not business decisions, critical interrogations of herself, of the art world, of collectors, dealers, the public, and artists. Vey criticizes capitalism and speculation and the obsession with money among dealers of the avant-garde. Her writing is marked by several unique features, unique in their dealers' autobiographies and in autobiographies in general. While dealers' autobiographical writings were in the present about the past, those who supported the avant-garde carved out a special relationship between past and future. In their past, they took risks and predicted the futures of art when that art was not appreciated, collected, or purchased. But as their readers would know, they succeeded, and the art they supported became canonic, the future justifying the past, unlike the usual temporal structure of the past as foundational, justifying the future. Her temporality is often addressed to the reader, promising commentary, and is a sign that she is outside narrative chronology. These are some of her phrases. I'll have a chance to say more about that later, but I'm anticipating. Let's not anticipate. Collectors weren't on board yet, but they would be, past and present here. What would emerge from the chaos? We would see. These are all dear reader addresses. Why can't I earn a little money? Why the others and not me? It was because they held on to it and only bought when it was a sure thing, where I was totally committed to the artist. What a fool. 7 lean years would be long in coming, I'd wager. These lists, her lists of artists, are historically valuable for the many names of artists now almost forgotten, as well as for avant-canonic artists she supported. They reveal an art world landscape that is rich in artists and styles, a thick history of the art world that counters what we too often understand as the surface of the art world through canonic artists, a much thinner layer. Vey's lists open the door on not only what she considered worth exhibiting, but on what buyers and collectors purchased, exposing the taste of the period, and she provides us with illustrators and printmakers, a further historical extension of the art world landscape. Addressing the reader, she records many short-lived journals to show the vulnerability and ephemerality of the art world. Unlike her male cohorts, Vey is self-deprecating, but strategically so. She insists her failures, such as poor sales and economic problems, were the result of her caring about artists more than about business and profits. She chided herself for this behavior, as you can see from these quotes, insisting that it was impossible for her to change, as this was her nature. But this is a backhanded attack on her male colleagues, especially Voyard, and an equally backhanded praise for her ethical position to care about art, not profits. Regarding her failure, she insisted money gained was money spent and then gone, a pattern that was really a form of gambling. For her, the art market was a gamble, and she indicated this in several places. Her self-deprecating comments almost always had to do with money or the lack or loss of it. In this way, she indicated, as do her lists of now forgotten artists, the fragility and vulnerability of the art market and her refusal, not simply a lack, to strategize to earn more, like Voyard and other dealers did. Among the most interesting features of her autobiography is her frequent address to readers that you have up here, a narrative device known as Dear Reader, very common in Victorian novels. She engages and treats readers of her allies, sometimes even against the harshness of the art world, using phrases like, "You see, don't you think that's funny? So it goes, right?" And asking questions as if asking the reader to respond. Why persist in handling jeunes? Shouldn't I consider switching? Was I finally able to make it? This strategy pulls and engages the reader, breaks the fourth wall, and is what in the theater is called alienation, after Bertolt Brecht's methods, to put to the reader or theater goer a difficult moral question to unravel, and to refuse to allow any simple escapist catharsis as closure. This is further evidence of her intense ethics and concern for not only the well-being of young artists, but also the well-being of the art market, and to direct the art world's public role and to make readers aware of the dangers of speculation in the art world. Lillian Browse's autobiography is narratively conventional. Much about her life, she begins with her life from her South African Johannesburg childhood, and then goes on to her London life, and almost always in chronological order. Unlike they, her exhibited artists were almost entirely British and figural, not abstract. Browse, who started out as a ballet dancer and then became an art historian, did write a magisterial book called Degas Dancers. Soon after its publication, she was appointed ballet critic of The Spectator, contributing in her own words cheeky but honest reviews from 1850 to 1854. As a dealer, she was a stalwart champion of current British art, backing individuals as various as William Nicholson, not his more famous son Ben, who was an abstract artist, and Philip Sutton. Unlike they, she disliked abstract art and much that is modernist, like Cubism, Futurism, or Fauve. Like they, she helped young artists and wrote articles and catalogs and encouraged collectors to support these artists too. Perhaps the female gaze exists in finding new artists, being open to new work, actively discovering it, and risking support of artists not yet known. But these are also features of many male artists like Paul Durand-Ruel and their support of avant-garde artists at the cost of their own success in the early years. Browse's first show, British Painting Since Whistler in 1940, was followed by the first ever major Walter Sickert retrospective, and she exhibited Augustus John and Jack Yates, promoting then unfamiliar French artists as well, Albert Marquet and Jules Pessin, among others. She was autodidactic, like they, learning about the art world as she worked in it. In 1945, the offer of a partnership in a new gallery led to the founding of Rollins, Browse, and Del Banco, which opened in Cork Street, which at the time was an uncharted and dismal terrain when they started there, but of course it improved. Scholarship in the burgeoning era of art market studies generally ignores, however, more conventional gallerists, male and female, as we heroize those who supported the avant-garde of their day and bothered to write these autobiographies. A more thorough analysis of gallerists of both sexes and all aesthetic niches, not just avant-gardists, may determine if a female gaze exists. We have much excavation to do of more conventional male and female gallerists before we can determine what they share or if gazes are gendered in all cases. Thank you.
you, Julie, for quite a succinct and apt discussion of these two women, one in Europe and the other one in London. And the question of, is there a female gaze in art dealers? And I was just thinking about if we could had a collective female gaze with Ida Gianelli, Galkashaya, and you could add Penny Guggenheim and Gertrude Stein to that, and there are many others.
Yes.
What a force to be reckoned with. Okay, we now move on to Irene Calvi and Pasquale Famelli. Parla solo lei? Ok. Va bene. I'll still introduce Pasquale. Pasquale Famelli is a senior researcher at the Department of Arts at the University of Bologna, where he was awarded a doctorate in visual, performative and media arts. Specializing in historical and artistic heritage, he is editor-in-chief of the journal Piano B Arts and Visual Cultures. Famelli has contributed to numerous conferences both in Italy and abroad, curated exhibitions at many Italian museums and private galleries, and has published essays in books, catalogues and journals. His interests are focused on the artistic practice of the 60s and 70s, on the verbal visual experience of the late 20th century, and on relationships between art and new media. And Irene Calvi is a PhD student in visual arts and fashion studies at the Department of Arts, University of Bologna, where her research explores the intersection of fashion and museum interpretation with a focus on the integration of emerging technologies. Actively engaged in fostering international scholarly networks, she serves on the executive committee of the Association of Dress Historians and is a junior fellow at the International Research Centre of Culture, Fashion and Communication. She also holds the role of Cultrice della Materia, teaching assistant for the course Fashion and Visual Culture in the Master's Program in Fashion Studies at the University of Bologna at the Rimini campus. Thank you very much, Irene and Pasquale.
Thanks for the introduction.
And I'll just read out the title, Cyborg Bodies, Patriarchal Codes, Reconfigurations in Visual Culture. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Ooh. Well. Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being with us so late after such a long day. Hopefully, it's going to be worth it. Thank you for the organizers as well, especially for moving our panel to, moving our contribution to today. We also are planning a conference in Rimini, so, there's an overlapping of events. So yeah, we're moving to a different chronology from what we've seen so far. And the presentation of today originates from the preparation of the master's course, Fashion and Visual Culture at the Rimini campus. And the artists that we are discussing today all engage with the trope of the female cyborg, a figure that has become central to feminist and post-humanist thoughts. And through their work, these artists reimagine what it means to inhabit a hybrid body. The presentation is divided into three main sections, each corresponding to a different relationship with the cyborg body. And the first one being attraction, so the seductive surface of the cyborg, where we will see how artists and designers have constructed the glossy, desirable, and often hyper-feminized image of the technological woman. Then we're going to move to repulsiveness, or the uncanny valley, which I'm going to explain later. And then finally, which is why we title this Reconfigurations, is because we're going to talk about liberation, so possibilities of reclaiming and reconfiguring the cyborg body, where contemporary artists reinterpret the cyborg as a site of empowerment, fluidity, and self-determination. So before we move into the artworks, just a short terminological clarification to define today's boundaries. So the notion of the cyborg can be approached from many disciplines. Here we focus specifically on its interpretation within contemporary artistic practices. So we might not always show you cyborgs and robots, but more like a recurring aesthetics and subverted tropes through art. Still, just a few distinctions to guide us. So an android, this is the general term for a humanoid robot or an other artificial being. A fembot or gynoid is a feminine humanoid robot. The cyborg is a being that has both organic and biomechatronic body parts. So throughout this talk, I will mainly refer to cyborgs because I think it's easy to stick to one term, but I also wanted to give you the full picture, and I will try to specify the appropriate term sometimes. So starting with the first section, so attraction or attractiveness. This is where most of the examples might be found and explain also the reference to the patriarchal codes that we've got in the title and how they're being perpetrated. So in The Mechanical Bride, which is a text by McLuhan, he analyzed how mass media eroticize and mechanicize the female body, transforming it into a standardized consumable image. He says, and I'm quote, anybody who takes time to study the techniques of pictorial reportage in the popular press and magazines will easily find a dominant pattern composed of sex and technology, end quote. So cyborg aesthetics inherit this legacy. And I wanted to start with two examples coming from most pop culture, let's say, because, you know, in order to give you a better idea, and many of you might already know this example, this is Ghost in the Shell. We have both the original poster, let's say, from 1995, and then the Hollywood remake from 2017. And the protagonist here is Major Kusanagi, that embodies the eroticized machine woman, sleek, naked, yet armored, liberated, yet controlled. The glossy surface of her synthetic body mirrors the patriarchal tension that McLuhan identified. Desire and domination are fused into one image. And this also happens again in both in the first and the second film with these figures of the gynoids portrayed as sexy robot geisha, then later become this sort of scary figure once they showed their, electrical, mechanical body. Another example that I think it's quite famous, and it was a good representation of the fembot trope, comes from Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery. Yes. So this is the fembots here. They are a sort of parody of the trope. They weaponize femininity. So their bodies are machines of seduction and also destruction, as I think it's pretty clear from the image why. So the humor only underscores how deeply the stereotype of the mechanized, hyper-feminine body is embedded in popular imagination. So what about contemporary art? So as we can see from the artist Jordan Wolfson, for example, and we're starting with the male artist not by chance, but because he decided to work with animatronic sculptures. And in this case, this is 2014 female figure, where he tried to push this further. This piece shows a feminine figure dancing provocatively while locked to a mirror, and its movements are controlled remotely. If the viewer approaches the artworks from behind, he will not be able to see the face and the mechanical arm attaching the animatronic to the mirror until it comes to a certain angle and perspective. So viewers confront the cyborg that is both alluring and disturbing with this mechanical seduction whose autonomy is visibly an illusion. Someone else that is another artist, let's say, that belongs to this attractiveness section is Sorayama. He's a Japanese illustrator. He's highly celebrated for this series of sexy robots. That, of course, I think it's clear how he crystallized this aesthetic in, using gleaming chrome women, erotically charged icons of cyber femininity, emerging allusive poses with this idea of futurism. And the surface shine conceals the absence of interiority. So the machine here is a fantasy made just a surface and not an actual body. Completely like moving in a different direction, but still in this seduction and attraction part, we find artist Mariko Mori. So this time we have a female artist working on a series of images where she reclaims, she used the same aesthetic of a cyborg woman, but she has a different goal and purpose because she wants to criticize the objectification of women and the construction of feminine roles in a consumerist globalized society. So the work that you see here, well, it's part of a series. So we have Love Hotel and Play With Me. There are both example of sort of self-portrait that she used to question boundaries between real and artificial and to challenge traditional Japanese cultural norms through a modern, technologically inspired lens. Still in this part of the presentation, but completely different, we have this time another female artist going in a completely different direction. We have Feng Xiaoyan, and these are way more recent than the example that I show you of Mariko Mori. And this time she's presenting these hyper-feminine bodies, but adorning it with metallic prostheses. And they're not properly cyborg nor android. They're sculptures, but they're hinting at a merge of human bodies to machine. And they recall Alan Jones' objectifying sculptures at Headstand and Chair, which maybe some of you know. And here, so her women are hybrid, yet ornamental, decorative, rather than emancipated. So in this case, they're just amplifying the title that we gave to this section about the attractiveness and seductiveness. And it's exemplifying McLuhan's idea that technology often aestheticizes submission rather than enabling freedom. Lastly, for this section, one example from the fashion studies field, which is also, my field of study, and I wanted to insert it here, because even most of depiction of cyborg couture fall into this category of attractiveness. To choose just one, we went with fashion designer Thierry Mugler. And Mugler, in this 1990s collection, translate the same logic that we just addressed, but it brings it onto the runway. So metallic corset, robotic bustier, and chrome armor. Mugler's cyborg woman is powerful yet idolized, a mechanical bride reborn for the catwalk. Moving on to the second section of case studies that we try to describe today, we have repulsiveness, or the uncanny valley. So this is like a depiction of what the uncanny valley is. And these terms comes from, it's been first theorized by Masahiro Mori in 1970s, and then it's been translated and widespread by Jazia Reichardt's book, Robots, Fact, Fiction, and Prediction. So basically, the uncanny arises when something looks almost human, but not quite. So it's eliciting empathy and revulsion simultaneously. So you kind of recognize that there is some human element, but you're also so repulsed by it that you don't find it interesting. So you see the evolution from the attractiveness to the repulsiveness. And this is also something that resonates in Donna Haraway, A Cyborg Manifesto, where she describes the cyborg as an and I quote, illegitimate offspring of militarism and patriarchal capitalism, end quote. With another quote from Donna Haraway, we see how the cyborg, and I'm reading the quote, the cyborg is a kind of disassembled and reassembled postmodern collective and personal self. I'm not reading the whole quote, but it's because we're now going to see 3 examples of disassembled and reassembled bodies. So the first example is probably well known to many of you. We are seeing here the roots of this uncanny fascination with the disassembled female body with Hans Bellmer La Poupée. So Bellmer's photographic dolls, they're assembled and with interchangeable limbs, present the female body as a mechanical puzzle of desire and violence. This surrealist construction reflects an eroticized fragmentation, the woman-turned object, disarticulated yet fascicized. more or less 20 or maybe 25 more years later, Lee Bull reclaims this fragmented imaginary in her Cyborg series from the late 1990s. Her glossy biometrical sculptures evoke science fiction and classical statuary at once. Dismembered torsos, polished limbs, hybrid prostheses. Yes. Unlike Bellmer's passive doll, Lee Bull's cyborg suggests agency and resilience. Their missing parts do not signify loss, but transformation, because they're cyborg. So. Placed in dialogue, Bellmer and Lee reveal the gender politics of the dissected body, but this is maybe also topic for another presentation, so I'm gonna go past that. For a very recent example of a disassembled body, I've chosen Sheida Soleimani and Delara II. So Sheida Soleimani is an Iranian-American multidisciplinary artist and activist, and in her practice, she focused on the oppressive policies of Iran, especially the state-sanctioned violence against women. So in this work that you see here, Delara II, from 2016, we see a tribute to a young Iranian artist, Delara Darabi, who was sentenced to death for a murder she did not commit and summarily executed in 2009. And you see here how the disassembled body takes this shape and form of Delara's face, brightly colored, pixelated in areas, and it's slightly distorted as well. And once you know who you're looking at, it becomes it gives you this uncanny feeling. Another example of a female artist looking at the cyborg body and therefore decided to address it with this uncanniness or repulsiveness is Kirsten Sanders. So Kirsten Sanders, and you see here Shoreline from 2023, she uses painting and she uses this aesthetic where a shiny humanoid figure erodes to reveal its mechanical interior. The work's surrealist vocabulary, shells, mannequins, obsolete landscapes, destabilize how consciousness relates to lifeless objects. The effect is hypnotic yet unsettling, and attraction dissolves into unease. Lastly, for this section, we wanted to include the sculptures by Anna Uddenberg because they similarly inhabit the uncanny valley. Her hyper-flexible female forms merge athleticism and submission, consumerism and desire. The hybrid female body here is no longer eroticized for pleasure, but dissected. Its exaggerated poses exposing the absurdity of the gender expectations that shape it. As you can see, especially from the one on the right called the Continental Breakfast. Lastly, to the, probably more happy part of this presentation, which is the liberation. So the liberation or reclaiming and reconfiguring the cyborg body. So attraction and repulsion are not the cyborg's final horizon. Today, many artists are reclaiming the cyborg body, bending it toward liberation rather than control. Posthumanist theory shifts the question from what a cyborg is to how humans and machines are co-constituted, how technology reshapes identity, intimacy, and agency. In this framework, the cyborg becomes a relational, mutable figure, open to new subjectivities and feminist futures. In this case, which is Happiness from artist Dries Verhoeven, we see a humanoid named Amy. And she stands in a small concrete building resembling both a public toilet and a clandestine fountain. As Verhoeven stated, and I quote, a humanoid, a human-like robot provides an informative overview of recreational drugs, painkiller, and antidepressants, substance that allows us to regulate serotonin and dopamine levels in our brains, and in turn influence our mood. With her mechanical body, the humanoid seeks to mimic the human experience. So he's using a cyborg body to make us reflect on our human bodies, let's say. Another artist, which I particularly love, is a Korean artist called Jeum Young, and I'm sorry for mispronouncing this probably. She works with disembodied machines, and this time she's working mainly in performances. and with sculptures. And she often explicitly engaged with her own sexuality. And in this case, we see Homemade RC Toy from 2019, here performed at the Kunsthalle in Basel, where she performs nude among robotic limbs she controls remotely, blurring boundaries between operator and object. In Cultural Genitals and the Emancipated Fembot, performing gender, race, and technology in the cyborg theater, Dr. Evelyn Won notes that contemporary fembot performances fall into three tropes: the substitute woman, the mechanic laborer, and the emancipated fembot. Jong, so this artist, embodies the third one, the emancipated fembot. She reclaims agency through play and vulnerability, transforming submission into authorship. The emancipated fembot wields technology as a tool, navigating between human and machine, reclaiming subjectivity from its sexualized overtones. Another example of this is artist Juliana Axtable, because she pushes this liberation further. She's a Black trans woman who identifies as a cyborg. And you see here a portrait that sculptor Frank Benson did of her. Like it's a sculpture, sorry, I said portrait. But, so Axtable uses performances and self-portraiture to explore multiplicity and transformation. She often transforms herself in alien goddess figure of post-gender, post-race embodiment that merges Afrofuturism, mythology, and digital aesthetic. Other artists, like for example, 3D artist Pamphilj, or Tabitha Rezaire, for example, they decide to use this aesthetic of the cyborg body together with other in other work, not specifically related to the cyborg body. So in this case, you see here Indigo Pink, so a drag queen, decided to perform for her music video and ask Pamphilj, 3D artist, to recreate her body as a cyborg, with the aesthetic, the pinkish aesthetic, the glossy aesthetic that the artist used in all of his artwork. And lastly, I wanted to present Kaisa von Zeipel's X plus X equals X from 2021 that stages two purple-haired women entangled around the biotechnological pole, referencing CRISPR gene editing. In this case, the silicon figures merges with devices, pets, and each other as well, suggested that we are all to some degree cyborgs. Here, the cyborg ceases to be a fetishized surface or a site of horror, and it becomes a political tool, a vehicle for imagining alternative futures, dissolving binaries, and reclaiming agency over the visual codes that define us. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene and Pasquale, for that talk, the presentation as well, and open up the floor to questions. Is Julie still with us? Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Any questions? Any comments? Yeah,
Sorry, it's always me. I have a question for Irene. What you studied is very far from what I studied, but I was very, very fascinated. And did you question yourself about, let's say, the very, very origin of this aesthetic of the sexy metallic woman? So I tried to think about it during your speech. So if I go back to the beginning of the 20th century, I would think about Metropolis, maybe. So, well, this is maybe the very, very famous case. But then I think it's a bit my deformation as someone thinking about Baroque. But I'm thinking about, the portraits as Minerva, as Amazons, where they wear, let's say, the silk corset of a dress of a woman became a metallic corset, something that didn't exist probably in except indeed for ballet representation or something like that. But of course, we didn't have really Amazons in the 17th century. And then I did the connection with Thierry Mugler, that not only in the one you showed, but also in a lots of other models, you really use this concept of the sexy metallic corset. I'm thinking, if I remember well, it maybe was something for Madonna or something like that. So I was a bit trying to question myself about really the origin of this archetype of the sexy metallic woman.
Okay, well, thank you for the question. So, and also all the cases that you mentioned, these are great cases and were also our starting point. What this conference allowed us to do is to question ourselves, why do we have all these examples that at the end, they always portray the hyper feminine and often sexualized female. So what about the others, the other cases, you know? So I would say very interesting the reference that you made with the goddesses. I would love to investigate that more. But even in Metropolis or in the other creations by Thierry Mugler and in many other cases used by even fashion communication, I'm thinking of some editorials, some covers, it's always a very sexualized woman at the center of the, you know, and maybe it's a male designer or but not even necessarily that, but so the starting point was clear. So all these more historical case studies were clear. We were curious to see if there was some sort of evolution, because this topic is recurring sometimes, especially in art history and in contemporary art. So there is a fascination with the female cyborg over and over again. And we wanted to see, is there fascination not just with the sexy part, but also with another one? Have I answered your question? Do you want to add something else? No? Okay.
Yes, I find that the fetishization of the female body is evident right through almost all of those examples that you showed. And it is that hyper excess, Baroque excess of femininity. Yeah, thank you. And anyone would like to add to that? I was going to ask Julie. You mentioned that Bert Weil supported avant-garde artists, emerging artists, and amongst them were women such as Susan Valadon. And whereas Lillian Browse was a more conservative dealer, and does she, in that conservatism, does she look at women artists as well, or is she more entrenched in a male tradition of British art?
Thank you. That's a good question. She doesn't talk much about women artists. I think she is very much a part of the kind of male canonic artist, even though her show on Sickert was innovative, a retrospective of his work. He was all at that time well known and a canonic artist. So I think her taste tends to be conservative, and she doesn't seem to feel that female artists are part of her agenda the way they did. They really felt female artists were very important, and she had a number of them that she worked with and was friends with and supported in this way. She supported the male artists both with money and with food and whatever she could do to help them. And some of them, did portraits of her. So I think Browse's decisions were much more conservative and much more dominated by the male canon at the time. Because Ben Nicholson's a very famous abstract artist, but it's his father, William, who's much more conservative, that she supports, for example. Yeah. Barbara Hepworth doesn't appear on her exhibition list, for example. Yeah.
Okay. Well, she didn't do well there, did she? Not.
No. No.
Okay. else like to say anything? Ask a question to our speakers? I think it might be time for us to rest a little bit. Invite you.
I'm sorry, but I have also to struggle not only with gender, but also with administration. So I need just to check a little bit who registered for the dinner. So I'm going just browsing the names I have here. Johnatan, you come. Okay. So, and Raffaele. Sì, sì. Pasquale, you. It's all right. Yes, so thank you for joining us today. And we was the first day of conference, AIWAC 5. And thanks for joining, and see you tomorrow morning at 9-ish. This is at 9, tomorrow at 9. Thank you so much. Bien.